the old medical systems are reappearing in modern time as alternative, complementary, and psychosocial medicine. What is happening today? Interestingly, two huge movements of the last century have put this old knowledge into use: psychoanalysis and psychodynamic therapy, most importantly SCTP, going though the mind on one hand, and bodywork, most importantly, and sexual therapy, especially the tantric tradition. Almost 20 years ago, we were conducting epidemiological research on quality of life, closely examining the connection between global quality of life and health in a series of huge surveys using large and extensive questionnaires, some of them with over 3,000 questions. We found quite surprisingly, from this huge database, that quality of life, mental and physical health, and ability of social, sexual, and working ability seem to be caused primarily by the consciousness and philosophy of life of the person in question, and only to a small extent by objective factors, like being adopted, coming from a family with only one breadwinner, mother being mentally ill, or oneself being financially poor or poorly educated, which are obviously very much socially inherited. This scientific finding was not expected, and so counterintuitive for us that we were forced to investigate the subject, going to the roots of Western medicine, or the Hippocratic character of medicine. This meant that we had to look at transcultural and integrative medicine, the emerging science of alternative medicine, and to the very much forgotten traditions of psychosomatic, psychodynamic, and bodily-oriented therapies. Theoretically, epidemiologically, statistically, we have been looking at what seems to be the common denominator for all existential healing work in all cultures at all times. We have also been debating many difficult issues related to modern-day medical science. What we have learned from this long journey through the grand medical heritage from the different cultures on this planet is that we need to work on body, mind and spirit at the same time. Medicine then has always combined talking, touching, and praying, and that being human and truly kind is what really heals the other person. This is what Hippocrates called the art one, not the art of medicine, or the art of right living, but simply the art, the way of the human heart, cultivating existence into sheer compassionate behavior and joyful being, which has always been the ultimate goal of all the great healers in our history. The most paradoxical aspect of this is that while we like to think we are taking medicine forward, we are actually just taking medicine back to its roots. The most important thing is that research and development in this field is made in a dialectic process between qualitative and quantitative research. There are basically two ways of documenting an effect of a holistic medical intervention: the quantitative and the qualitative approach. Much effort has been given to developing valid methodology and measuring tools, but the art of documentation has become a complex and expensive task. In this communication, we will focus on the qualitative research method. Fortunately, the holistic approach makes it much simpler, because there are always three domains to investigate: health, quality of life, and ability. These three domains can be subdivided in as many detailed domains as one wishes, but often three are sufficient for most purposes. There are two qualitative aspects of documenting effect in medicine, often called subjective, that is from the perspective and experience of the patient, and objective, that is from the perspective of the therapist or researcher. To document effect of an intervention using both perspectives, the patient must be interviewed before and after the intervention. Semi-structured interviews with interview rating of the state immediately before and after the intervention can be used to give the objective perspective on the effect of the intervention. Interviewing the patient after the intervention can give the patient's subjective experience of the effect. Most importantly, these perspectives often leads to two different results. but confronting the patient with the observed improvement, after the patient has given his own experience of the effect, can be very enlightening. The consensus paradigm states that only to the degree that there is consensus between patient and therapist observer, the treatment has an effect. If the patient experiences an effect that cannot be observed, something else is likely to have happened. A pleasant experience with the therapy is not the same as the effect of a treatment. If the patient does not experience an observed effect, this effect is most likely to be happening only in the observer's mind. Very often a therapist is convinced that a cure or intervention gave a positive result, but the fact that the patient did not experience that is then often neglected. So if the patient did not experience any improvement, such an improvement is most likely not to have happened. Interestingly, one single patient is enough to document effect with the consensus paradigm. If both the physician and his patient, after careful investigation before and after the treatment, find that the treatment has helped, this is most likely the case. The more precise the target group and the treatment are defined, the more valuable the documentation. We recommend for securing the validity that the presented method is used with 5 highly comparable patients receiving 5 highly comparable treatments. As always, we recommend for the observer rating a 5-point symmetrical Likert scale with neutral middle point and equidistance 143. A clinically significant improvement must be half a step on this scale or more. The patient needs to express the gain as a significant improvement. There are lots of possible advantages with the scientific holistic medicine that must be closely examined in future research. How can it be make affordable, efficient medicine for the future? The possibility to prevent disease. The possibility to cure cancer and coronary heart disease. The possibility to seroconvert HIV-positive patients to HIV-negative. The possibility to relieve pain and discomfort. The possibility of rehabilitating working ability. The possibility of improving people's competency as parents. The possibility of improving working efficiency through development of talent. The possibility of helping people to be happy in spite of difficult circumstances and challenges.
Holistic education encompasses a wide range of philosophical orientations and pedagogical practices. Its focus is on wholeness, and it attempts to avoid excluding any significant aspects of the human experience. It is an eclectic and inclusive movement whose main characteristic is the idea that educational experiences foster a less materialistic and a more spiritual worldview along with more dynamic and holistic views of reality. It also proposes that educational experience promote a more balanced development of and cultivate the relationship among the different aspects of the individual, intellectual, physical, spiritual, emotional, social and aesthetic, as well as the relationships between the individual and other people, the individual and natural environment, the inner self of students and external world, emotion and reason, different discipline of knowledge and different form of knowing. Holistic education is concerned with life experience, not with narrowly defined basic skills. And holistic education is a fairly new movement, which began to take form as a recognizable field of study and practice in North America. It emerged as a response to the dominant worldview of mainstream education, often referred to the mechanistic worldview. Rather than attempting to provide a model of education, holistic education seeks to challenge the fragmented, reductionistic assumptions of mainstream culture and education. In other words, Holistic education is concerned with underlying worldviews or paradigms in an attempt to transform the foundations of education. Holistic education is not to be defined as a particular method or technique. It must be seen as a paradigm, a set of basic assumptions and principles that can be applied in diverse ways. Holistic education addresses the broadest development of the whole person. It aims for the fullest possible human development, enabling a person to become the very best or finest that they can be and develop fully those capacities that together make up a human being. A main element of holistic education is its focus on the interconnectedness of experience and reality. Holistic education attempts to develop a pedagogy that is interconnected and dynamic, and thus is in harmony with the cosmos. In contrast, much of traditional education tends to be static and fragmented, ultimately promoting alienation and suffering in others. Holistic education focuses on the relationship between the whole and the part and suggests that teaching and learning approaches need to be rooted in a larger vision. Within this holistic perspective, the student is positioned as an active, participatory. The holistic vision includes a sense of the whole person and environment. Holistic education frequently claims that it wants to educate the whole child, all parts of the child, educate the student as a whole and not an assemblage of parts. See the child as part of a whole society, humanity, the environment, some spiritual whole, from which it is not meaningful to extract the student. Holistic education challenges the present approach to education and its obsessive focus on standards and testing. Holistic educators see this approach as reflecting a materialist and consumerist culture that has reduced schooling to the training of individuals to compete and consume in the global marketplace. The present thrust can be seen as abandoning any attempt to educate the whole human being. It reduces schooling to training for the workplace that can be easily assessed through standardized tests. Holistic educators are convinced that the further evolution of civilization and human consciousness requires a renewed measure of respect and reverence for the inner life of the growing person. Holistic education provides students with a sense of meaning and order to things. By introducing students to a holistic view of the planet, life on Earth, holistic strategies enable students to perceive and understand the various contexts which shape and give meaning to life. Holistic education is a journey for both the educator and the student. For both, the nature of holistic education can change as they each progress through the program and draw different experiences from it. The process of holistic education must therefore be flexible and dynamic to accommodate these personal differences and influences. Differences in the rate of personal progression. The holistic ideal can be traced back to indigenous cultures. In general, the Aboriginal or indigenous person sees the earth and the universe as infused with meaning, and holistic educators
but they can go on sci-fi, on the Sci-Fi Channel, and show homosexual sex happening on national television and get away with it, alright? What they believe is okay, but what you believe isn't okay. And this stuff is happening even on YouTube. It's happening on YouTube, it's happening on television, It's happening on freaking video games. You're like, I like to play video games, and I play Elder Scrolls. Now, all of a sudden, homosexual characters are being brought into the video game. Which, to me, that's ridiculous. What does that have to do with a video game? But it's very important because your kids watch that, okay? And your kids have to be taught for at least 20 years. A person needs to be taught that this is the right way of thinking and that is the wrong way of thinking. Now, if you want them to believe that homosexuality is the way that you have to accept and it's just the way it is, then you start teaching them at a young age that this is the way it is and this is the right way. It's called subversion. And they've been doing it for a while now. And that's what I'm talking about. These media sources, I'm talking about Fox, I'm talking about MSNBC, I'm talking about ABC, all of them, okay? They are corrupt media sources. They've been that way for years. It goes according to their political party and their agenda. They are not going to tell you anything that is outside of their belief systems, okay? The truth. It's always going to be slanted according to their ideologies. And that's the way it's become. It's not real news, okay? And to be honest, I don't know for sure if there ever really was real news, because it's all about propaganda, and propaganda goes all the way back. They've been doing it since, the days of Shakespeare, when England had its revolution. They shut down all the playhouses and everything all over London for like 6 months, so people didn't go to the playhouses. So the whole idea was to bring information and media outputs, to bring them under control, and that's what they do. They in order for a group to subvert or to change a society, they have to first take control of the media sources. Now, with that, I want to also start talking about censorship of the internet and all outlet sources, okay? You can see it now if you look at it. You take a look at, like, with me and what I've been going through when it comes to my streaming, okay? Now, I've racked my head over I beat myself in the head with a rock for well over 2 years trying to figure out how to stream, get good video, and how to get good audio. And the one thing that I failed to do is, to me, the hardest thing, and I failed to do it, and I kept trying to go and do alternatives, and it didn't work. Nothing I did worked. I even turned around and changed over to Linux, which was a horrible nightmare for me. I thought audio and doing video was hard when it came to Windows. Linux is a whole new freaking universe, and I went and I did that, and it still didn't help. So what I finally did is I had to tackle it, and I went and I did what originally I should have done. I checked my upload speed, okay, and I found out that my upload speed is less than 1 megabyte per second. Now, I'm not talking about my download speed, okay? When you download something from the internet onto your computer, that's different from your upload speed, which uploads information up to the internet. Now, on average, for a good stream, you have to have at least 3 megabytes per second. I'm getting 600 to 700 kilobytes per second, okay? That is a little bit over a half a megabyte. And I had to go and learn how to adjust my settings on my OBS and on YouTube and on all the other output Facebook and everything, all my other outlet sources, my platforms. And I after that, I finally started catching on and figuring out what it is that I needed to do. But the whole thing is, okay, this stuff is being done for a reason. They're pushing up the price for actually streaming so that not everybody has access or the ability to stream, okay? If you want to stream something good, that means that you have to go out and you have to pay $1,200 to $1,600 for all the equipment that you're going to need. Now, that brings down the amount of people who are actually getting on the internet and streaming and telling, making videos like this, or gaming videos, or any kind of videos whatsoever. And it also creates revenue for these internet providers, or not internet, the like YouTube or Facebook and all of them, you know what I mean? Because they are making it to where these electronics are being bought and sold. Not only that, but you have, again, besides censorship, okay, of the internet, because YouTube doesn't want everybody streaming, right? They're already going through and they're censoring everybody that they feel inappropriate off of their platform, and their monetization is also becoming politically correct. If you say or do anything that is against their ideologies, like if you say things mean about homosexuals or about black people, or if you say anything bad about their political views, like being a progressive or Democrat or socialist or any of that, then you could possibly be kicked off YouTube or not be monetized. So they're taking control of that in that sense too. I don't know 100% if that's happening with the monetization, but I'm pretty sure it is, and that's what it's rotating around, because they really don't want you. And I also believe that they've caved into the corporate internet provider, or internet, and what I mean by that is, back in the day when internet first started out, a lot of the people who started internet wanted it to be free and open to everybody, to where it was a free way of exchanging ideas and you didn't have to pay for it, And as time went by, these corporations started figuring out that there's money to be made in it. Now, with these cable corporations, that's what I want to get into next, is after a while, the music industry became a problem. They lost tons and tons of money because people went to the internet for their music instead of going down to the store and buying a CD. After a huge drop in sales with the music industry, it started affecting the cable corporations. Okay, and these cable corporations, they started getting nervous, so they pretty much went to war with the with the internet. And what happened is they started censoring what the internet could broadcast on the internet with like their shows and stuff like that. You had some some networks that would let you, air, or let companies like Hulu and Netflix and all of them air their television shows, but then some couldn't. And they did that on purpose because they knew that eventually internet television was going to take over, and they began to do that stuff. Now, with a lot of this censorship, you can pretty much bet that these cable companies they know that eventually it's all going to be internet TV. So what they've done is they've gone in and they've bought it up. Okay, like now the cable companies own Verizon, they own AT&T, all of that. And when you watch TV, you see these ads on the commercials where, yes, you get Verizon and we'll give you 1 or 2 years free Hulu, all you want to watch. And there's a reason for that. It's because they went in, they bought Verizon, and then they bought Hulu, and now they can make money off of it. And when the transition comes to where the cable corporations have to go all the way to internet television, they've got it set up. In the process, they're going through and they are censoring what can and cannot be put on the internet. And this is happening it's not happening overnight. It's happening slowly as time goes by. Now, in my opinion, what I feel is this: companies like Hulu and YouTube and all these platforms that are kissing their butts because they want to get as much money as they can until that day happens. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about the people who are on their channels broadcasting their own videos, because eventually what they're going to do is they're going to switch over to YouTube TV and YouTube Red and YouTube Premium, and nobody's going to be streaming their material on YouTube anymore. It's just not going to happen. So they're going to go corporate, and it's going to be all about money. If you want to watch YouTube, you have to pay for it. You have to pay for YouTube TV, you have to pay for YouTube Red, whatever, but there won't be just YouTube. And that, to me, is what it is. I used to believe in net neutrality, okay? And the reason why I believed in net neutrality was because of companies like the cable corporations and slowdowns with these internet providers slowing you down. And they do that on purpose because of streamers. If you use a certain amount a month on bandwidth and you want more, you have to pay by the block. So that means if you run out, they slow you down as slow as they can, and you have to buy 50 gigabytes for $10. Now, you pay that, you get 50 gigabytes for $10 until the end of the month. Now, I went to Mediacom, I was with Mediacom, and they started doing that. And this is during the time of net neutrality, okay? And they were slowing me down, and I go, well, what about net neutrality? Oh, this has nothing to do with net neutrality. We're legally able to do this. So they turn around and they charge me $10 for 50 gigabytes, and at the end of the month you'd think they'd at least roll over the extra gigabytes, but no, they didn't. They started it right back from the beginning, and that $10 just went right down the drain. And they're getting away with this, and they've been getting away with this the whole time that I was supporting net neutrality. While it was going on, they were doing this. They did it with them, and then they did it with HughesNet too. See, HughesNet, they don't have a hard, what is it? They call it a hard limit. Now, hard limit is when you hit that limit, you're cut off the internet, period. They don't have that. What they got is once you hit your limit, they slow you down.
That's until they figure out that freaking the AI is gonna screw shit up, and they're gonna have to go in and edit
until the executives decide that it's cheaper to use these artificial intelligence frameworks
No.
instead of employers,
Do you remember
instead of developers.
how much code have you had to freaking clean up, dude?
In the past, quite a bit, especially when it comes to HTML and CSS.
So you don't think this AI is going to freaking generate a bunch of garbage freaking code that's going to have to be cleaned up?
Then you get another framework that will clean it up for them.
See, that's insane. That's just insane thinking, dude. You know, I mean, from my point of view, that is horrible thinking. Like, you really support that?
And before we know it, the end of humanity.
Well, that is definitely going to come. I do believe in the rise of the machine. I believe that frickin' the robot is going to frickin' try to overpower humanity and bring us to our end in a horrible, apocalyptic kind of way. But the cool thing is we are going to have sex bots before that happens. So it's going to be...
Maybe. What if it's the sex bots that will turn on us?
I guarantee you that's the ones that are going to... Because they're going to get tired of our shit first. That's actually a good thing that you brought that up, because I do think that's going to end up being the problem. So...
yeah.
Now, AI bots are employed to identify bugs, glitches, and balance issues faster than traditional QA teams. Now, Unisoft's Common Assault uses machine learning to predict code errors before they happen. Do you think that's possible?
What?
To predict
Catch something before it's happened.
To predict.
Well, I can predict it's going to rain tomorrow.
No. Do you predict there's going
to... I've got my umbrella already prepared for tomorrow.
Do you predict that there's going to be code errors before they happen, though?
That's the same... Well, that's the same thing as my analogy.
Well, for me, what I get out of it is code is constantly upgrading. So no matter what, 2 years from now, frickin' the code that's being used today is going to be outdated, and you're going to have to update it with new code.
Is that though?
Well, look at...
Really...
I know that is true, because like here recently I've tried to get back into code, which I need to do a lot more of. And like from what it was 3 or 4 years ago when I stopped doing it to now, it's freaking a nightmare, and it's just like learning all over again. That's how much I've lost because I didn't keep coding, and there's been a lot of changes. A lot of my older code is outdated, and I have to go in and I have to change it because it's outdated.
I suppose it depends on language and techniques, but as a broad sort of statement, I can see it being updated. Individual languages might have new changes, and you might swap from one language to another language, and
well, commands too. Like when you want a car to explode in a computer freaking simulation, and the old code doesn't work anymore, you got to find out what the new code is that goes with it. And 9 times out of 10, it was changed because there was an update that made that command not freaking work anymore. You know what I mean? It's outdated.
I mean, as an example, on one of Jaffe's, that project in Jaffe, in relation to his website, that required an iframe on his site, which I added last week, and it's the same sort of code that I used, 15 odd years ago. well, similar sort of concept. It was
Yeah.
still a standard iframe tag.
Yeah. So that's my whole thing about it. You know what I'm saying? It's just to me, the whole thing about like predicting code errors like before they happen. That doesn't seem to be anything really impressive because like, well, I mean,
Yeah.
not unless they can predict freaking what the new updates for coding is going to be, if there's going to be changes in commands and stuff like that. But I doubt if that's going to happen. Not unless they're using some kind of time traveling device.
Also, what is considered an error? Sure, specific syntax could be incorrect, but if you want your code to do something instead of something else, then is that an error?
Yeah. Well, I mean, besides the coding, like they're also talking about NPCs are supposed to be become more smarter and responsive because of AI. And I've already discussed the whole thing about the freaking deep fakes on YouTube. If you ever go on there, you'll notice that they've got them all over the place. You know.
Again, not really sort of the content I'm generally watching, right?
You know, so and it just to me, from what I've seen of it, most of it is all looping. And if it's not looping, it's like you got like shitloads of computer or graphic errors all over the place. Like these guys think it's cool that frickin' a horse with Donald Trump or Elon Musk is on it, and the horse just collapses and gets sucked into the sand. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, that's a freaking glitch. That's not freaking actually cool. You know what I mean? That's the computer graphics literally screwing up. You know what I mean? And they love it. They love it to death, but they don't understand that this is freaking horrible graphics. That's not what the AI is supposed to.
Horrible coding of graphics.
Yeah, right. And that's the best. Well, I mean, they're the ones creating the freaking graphics. So, but yeah, you know, I mean, horrible coding, horrible graphics, everything. That's not cool. You know what I mean? It's not cool. It's actually, it's bad that these freaking computer programs are doing that shit, and it's all over the place, man. And they just love it.
It's not bad if it's intended.
Well, I doubt if that shit's intended, to be honest with you. I mean, to be honest with you, I doubt it. There's no way somebody's stupid enough to make freaking computer graphics do some of the stuff that's done on there. They got that one guy from what's his name? The guy that rules in North Korea. I forgot his name.
Dear leader, Kim.
He's the one that everybody picks on.
Yeah.
And he's in a trailer park. He's in him and Elon Musk and Donald Trump are all living in a trailer park and shit. And then he's got bombs set up all over the place, and he's blowing shit up. Now, some of that could be intentional. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? So, they're all like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes and shit, and all of this stuff is like garbage freaking graphics, and these guys just love it. They think it's the best thing in the world, you know. And I'm like, no, dude, that's not good. And now they're wanting to put that shit into computer games or into NPCs on video games.
If people like it, then I'm not judge of other people's taste.
You know, but but I do have to admit, I have been watching some of Satori's AI, and he does put together some pretty good content. You know what I mean? Like if you go in there and you watch his, it's clean. Well, most of it is. A lot of it is. I'd say about 98% of what he puts on there is clean, but he pays for it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
His isn't free AI from what I've seen. So, but what he does put out is actually good stuff. So they came out with the Xenomorphs on Alien Isolation. I don't know if you ever heard of that game before, but the Xenomorphs.
Yeah, I know Xenomorphs, but I just not familiar with that specific game.
The Xenomorphs, they actually learn from the player's actions. So basically, every time you do something, it's going to be learning from your actions and changing according to the game. Now they're also going, or I guess they did introduce the Nemesis system in Middle Earth: Shadow of Mordor. You ever
The
played?
Nemesis system being.
Now the enemies, they remember like past encounters,
Okay.
and they're calling this the Nemesis system. And they're supposed to adapt to like the player's strategies and stuff of that nature. So that could be interesting if they can pull that off. But like I said, I see a lot of I see a lot of crap there. You know what I mean? Because like from what I've gotten from everything that I've done on that, first of all, the game lies to you. That's the one thing that really gets to me. And I don't know if it's intentional or if it's just really, really stupid. You know?
What do you mean lies? Lies as in?
Well, I didn't want to bring everything out, you know, on here. I mean, I wanted to do it on Tech Talk, but when I turn around and I have it write like a story for me, I'll ask it to write a 3,000 word story. And this program will straight up freaking make a 1,200 word story and then tell me it's a 3,000 story when I know damn well it's not a freaking 3,000. You know what I mean? And I've tested it out multiple times to see if it does it, and it does it every freaking time, dude. And it's notorious for doing that shit. So these people are freaking on there and they're making these stories and they're wanting it to be certain amount of words within that story, and it's not doing it for them. It's giving them like freaking 1,200 words. You know, well, like on video games, okay, like right here on video games, it's another good example. If you ask them to give you some information concerning video games, they will, and the reason why I know this is because I've tested it. They will give you just a load full of shit, dude. They will tell you that they will tell you that frickin' Skyrim is coming out with a new fucking game, dude. Like Skyrim 6, I think it is. Okay, when in fact,
Skyrim was a title of a specific single game.
No, Elder Scrolls. I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got me there. But you know what I mean? They will point blank do shit like that. I mean, they turn around and did that. I had to actually fact check on a fucking AI, dude. You know what I mean? Everybody's talking shit about all of us needing to be fact checked. It's bad enough when you have to freaking fact checked in an AI to make sure it's not lying, giving you bad.
Yes, I know. What's the old saying in the industry? Garbage in, garbage out.
yeah. Now, it just, you know, and that's something that I did. Like I said, I didn't want to bring up until then, but I guess. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Gaming with Infamous. I'm Infamous OG 1973 and today we are going to be going over we're going to go over gaming, basically, is what it is. Now, this is going to be my last gaming video for a while, for this year. I may start up a new season, I may not, but right now I wanted to kind of go over and review some of the stuff that was covered earlier, and kind of get some information out on some of the stuff I reviewed after we have been doing a lot of these conversations about the tech side of gaming and things of that nature, because that's the one thing I do have a problem with when it comes to like the media and stuff. If you go on and you watch a lot of this news and the broadcasts and everything like that, you'll notice that they'll come out with some kind of news, but they'll never do a follow-up, you know what I mean? Like, what happened to the story after they did it, you know? So that's one thing that I wanted to do in all of my streams. Like, if I bring up a topic or a subject, I'd like to go and revisit it after a certain amount of time, and then see what other new stuff that I find out and I come up with when I do that. So after I did some of these topics, there were parts that stuck out to me. I still haven't been able to figure out the tournaments that I mentioned before, who won them. That's something that I've noticed they haven't mentioned much on with it when it comes to that. But there were a lot of good things that we were discussing that I wanted to go back and review when it comes to game clouding specifically. Also, there's things that we were discussing when it comes to artificial intelligence. That's something else that I thought would be interesting to revisit and to go through. And you know, there's a couple of other things that we could have gone through and discussed too, but I wanted to bring some things that stood out to me out into this episode and kind of finish it off. Now, before I do that, I do want to say that eventually I would like to get an interview for Gaming with Infamous from Nostalgia Gaming. He's starting his season 5 for Nostalgia Gaming Retro. That's Rapid Glitch. And I told him that I'd like to have him come on and maybe do an interview and everything, kind of give a plug out for his channel so that we can find out what's going on with him for season 5. He said he can do it, but like scheduling is a big issue. I told him that maybe we could do a pre-recording and I could put it out that way. That way we can at least get a little bit of advertisement out for him, because he's a good gamer, you know, and everybody that knows him likes him. So eventually that's one thing that I will have available coming out. So with that, let me go ahead and let's start the show. Now, first, what I want to go back and discuss again is NVIDIA GeForce Now, and kind of cover that and let everybody know a little bit more about that. Now, most people do know about NVIDIA, and NVIDIA GeForce is the GPU that they have out for most modern computers. Now, GeForce Now, NVIDIA GeForce Now is a cloud gaming server that allows users to play games on various devices, you know, without needing high-end hardware. So, like with me, you know, I've had to go and I've had to build my computer so that I could have the high-end hardware to go with it, so that I could play games that are way faster than what an ordinary computer could handle. So the cloud gaming services are supposed to allow you to be able to do that without having to have high-end gaming. And my computer, believe it or not, isn't really that powerful. It's stronger than the average one that you get out of the store, don't get me wrong, but it's not really all that powerful. You can actually get stronger computers that can do more. But basically, that's what NVIDIA GeForce Now is good. It is supposed to be good for. It leverages NVIDIA's powerful servers to stream games directly to your device, and that's basically what it is. And it's supposed to be high performance. It's supposed to give you a high performance gaming experience. I've never gotten into going in and paying for services though, so like subscribing on a monthly basis and paying a certain amount of money just is something I really don't agree with. I don't like that idea. So that's one issue that I've had when it comes to doing stuff of this nature. They've also mentioned, like, they can keep maintenance in the background for the games rather than sending, updates whenever you come online like they do with other services. But I don't know. I don't know if that is actually a better way of doing stuff when it comes to money, money-wise. Like, that's the reasoning behind them saying that it's better to get cloud gaming rather than to do it where you can get online and just sign in and stuff of that nature, because they don't have to do the updates and everything. I don't know. It's something I've actually wanted to have a conversation with more people than just me and Mark about that, to see what everybody else's take is on that. So if anybody's ever interested in maybe coming on to the show and having conversations concerning that topic, I would love to do that. Now, as well as that, GeForce Now also is supposed to enable users to stream games from the cloud, which eliminates the need for expensive gaming PCs. You know what I mean? Like I just discovered. But it processes the information, and it's handled by NVIDIA servers, and the output is then streamed to your device, and then back and forth, vice versa. So you've got all of the information that's being processed back and forth from these servers. So NVIDIA has servers set up all over the place where it processes it for you. Now, the wide dot also is available not just on like PCs, but it's available on PCs, Macs, Android devices. They also have it for like iOS devices, which is browsers. And NVIDIA Shield TV, it supports like low-end hardware as long as there's a stable internet connection. So you have to have a good internet connection to do this. And one thing that I do have to tell you, and a lot of people overlook this, they go out and they build these high-end computers, and they think that these high-end computers are going to help them out so much, but then they finally do it and they get on the internet and they find out that their internet provider sucks. And they can't provide them with what they need for the things that they're wanting to do. So when if you do this, take that into consideration too. You know what I mean? You're going to have to also check out your internet provider and find out if you have a good provider that's able to handle the things that you're wanting to do, especially when it comes to gaming. That's a really big deal. Now, instead of offering its own game library, GeForce Now integrates with your existing game stores, and that's game stores like Steam, Epic Game Stores, and a galaxy of games. And I think they also have Ubisoft Connect, where you can play games you already own on your platforms. Now, when it comes to that too, I wonder if they possibly do that with like games that are installed on your computer. I don't know for sure if they do, but it would be interesting to find out. I do like the idea though that they interact with game platforms like Steam and Epic Games, because I do have games on there, and Galaxy GOG. I've never used Ubisoft Connect, so I don't know exactly how all of that works. I've even heard that like there's a way of streaming straight off of my computer without having to use OBS or anything of that nature, and I still don't know for sure what that entails, so for me, I'm a pioneer. I consider myself a pioneer in this great game of life where everything's cool, and I'm learning how to be a gamer. But all of this stuff is basically new for me when it comes to doing stuff like that, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not going to say for sure if they or like I don't know anything when it comes to Ubisoft and using the equipment that's on my computer and stuff. I know what I'm good with. I'm good with OBS, and now apparently I'm using Beam, and I'm using Rumble Studio to run my streams on multiple platforms without using my OBS or my computer. So it's a new experience for me. That's kind of how I progress in things. But I do play video games, and I do make live streams. So we'll find out how well this stuff works out, because I'm not buying it, dude. That's just how I roll, man. I'm not buying it. I have to be convinced that what people are saying is the real deal, you know what I mean? So that's basically how I usually do it. If you can talk until you're blue in the face, but until I get on there and I try it out for myself, I don't buy into it, and that's just the way I've been. Now with performance, NVIDIA servers are supposed to provide access to RTX graphics. It includes features like ray tracing and DLSS for supported games. It's supposed to give you high quality visuals and like a smooth gameplay, but I'm not really that impressed with like ray tracing. My son, he's really big on it, and I can see how it is cool, because I've done a bit of ray tracing when it comes to computer graphics on Blender and also on Inkscape and things of that nature, working with the lighting and everything. So I do understand in that aspect where it all comes in and stuff, but I'm really an RGB kind of guy, you know what I mean? I really enjoy skylights that are rendered in RGB, and like Valheim has some of the beautifulest skylines, you know what I mean? And I love how they blend the colors in to make it look realistic, but it's still RGB. Yeah, I just enjoy that stuff so much more. I'm not into the whole cartoony thing, don't get me wrong, but at the same time I really do like how they do the RGB in situations like that. So that's just my take on it. Now they do have membership options too with NVIDIA, and it's got a free tier which has limited it's limited to 1 hour gaming sessions, and it also does give you like access to standard servers, but it's only like limited to like 1 hour gaming. Then you have priority tiers, which is longer game sessions, and that is what includes the RTX on support and priority access to servers. Then after that you have the ultimate tier, and that has the highest tier, which offers access to servers powered by RTX 4080 GPUs, and then also it has up to a 4K resolution at 120 frames per second. It's supposed to have the best performance too. But see, this also breaks down into what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? Like, you get the free tier with limited 1 hour gaming sessions. And of course, you can pay for the priority tiers, you know, so, or the ultimate tier. So it just, to me, a lot of it appears to be a moneymaker and nothing more, you know. I'm one of those guys who don't like the idea of getting rid of downloads for your games. Like, I enjoy the fact that I have a download version of Elder Scrolls Skyrim or Elder Scrolls Online on my computer. I don't. It's cool that I have it on Steam, you know, but at the same time, I'd like to have a copy of it on my computer so that I can play it whenever I want to, and I don't end up getting in trouble on any certain platform and get scolded for it and end up not being able to play a game that I've been paying for to play, you know. So it's just, for me, that's a thought when it comes to that. Now, when it comes to cross-platform saves, games support cross-platform saves if the game itself offers that feature, okay? Which also allows you to switch devices seamlessly, so that might be something there. I also don't know about all that either, because like on Minecraft, I like to clone shit, and there's certain games where it's kind of cool when you can get two people on two separate devices that can clone shit back and forth. I'm a bad boy. I'm a bad boy gamer. I like to do stuff that's, you know, just not recommended by the frickin' PlayStation or Xbox community. Things that bad boys do. My name's Infamous OG 1973, you see. That's the way we roll up in here. So, killing is my business, and business is good. That's right. That's right. I said it. So with low latency too, they're also supposed to be, or GeoForce now uses advanced technology that is supposed to minimize input lag for the games. It's supposed to be providing a response gaming experience, a responsive one, where freaking, like, if you're in a competitive game and you have to make quick decisions and the other guys have to see what you're doing and you have to see what they're doing, then the response is quick, you know. So that's basically what it's supposed to be. We went over this before, and like the latency and stuff like that is something that cloud gaming is supposed to be really supposed to be good at doing. Now the part that really gets me is when they start talking about benefits. Like, they've been putting out this thing where it's cost effective, you know, with the benefits. They say it eliminates the need to upgrade hardware frequently, but I mean, that's not really true. If I'm paying a monthly subscription fee, or, you know, I'm having to pay for like higher tiers in order to get more gameplay, which, don't get me wrong, an hour a day shouldn't be a problem for somebody who just plays around every once in a while, you know. But a lot of the guys that I know, they just love to sit and play for hours on video games. So in order for them to actually get a good gaming experience, they're going to have to pay that extra. Like, because I can tell you, at least 70-80% of the people I know in gaming, they don't just play an hour of gaming and just walk away from it. So that's something that I don't buy into. Now, they claim that it also has the benefits of allowing gaming on older or non-gaming devices. Okay, but they also say that you have to make sure that the internet connection is sufficient. I don't know that for sure. I don't know. I know that like Steam is starting to be more emulator friendly when it comes to games that are not necessarily out in the stores or nothing anymore. I know that they're more emulator friendly, but I don't know for sure when it comes to like platforms that are cloud gaming if they're emulator friendly like that or not. And plus, I mean, I don't like the idea of freaking sharing with these platforms that I'm using emulators to play games, you know, because that goes back to what I was saying in previous episodes about the VCR, and I know that sounds cheesy, but like with the VCRs, when we had those, you could record stuff off TV, and those were untraceable because of the tape. Okay, now they phased that out, and they gave us digital. So now you have digital, and everything can be traced according to copyright and all this shit. Whereas before they couldn't do it with the VCR. Now they're trying to get everybody to where they're freaking using emulators on these platforms, and it seems like another gimmick to where they could get a little bit more management going on with the emulators. So, I mean, even though I could probably go on to cloud gaming and play emulator games with one another, I don't know if I would want to do that because let's just face it, some of these ROMs are done illegally. You know, I know that for me, if I wanted to use a ROM with an emulator, that would be fine if I created it myself. But if I went on a website that freaking was selling it, and I or not selling it, or just giving it away, and I downloaded it onto my computer and then played it, then I'm breaking the law. You know. But if I paid for that disc and I burned it and made my own ROM out of it, then that's perfectly fine. I can do it that way. You know, so and you don't know who it is that or what's going on with those ROMs and stuff with the people that you're playing with. I mean, so you really will be taking a big chance. And that's just my take on it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to like get more into all of that other than what I've just said. Now that is the one thing that I do have a problem with. And then they also talk about instant access. You know, the benefits of being on cloud this is what is it? I keep saying cloud gaming, and it's actually more precise. It's NVIDIA or GeForce now. You know, it's instant access. Now, the thing about the instant access thing is the fact that there's no need for downloads or installation. You know, you can just start playing almost immediately. That's what I just mentioned. You know, I actually like the idea of downloading and stuff of that nature, so I have no problem with it. Now, with NVIDIA, now the internet requirement, or the requirements for that is you have to have at least 15 millibytes for 720p at 60 frames per second, and 25 millibytes per second for like 1080p at 60 frames per second. Now for 4K, a higher speed connection is required, so you're going to have a higher speed connection as well for anything that's above 60 frames per second. So if you have 60 frames at 720, that's going to be 15 megabytes per second. And if you have a 60 frames per second at 1080, that's going to be 25 megabytes per second. So, and then the 4K goes up even higher than that. So that's something that you should know ahead of time. Now, according to them, their challenges that they're having with this is they have internet dependency. You know, a stable, high-speed internet connection is crucial. You know, but any interruptions or latency issues that can affect game quality. Now, that's one thing that you need to understand too, like with any kind of latency or any kind of interruptions, like the internet going off or something of that nature, that's gonna affect it. Now, that is true. Your internet connection is crucial when it comes to this. So if you have frequent internet outages or something of that nature, it's something that you might want to think of too. So not all games are supported on the platform when it comes to game availability either, and we are talking about the NVIDIA now, so that's what I'm talking about. Just understand that not all games are supported on the platform. Now, and the library depends on publishers allowing their games to be streamed, basically. So if they don't allow NVIDIA now to or if they don't GeForce now, if they don't allow GeForce now to stream on the game on their platform, then they're not going to be able to do that. And I've been doing a big thing on that too, with all of the things that took place in Europe when it came to Xbox and their transactions when it came to Modern Warfare and all of that. And that was one thing that they said that they had issues with when it came to Xbox taking priority over the game and what console or anything that could be used to play those games. And the more I go through this, the more I think about it, is that they can do the same thing when it comes to cloud gaming too. Like, I mean, there's not just one gaming cloud that everybody gets on and they play games. There's actually quite a few of them. So that's something that really struck me when I thought about it. You know what I mean? Now also there's issues with hardware as well. Basic devices can run the service, but for the rest of the experience, a wired connection or 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi is recommended. So that is one thing that needs to be understood. Also, there is session limits. The free tier limits session length, like what I was saying, and high tiers. You need to understand that they all come with a subscription cost. Okay. Okay, so just understand that, and I've pretty much already gone over that. Now, after that, I wanted to dive more into NVIDIA, and I wanted to talk about NVIDIA's A100s, A100 GPUs. Now, these are the GPUs that are used when it comes to the servers like where these platforms have their servers that takes the stress off of your computer and puts it on them, okay? Now, according to what I went over, it says that the NVIDIA A1600 GPU is what was being used, or GPUs is what was being used, so I wanted to kind of discuss that. Now, the NVIDIA A100 GPUs is a high-performance accelerator designed for demanding workloads in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and high-performance computing. Now, it is part of NVIDIA's Ampere architecture and is widely used in data centers and enterprise environments. Now, I really did not go and check out Ampere architecture, the Ampere architecture, but I really should have. I did get a little bit of information about it, though. The key features for it is the Ampere architecture, and that's the A100 is what the A100 is built on, which is NVIDIA's Ampere architecture. It's supposed to offer significant performance improvements over previous generations like the Volta-based V100. It includes advanced features such as the tensor cores, and that's the third generation, and multi-instance GPU, which is the MIG. That's the multi-instant technology. So you have the MIG. Now, I did want to go further into the tensor. That's actually tensor cores are actually pretty interesting. I did grab some information on that, and I wanted to cover that in this episode. So that is one thing that I do want to go over. Now, when it comes to performance, the A100s are designed for massive computational tasks. Now, the A100 delivers up to 20 times the performance of its processor for AI and HP workloads. It supports FP64, double precision, FP32, which is single precision, and TF32, which is tensor float, and mixed precision computing. Now, tensor cores, the third generation of tensor cores, they accelerate AI operations, including training and inference for deep learning models. They also supported a new format called Tensor Float 32, which is TF32, which improves throughput for AI workloads while maintaining accuracy. So not only are they freaking improving the throughput for AI workloads, but they're maintaining accuracy while they're doing it. So after that, let's talk about multi-instance GPU, which is MIG. Now, it's a single A100 GPU can be partitioned into up to 7 independent instances, allowing multiple users or workloads to run simultaneous. This makes it ideal for shared environments or multi-tenant data centers. So basically, what that has to do is each instance is broken down, okay, into different tiers, basically. And I know I'm probably saying that wrong. It has independent instances, basically, is what it is. So it creates multiple workloads, no matter what it is. It could be multiple users or multiple workloads and stuff of that nature. So that's something that is actually pretty interesting when it comes to that. And it's like I said, I do want to go back over some of this and do it. It's supposed to also work with, it's supposed to be ideal for like shared environments or multi-tenant data centers. So that's something that I thought would be pretty cool. Now, its memory is equipped with 40 gigabytes or 80 gigabytes of high bandwidth memory, which is HBM2E. The A100 offers up to 2 terabytes of memory bandwidth, enabling it to handle large data sets efficiently. Now, these are supposed to be the high scale end GPUs too, so just understand that this isn't the kind of GPU that you would just go and put into your computer and run it off of that. These are pretty high end. Now, when it comes to scalability, it supports NVIDIA NVLink and NVSwitch for multiple GPU setups, which enables seamless communication between GPUs in large-scale systems. The scalability makes it suitable for supercomputing applications, and that would be stuff like handling the stress when it comes to latency, because you got to realize they're dealing with not just one user but a whole lot of users, so they have to do that on top of the AI and things of that nature. So this would actually be really, really good when it comes to scalability. And plus, what we were talking about with the multi-instance GPU, the MIGs, that right there is what kind of impressed me when we went over this stuff, because when I first started doing the streams on this and going through this, I really wanted to hate cloud gaming, but the more I kept reading into it, the more I noticed that this really isn't that bad of a deal if it was actually real, you know what I mean? If they are actually given what they're offering, then yeah, this isn't bad at all, I don't think. So that's something that really stuck out to me. I don't know what anybody else's take on that is, but I've actually gone in and I looked at the data and stuff like that, and it was actually pretty good. I keep getting a bunch of spammers on Kick. This is like it is on Rumble, but it's pretty bad when they keep just coming in on your stream as well into the comment sections. Now, I don't see you're streaming a lot, but yeah, it's still not affiliated. Yeah, I guess I should be affiliated, whatever. So with all of that, I'll go ahead and move on to the next subject. Scalability is what I just covered. Now I want to talk about the applications. Now, that would involve AI and deep learning. Now that's supposed to accelerate model training and inference for applications like natural language processing, computer vision, and recommendation systems. It's also supposed to be good with HPC, power simulations in fields like climate modeling, genomics, and computational fluid dynamics, things of that nature. Now, just so that I can keep you guys aware, we are still on the topic of NVIDIA A100. So with this, let me point out that I'm not just talking about gaming either. This is like applications where these GPUs can be put into play. So not only is it like deep learning and AI, but it's also with power simulations in fields like climate modeling, genomics, and computational fluid dynamics that it can be used in. Then you have data analytics, which it can be used in, which handles large-scale data processes for businesses, intelligence, and real-time analytics and stuff of that nature, which maybe that would probably be even a good way of implementing it into like security systems and stuff like that when it comes to computer security and preventing hackers from stealing data, things of that nature. It sounds pretty fast, to be honest. So after that, I want to also mention, the power efficiency of this. Now, the A100 is designed to deliver high performance per watt, which is supposed to be making it energy efficient for large-scale deployments. And that goes back to what I was talking about. Like, they're dealing with like millions and millions of people that are getting on these games. So these GPUs are set up inside of where the servers are, and their job is to take pressure off of these servers and be able to make it to where it can run efficiently and in a large scale. So that's basically what it's supposed to be doing. It's designed to deliver high performance per watt. So for every inch of wattage that it's using, it's going to be delivering, that high performance to the best of its ability, basically. Now, the common use cases, you get that in data centers. A100 GPUs are like a backbone for like modern data centers. It's supposed to enable like efficient AI and HPC workloads. So that's one area. Now you also have AI research, which it's widely used in like training cutting edge AI models for industries such as healthcare, finance, and autonomous vehicles, basically. I have, where it's vehicles that drive themselves, basically, like Tesla and all of that. So that's the one thing that you have when it comes to the common use cases. That's where this is being used at most of the time. It also supports large-scale analytics and real-time data processing. Like I said, and that's basically for like business operations. Now, the cost is basically what the limitations for this is. Now, the A1 is a premium product, and you have to remember that. And with it being a premium product for mostly businesses, the pricing reflects that, and it also reflects like its advanced capabilities and stuff of that nature. But mostly, you need to realize that this is for business. It's not for, like I said, sitting down and hooking it up to your computer. Now, if you think that you can use it on your computer, give it a try, see if it works. I don't know. But the cost is going to be a lot. So besides that, you have to worry about the power requirements. These also require significant power, and it also has to have a power and cooling infrastructure. Okay, so that's why it's best suited for professional and enterprise environments. There's places within these businesses and enterprises where they've got like a room singled off to where the temperature never rises above like 60 degrees, maybe even cooler. These are the places where stuff like this has to be kept. So just realize that whenever it comes to this kind of stuff. This is the scale that we're talking about when it comes to dealing with those kind of things. So let me see here. Yeah, we've got 45 minutes left, so that means I can keep on going with what I'm doing. Now, after that, what I want to talk about, I want to get into more about game logic. Okay, so first let me go ahead and start an explanation of what game logic is. Now, game logic refers to the set of rules and systems that define how a game operates and reacts to players' inputs, AI behaviors, environmental changes, and other interactions within a game world. It encompasses everything from character movements to quest systems and physics simulations. Now, over the years, significant advancements in game logic have transformed the gaming experience, which make games more immersive, realistic, and dynamic. Now, the core aspects of game logic is state management. That handles the game's current state, which is such as whether a player is in combat, exploring, or interacting with an object. It ensures transitions between states or smoothing, you know what I mean. It ensures transitions between states, or it ensures that between states they're smooth and logical. So it has to be like a smooth transition. Now, also event handling, which it triggers events in response to players' actions, such as opening a door, completing a quest, or encountering any enemy. Uses systems like event queues to manage multiple simultaneous interactions. Then after that, another part of game logic is AI and NPC behavior. Now, that governs how non-player characters, which is referred to as NPCs, react to the player's actions and the environment. It includes pathfinding, decision-making, and dynamic behavior systems. Also, there's physics and collision detection, which ensures objects and characters interact realistically, whether through gravity, momentum, or collisions. And it allows for complex simulations like destructive environments or fluid dynamics. And I've had some experience with that when it comes to Blender and using computer graphics. So that is something that you can get into if you're interested in getting into computer graphics. You don't have to buy high-end expensive equipment for that, just so you guys know. You can actually do that on your own. Just wanted to make a plug for Blender while I had a chance to. But anyhow, it also deals with game rules and mechanics, which defines the rules of the game, such as scoring systems, win-loss conditions, and player progression. So, just so you understand, when we're talking about game logic, this is the kind of stuff that we are talking about. Now, what I want to do is I want to tell you guys what I'm talking about, or I want to go over the recent advancements in game logic too. Now, the first one, of course, is something that everybody's talking about, and it's the artificial intelligence enhancements, or the AI enhancements. Now, that is basically machine learning in AI. AI characters are now capable of learning from player behaviors, adapting their strategies in real time. This is all pertaining to games. This is the new advancements in gaming when it comes to game logic, which is taking place. So you have machine learning in AI, which is AI characters that can now, or they're now capable of learning from player behaviors, from your behaviors, and adapting their strategy to your game behaviors, and they're doing it in real time. So that's one thing they have. And then you have behavior trees and utility systems. That's advanced frameworks for creating dynamic and responsive NPC behaviors. So what they're basically doing is they're remembering what it is that you've done, and they're creating, behavior trees so that they can remember certain things that's happened in the future, and later on when you come back to the NPC will remember that stuff. That's kind of cool. It's kind of creepy at the same time, but it's kind of cool. Now after that you have procedural AI, which generates complex unscripted NPC interactions, and that's for a more organic experience. I'm guessing that is what was being discussed in the last episode that I did with Mark, where we were talking about AI, and that would involve, like Minecraft. I mentioned that about Minecraft, and how the procedural AI actually created or it's able to create a world the size of what was it, the smallest planet, Pluto, I believe it is. So I thought that was kind of cool. I don't know how it is now since Minecraft got bought by Microsoft, but that's the way it used to be back in the day. So now procedural generation, that's something that I wanted to also get into, and I also wanted to go over a little bit on the difference between procedural generation and procedural generation algorithms, I believe is what it is, and because there is a difference. But right now I'm just going to talk about procedural generation, and that uses algorithms to dynamically create game content such as levels, maps, and quests. That provides an endless replayability. Games like No Man's Sky use procedural logic to generate entire planets and ecosystems, and that's kind of what I was getting into when I was talking about Minecraft. So now you also have you also have physics-based logic that incorporates realistic simulations of real-world physics, such as ragdoll effects, fluid simulations, and destructive environments. And you also have engines like Unreal Engine 5, which enable advanced physics systems like chaos physics and stuff of that nature. After that you have adaptive systems, and these adaptive systems are something that games now feature, or it's where games now feature logic that adapts to player skill levels, dynamically adjusting difficulties, for an optimized experience. So basically when you go in and you're just starting the game, you'll be fighting somebody else who just came in and started fighting the game. They're not going to set you up against somebody who's a level 10 when you're only level 0 or level 1. They've been doing that for a while. That's really not really that special to be mentioning, but they're going to do it with artificial intelligence, I guess, now, like there's a difference between AI and the systems that they already had in place. I don't know, but that's something that really did stick out to me. Now, after that, I want to talk about networking and multiplayer logic. Now, this is supposed to be improved netcode, which allows for like seamless multiplayer experiences with minimal latency, syncing game states across multiple players in real time, even in large-scale games like Fortnite or any other MMORPGs. That's something, whenever I was checking everything else out, that really kind of that if it's actually going to improve on this, then that would be cool. You know what I mean? But with the whole game logic thing, advancements in game logic, I think that if they could do better with it than what they've already got, then freaking even more the better. But from what I've heard about all this, this is really taken off. I think that a lot of it, when it comes to multiplayer experiences, I think this could actually be used in a lot more than just gameplay, to be honest with you, if they can pull it off. But I don't know for sure, because I've been trying to get into the ORPGs and stuff like that, and try to play more games where it's more people playing each other, especially in the combat things. And for me, I've been having issues with it because I really suck at those games, and I really want to get better at them, but I just, every time I try, I'm not as good as what I can be, but I don't know, that's just me. So basically what I'm saying there is, that whole area doesn't really drive me to say, yeah, it's cool, you know what I mean? It's just, I've never really been a big fan of those kind of games. I've been trying more in the last year, maybe 2 years, to do it, but it's just, it doesn't really float my boat, if you know what I mean. Now, integration of AI-driven narrative systems is also another advancement that was made. Now, games now use AI to create branching narratives that adapt based on player choices, which offer personalized story experiences. Now, Mass Effect and Detroit Become Human showcase this trend. And Become Human showcase this trend. So apparently, Mass Effect, Detroit, and then Become Human, I guess it is. They showcase this trend, this thing that's taking place. So, integration of AI-driven narrative systems. That's basically what that's all about. It creates a story, a narrative for the game. That sounds interesting, where it has multiple endings and stuff like that. So, I know they've been doing that for a few years now. I have a few friends that I've been doing WLCs with, which is watch, like, and comments on Home Away from YouTube, and they've been playing a lot of them. I know my nephew played one, so I don't know all about that, how long that they've been going, or how much more they've advanced since AI became more popular. So that right there is something that I don't know how well they've advanced over time. But now, after that, I'd also like to talk about cloud computing. Now, cloud-based game logic offloads heavy computations to remote servers, enabling more complex simulations without taxing local hardware. Now that's the part that I was talking about. It's supposed to prevent taxing of local hardware that would be your computer. And the reason how they do that is they have remote servers that are set up all around the world, and a lot of them are like based closer around the cities so that they can take on a heavier load faster. But they're basically everywhere, and what happens is your computer while you're playing is taking and offloading like heavy computations to these servers, and it's enabling more complex simulations, and it's doing it without taxing your computer. It's taking the stress off your computer and putting it on that one. So that's something that I did find interesting, and that's one of the things I said that could possibly be used for other things too, not just video games. That's a part of it, you know. Now you have games like Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is leveraging cloud processing for real-time weather and terrain data. So you could actually be playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, and the temperature and the conditions outside would be matching up with what it is on your game. So that could be kind of interesting, you know what I mean? So then after that, I want to talk about middleware tools. Tools like Havoc, PhysX, and Unity's DOTs streamline the development of complex game logic. These allow developers to focus on creative aspects rather than reinventing foundational systems. So you have middleware tools that are doing that. Now you have cross-platform logic. Logic is now designed to ensure consistent experiences across platforms, from PCs, on mobile, and console. And the whole thing about mobile that I'm finding about this whole AI logic thing is they're actually aiming that more towards advertisements, so that the AI can determine what's the best advertisements to flood you with on your phones. I haven't found out anything that's really more game-based about these phone apps other than that, but that seems to be where AI is going when it comes to you guys' phone apps. It's more of what's the best advertisements they can put on your games while you're playing. You know, those annoying pop-ups that pop up while you're in the middle of playing freaking Candy Crush. The AI is going to determine what's the best annoying pop-up for you when you decide to play Candy Crush. Sorry for your luck. I'm not a big phone fan, so I find it kind of humorous that they're trying to do that, you know. I say stick to the computers, play console games, but don't mess with that foolishness, that phone stuff. That's for the babies. You know, if they're under 30 years old, that's what they do. They play video games on phones. So, just my take. Now, enhanced testing and debugging. Automated tools now test game logic for bugs and inconsistencies, reducing development time and improving reliability. The simulation environments can replicate thousands of player scenarios to ensure logic robustness. That's pretty interesting. Now the impact of advancements is realism. Now players experience lifelike interaction between NPCs in realistic physics, which is going to make it more immersive, where games feel more dynamic, with worlds that respond to players' actions in supposed meaningful ways. It's also supposed to impact efficiency, where developers can create more content with fewer resources, and that's thanks to procedural generation and AI-driven tools, supposedly. Now, player agent. This is the one that's kind of strange when it comes to the player agent. Advanced game logic is what this is, and it enables more meaningful choices and outcomes, enhancing narrative depth. So this would be the choose your path kind of thing that I was just talking about. So that is pretty interesting. Now, game logic has evolved from a simple if-else statements in earlier video games to complex systems powered by AI, physics engines, and procedural generation. These advancements continue to push the boundaries of what games can achieve, offering players richer and more engaging experiences. Physics engines are specialized software frameworks that simulate physical systems in real time or pre-rendering scenarios, allowing games to mimic the behavior of real-world physics. These engines are critical in creating realistic environments and interactions. This is supposed to enhance immersion and gameplay dynamics. Now, I should probably end this here because I need to quit. It's at 1 hour and 7 minutes on the recording, and by the looks of it, the stream is an hour and 12 minutes long. So I am going to go ahead and end it here. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and later on I will come back and I will talk about physics engines. I don't know if I want to continue at this moment, but I could. I'm at the point now where I probably should. I'm just really having issues right now with having to do multiple things at the same time, and I'm kind of getting off track about it. As you can tell, this video right here, or this stream right here, was streamed late. That's the way it's been for the entire week. I was really glad that I was able to get it out today, the day that I actually wanted to get it out on. Today is actually Monday, so it's technically not the first day of the week. Well, actually, it's not even the second day of the week. Sunday's the first day, so yeah, it is the second day. But that's the kind of stuff that I've been doing. Hopefully I can have another one up next week on time, but I am not going to make any promises. If I don't do more episodes, then I'll probably go ahead and just give it up on that and move on and maybe get into tech talk, so that's something else that I do on my other channel called Working with Audio and Video. That's where I get more into the computer graphics. I also have a tech talk series that I do with Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran over on Minds.com, and that's where we talk about technology and all of the cool stuff that's going on today. So If you guys want to, you can check us out there when that comes out. It should be coming out sometime here soon, and I will advertise it. I'm also located on Skype as well as Discord. On Discord, it's Gaming with Infamous, and on Skype, it's Roger_Hanson, or just Roger Hanson. You can find me on those. You can find me on X at Infamous OG 1973, or Rog LOL, at Roger LOL 1973. So or some shit like that. But that's where you can find me on there, and I'm always on YouTube. I'm on YouTube at Roger Hanson for this stream. I also have a gaming stream that's separate from this called Gaming with Infamous. That's a channel that I got there. Right now I'm streaming to Rumble, X, Kick, and let me see, Rumble, X, Kick, Twitch, and Beam, as well as recording it on my computer. So that is what I've got going on there. If you guys want to leave a like, subscribe, go for it. But it's like I've said in my previous episodes, I'm really big on the comments, so leave comments, give me your feedback, and tell me what you think. I enjoy everybody's comments, I really do. So just remember to hit the comment section and leave a comment, talk to me. See you later. Bye.
I was thinking of just getting $100 in on-chain, just to see what returns it can give us. All right, that's number one. Just put $100 in the on-chain token, and like you basically do nothing after that. It'll just earn liquidity for us.
I think it'd be good to see what John says too about it, because when he was on here, he brought it up a little bit on there too about it, because he gave it a try. He didn't do as much, and I mean, with him it was a different outcome, because it wasn't the bigger amounts of sum, and he said it just basically he got the same, as what, or there was nothing significant about it for him, and he only did like maybe about $30 or $40.
Okay. So he didn't see any significant gains for him. So John already tried it. Okay.
Yeah. And that's the part that when it comes to liquidity, that really stuck out to me. So.
Okay.
How do you get paid, like, from doing that? Like, so you're buying the tokens, because like Moose gave me tokens like the other day, like the last time, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them.
No. He gave you off-chain tokens, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. So if they're off-chain tokens, you do, like Mark said, they're utility. They're not coins, they're tokens. Okay, they're utility, and what you do is you use those to freaking boost your content and stuff like that. Now, he also
Can I
told
put
me
them on chain?
you can do it.
You can, but it costs a lot of.
Okay, the transition. Okay.
Costs a lot to transition from off-chain to on-chain. Yeah.
So
That's
I
what
use
they
those
call
tokens.
the gas fee.
I use those tokens when I have good stuff that I would like a lot of people to see. I use that what he gave me then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically use it for boosting to get bigger audience to your channel.
Okay, I'll know because I haven't got the plus yet because I would like to get more traffic. I'm getting traffic now though. Like, I don't know, it's more people since the last roundtable. Like, one of my posts got like 100 views, which that's cool. And so I guess I'll get ready to, but I didn't know if it's just going to be a matter of how often, how consistent. And I just would like to make sure, like, once I start posting what I have lined up, that as long as it stays consistent, then it's worth it. But if it was just one of those, like, bursts of lightning type things and now it'll not be the same, I just was going to just gauge it. Because it's money and I have to spend it and, like, have to eat at the same time. So,
You see, I've spent a lot of time too on here with the regular mines, and I was beating my head over, or beating myself over the head with a sledgehammer, basically, because the the thing I realize is on here, like, I can get the views, but I'm not getting anything. Those tokens aren't cash. It's just like on YouTube. Whenever I go on YouTube, I post my videos, but I don't expect anything out of it. You know what I mean? It's just something that I want to do so that people that I know on YouTube can watch my videos. But I know I'm not going to get cash from it.
yeah, so what's the incentive of getting Plus then? Because I thought the whole thing.
Because on Plus is where you get the money.
Yeah, that's why I didn't join it at first, because that was my whole perspective. Exactly what you said. Hey, I just kind of got some stuff to say, some stuff to do, and I'm going to post it out there. And you guys were like, oh, you can get some money off of it. But, like, so do you get money for the views, though?
Yeah.
No, for Plus?
Yeah, for Plus. That's how I get it. I mean, whenever
just the views, though,
the
it's not
transactions.
They have to come to the stream. Do you get more if people come to the stream?
I thought you got from a Plus account. You get your reward based on the interactions, not from views.
That's a part
like
of
people
the
liking your post, sharing your post, things like that.
It's part of the interactions. Every time I put a video on freaking Minds Plus, I get money for it. All I got to do is upload a video and I get money for it.
Oh, I see.
Really?
So every time you make a Plus post, you get some points.
Yeah, I can type something out on the comment section, put it on the Minds Plus, and I make money off of it.
Okay, good.
I mean, it's.
All right, so for a Plus post, you automatically get like how much points or how much reward do you get for a Plus post?
Well, they haven't really broken it down like that in the analytics. That's the one thing I think would be.
That's what Moose was talking about, you and him, and that's what he was saying. He would like to know what it is. Okay, and that's what. Okay.
I would love to know that. That's another thing that he was talking about that I do agree with. Like, freaking, I'd love to find out exactly what it is that I'm getting for it. And then last week we were talking about click rate. You know what I mean? I think Minds would do a hell of a lot better if they had both organic reach and click rate, because they'd have both of what made Facebook and YouTube really hit off big, because organic reach is what really helped Facebook out, because then what was viewed organically rather than what was freaking boosted or paid for. And with the click rate from YouTube, you can actually see how many people clicked on your videos. So if it was from a boost, or if it was from just somebody seeing it, whatever, you'd get that number. So you'd have your organic reach versus your click rate.
Right.
Then I'd know how many people are actually seeing my videos.
I see. Yeah, I see that on the what is it? The earnings panel, you do get rewards for Plus content.
Yeah.
You also get rewards for page view though, but I think this is only. Do you see any amount on your page view? I think this page view is only for pro account.
Now with the page view, a lot too. Isn't that the one we went over the last time?
Yeah, like $1 for 100
For 1,000.
for 1,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
one for every 1,000 RPM, you get
That's
you get $1 or you get a token. What the?
total earnings for page.
All right, so that's the pro, right? Because you're not showing anything for your plus, right?
Right. And the thing of it is I mean, does that even change with freaking pro? You know what I mean? Does the situation change there? Because like my analytics really didn't change all that much from regular Minds to Minds Pro. The only thing that really changed was basically I could go into my settings and I could find out what my payouts in my pro plan and all that was, and then in others they had um, not the wallet. What was it? Um, well, content administration. There was something affiliate program. No, payments. Yeah, recurring payments, pay methods. I could find that out, and then they had it in settings where I could actually see the pro tab in there, which I didn't have before.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you the option for the payouts if you want it in USD or Minds tokens. I never got that with regular Minds, and I don't know for sure if I upgraded to Pro if I would get better analytics, or it would be the same thing as what it is for Minds Plus.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. So far it sounds like you're doing fine. You got Plus Post earning you some tokens,
You know,
and
the thing that John and them had an issue about was the affiliate program. You know.
yeah. I
And-
think they need to sort out some bugs in that thing.
And they're also worried about how that's going to affect the monetization thing too. Like, are you going to have to like have people come to Minds in order to make money off of it, or is it still going to be the same? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was one thing that they really had an issue with, and like that deal about getting Bashy in here, you know, and having her have a conversation with us. That'd be a good idea too, because then
Yeah, definitely, man. There's a lot of stuff that we talk about that most of the time we're guessing as
Yeah.
to what's the how they work. Having somebody from the inside like Bashy to keep us in check in terms of facts. What do they have? What feature? How is it implemented? How is it supposed to work?
well,
Is
I-
your
That would be
monetized?
very valuable.
Do you have a monetized account, Tan?
I have a Plus account.
Yeah.
I'm not focused on monetizing it lately. If I do, I'd be just doing it for the educational purposes, so that I know how it works, so that
It makes sense to you.
I have some stuff that back up for when I talk about it, so that I'm just not blowing smokes. I have some experience to back it up with, but yeah.
So Roger, when you do your okay, you said your post. So when you comment on stuff too, does that get you paid as well?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about the comments and stuff. I do that just out of natural. That's the way. I am.
Comment, I think it counts as part of engagement rewards, right?
Now.
No?
It could be, but then you have to think: is it a part of the token system for Mines, or is it a part of the cash system for Mines Plus? Because I know if I post my videos from YouTube onto Mines, just regular Mines, that I get tokens for it. But and I know that if I make comments and I like comments, I get tokens for it. But I don't know for sure if that's applied towards the cash part. That's one thing I don't know.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things, and like the guessing thing, that's pretty much all anybody's ever done on Mines that I can tell. I mean, it's just
exactly why we need somebody like Bashi.
You know, I mean, that's all I've ever had to get through all of it. Last week blew me out of the water because we had so much insight.
Yeah, Moose was very informative. He was informative in regards to what he's experienced anyway. And it seems to be that he's been getting paid a lot more. That's why I tagged him, because he was talking about, what did you say that you sent him? Something about affiliates? Like, what was that about?
Who, me?
Yeah, didn't you say you sent him?
No, what happened was I got a $60 gift from Bill Altman for resubscribing. So I took $30 and boosted one of Moose's contents for 30 days, and then I did Old John for 30 days, and it was $1 a day for 30 days.
Oh, nice. Okay. So you can do that too. So you can okay, cool.
Well, anybody can do that. I mean, you can do that on regular Mines too.
I didn't know anything about that. I just thought I was looking for a platform that was other than the norm.
That's the common thing that they always do. They always mention the Carthage and the Carthaginians sacrificing their babies to the deities of, actually it's the deities of Haman and Tanit. But if you read it in these scriptures, it's Moloch or MLK. You know what I mean? Which could be a deity, but there's no evidence proving that it's a deity. Or it could be a ritual that was taking place. And it goes even deeper, because not only could it possibly be a ritual, but the babies might be stillborn if it did take place. They could have been stillborn, already dead babies that were sacrificed. And the reason why I want to mention that is because I want to go back to Baal Haman. Okay, and kind of describe a little bit about how he was as a deity, and then Tanit. Now, Baal Haman was a complex and powerful god. He was deeply tied to fire, fertility, and divine rulership. Now, his role in Carthaginian society, particularly in rituals and offers, made him one of the most significant deities in the Western Mediterranean. His legacy persisted through syncretism with Kronos and Saturn, and elements of his worship may have influenced later religious traditions in North Africa. Now, Tanit was the principal goddess of Carthage. This deity was revered as a sky deity, protector of the city, and symbol of fertility and motherhood. She was the consort of Baal Haman, the chief Carthaginian god, and was widely venerated across the Western Mediterranean, particularly in North Africa, Sardinia, and Spain. Now, the origin of Tanit's names are unclear, but some scholars link it to Phoenician, Berber, and Semitic roots. Some interpretations suggest that Tanis means serpent lady or great one in Phoenician. Others propose a connection to Berber and Punic fertility cults, indicating that she may have evolved from a pre-Phoenician goddess in North Africa. Now, she was associated with birth, motherhood, and renewal, often depicted as a protector of children and women. Okay, so that to me kind of goes against this whole idea that people are taking live babies and sacrificing them to a deity. Now you also have to realize the difference in time. Like our time period compared to theirs is like day and night. So you need to understand that this is a society that would probably see it as something divine if their dead child who died at childbirth was used in a ritual. It would probably help mothers during that time period. If any mothers today actually had to go through that situation, they know how traumatic that is for them. So that's something that would be constant even back then. So seeing a mother offering her dead stillborn child to their deity, the one they believe in, would actually make sense in my mind. That would make more sense than to offer a living child to a deity so that you could have favor with your God. That's pretty horrible, you know. That's just my take on it. But like I said, you know, she was depicted as a protector of children and women. Okay. In Carthage, she was venerated as the city's divine protector, ensuring its safety in times of war. She was linked to the moon, stars, and heavens, reinforcing her role as a guide and protector. In some contexts, Tanit was connected to death in the afterlife, particularly in her Punic and North African cults. Tanit's most recognizable symbol is the Tanit sign, which appears throughout Carthaginian religious sites. A stylized figure with a triangular body, outstretched arms, and a circular head, often interpreted as a female form, a symbol of the divine feminine, or a celestial sign. Found on temples, stelae, and sacrificial tofits, reinforcing her prominence in Punic religious life. Now, Tanit was regarded as the consort of Baal-Haman, which I had just said, the supreme Carthaginian deity. So that breaks it down on those two. Now, when I say limited, I mean there is no direct archaeological evidence, such as an inscription or physical remains, explicitly stating that the Moabites under King Mesha practiced child sacrifice to Chemosh, which is described in 2 Kings 3:27. Okay, now they'll try to tell you all the stuff I said about Carthage and everything, but you have to understand that's all circumstantial, and it's also drawn off of contextual evidence, and that's only to suggest that these practices were plausible. Okay, so you need to understand that before I go into the archaeological evidence that does exist. Now, the Mesha stele is indirect evidence, okay, and that was discovered in like 1868, dating to the 9th century BCE, and it was written by King Mesha of Moab. It credits Kamesh for Moab's victory. Now, it does not mention human sacrifice at all, but it does describe how Mesha devoted uh, cities to Kamesh. Okay, a term that often refers to like complete destruction or offering an entire city to a deity. Now, that supports the idea that Moabites practiced extreme religious devotion, uh, which could have included human sacrifices. Now, the reference to this I can also post if you guys want to check that out. There's actually two of them that I can do. I'll pop those into the chat. So if you guys want to check those out, you can check those out too. Because, like I said, this is the last time I will be discussing this topic. So if you guys want to check this out yourself, you are more than welcome to check it out. Feel free to. But it's just not going to happen with me anymore. just to be serious, it's just not going to. I'm sick of all of this stuff. So, matter of fact, I should probably be careful about making these posts on Twitch in the chat. I've been real cautious about doing them on the video part, but I could be messing up on the whole thing when it comes to. So with that being said, I've put out those on there. Now, again, what they do on this subject is they always go back to the Carthaginian Tophets, and they talk about evidence from Carthage of Semitic child sacrifice. This is their theme. This is what they do, and they use the Mesha Stele to push that there's a possibility of religious devotion. And the whole thing about this stele, it gets really deep into another topic that is very, very controversial. And this also does include not only the Moabites, but like Jewish practices when it comes to battle and destroying entire towns, because it's supposed to be a ritual sacrifice to not just the Moabite deities, but even the Jewish practice it themselves. So that gets into a whole new area of topic that doesn't have anything to do with child sacrifice, but that's something that we could talk about. But like I said, they always fall back to Carthage, and they start talking about the excavations in Carthage, which uncovered the Tophets' burial sites. And these had urns filled with cremated infant remains. They always do it. Okay. Now, they'll also bring up the idea that these sites mention Baal-Hamon and Tanit. They have MLK on it, but they never have anything that says specifically Molk. Okay. Or Moloch. Which actually they do have Molk, which is MLK, but they never say Moloch. And Molk, honestly, they don't know for sure if it's actually a deity or if it's a ritual. So And I've been beating everybody's brow on this stream about that, repeating it a lot, so it's kind of getting annoying. I apologize. Now, they don't have anything that connects the Moabites. All they say is the Moabites were culturally and religiously connected to groups like the Carthaginians, which make it plausible. Now, the reason why this evidence is so limited is there's no physical evidence like bones and inscriptions that explicitly confirms Moabite child sacrifice. The Mishi stele confirms Qamesh's worship, but it doesn't mention child sacrifice directly. The closest hard evidence comes from Phoenician Carthage, okay, which they always do. And I mentioned that. I'm going to leave it alone. Now, strong circumstantial evidence is what they refer to it as with this Misha stele. Then they also say with the Misha stele and the Phoenicia Tophets together, they suggest Moabites may have practiced child sacrifice, even though there's no archaeological evidence that confirms it whatsoever. The only thing they go off of is the Bible's account of King Misha's sacrifice, which is in 2 Kings 3:27, and that remains unverified archaeologically. The only reason why they say that it's good is because it fits within regional religious customs.
Over just
Okay.
behind me.
Because this stuff is pretty serious, man. You can end up stroking out because of that shit.
That knowing the UK is only going to last for 5 days, and then there's going to be rain and snow again.
Yeah.
Knowing the UK.
You sound good on DLive. I just got that.
Cool.
Okay, so oh, that's why I can't see it. I keep using the scheduled videos option on Rumble, and it never. I keep forgetting that that's on. So every time.
Even though I did stick a glass of water in this fridge just before I came on here, or before we started streaming, so
Yeah.
if that cooled down a bit, and
Okay, so we've got everything up and running on Rumble. It's also running, and the audio sounds good. It's on DLive. It's going good too. I made sure that I went into Twitch and to Kick to change the name of the show, so that it does say Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and I just went ahead and left it up on DLive because I'm sick of dealing with DLive. I want to make sure it's running.
okay.
And I'm not gonna be bouncing in and out of Kick or Twitch right now because I'm in the middle of uploading all those videos to Rumble, and I'm short on memory space. So
Storage. I wish you stopped calling it memory, because every time you say memory, I'm thinking of RAM.
well, RAM isn't
Storage.
actually RAM isn't actually where everything is stored. So.
Yeah. Precisely, it's a non-volatile storage. So yeah, you mean your storage, your hard drive or your SSD or whatever.
I just should start calling it memory.
Storage.
My memory is low. Storage. My storage. Okay, so we're running a little bit late for anybody who's on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick to the traditional, putting background music on and leaving it on so that it can annoy the hell out of Mark Edworthy.
I'm going to reduce my volume by 90%.
And we'll come back. I need to grab a smoke and get some coffee, and after that we'll come back and we will start the show. So I do have music from Dragus Production to Mark Watashik. He was nice. The only problem is I haven't uploaded it yet to the Rumble Studio. It's on the OBS, but later on I can put that on there here too.
You can't just splice it in directly.
No, you have to have it uploaded like you do videos and stuff. So I could use the OBS as an ingest, but then that's pretty annoying too, because
whether it's easier for you.
Mm-hmm. So I will be right back, and I will talk to you guys in a little bit.
Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game. Elon's billions fuel the flame, feeding lies the chaos brings, buried under keys. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Greed's the board plays the game. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game. Elon's billions fuel the flame, feeding lies the chaos brings, buried under kings. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hats march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game.
Where the smoke, tobacco, cigarettes before midday, I coughed up along around one. I can't see a thing through my eyes that sting. I can't remember having so much fun. Well, I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. Can't drink the water in Sydney, can't eat the food in Japan, and you can't breathe the air in Los Angeles, but a million people think they can. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. Can't drink the water in Sydney, can't eat the food in Japan, and you can't breathe the air in Los Angeles, but a million people think they can. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. These wankers filled up with hatred, why expect any less? They can't decide about genocide. I think it's time that they took a rest. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. These wankers filled up with hatred, why expect any less? They can't decide about genocide. I think it's time that they took a rest. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun.
Good time, roll. Harder. Come on, honey, let the good time roll. Let's roll.
roll. I don't care if you're young or old. You ought to get together and let the good times roll. Don't sit there mumbling, talking trash.
Eclipse, I stalk the concrete veins. Cloaked in chaos, art of war, blood courses through my veins. Suns who whisper strike like thunder, crush them where they stand. Blades auroric, I dissect the weak with bare hands. Shuriken tongues split your jugular, lyrics ricochet. Invisible like midnight fog, then poof, I'm in your face. You think you're armored, nah, I slip through cracks like smoke. One slice, your empire chokes. Checkmate, this is war I spoke. I phase through your defenses. Feed your ego to the crows, no mercy, no repentance. You'll never see me coming, just the shadow where I stood. A flicker, then your kingdom's drowned in ash and brotherhood. I am the storm in the silence, blazed in the fire of 1,000 suns. Violence, be my samurai, loyalty or demise. Cross me once, meet the reaper staring through my eyes. I cut through the night like a banshee. Steel kisses cold as the tundra. Pray your gods can teach me. Need your protection, too late, you're already dead. My shadow's the last thing you'll see as I leave your head. Wars, I design a map, your human ink. Faint left then vanish, watch your ranks collapse, you blink. Appear weak, then break their spine, Sun Tzu's my scripture. Drip venom in your veins, let doubt fester like a stricture. Ninjato flow, split your ego into confetti. Your spit in flames, I'm the void, suffocate, no oxygen petty. Ambush in the cipher, strike from trenches of your mind. Leave your carcass as a warning, mess with gods, get blind. Kamikaze cadence crash through your barricades. Turn your pride to ruin, salt the earth where your flag laid. I'm the unseen plague.
Okay, I can bet you're happy that's done, aren't you? You're gonna have to turn your audio up. It's done. It's over with. You can unmute now.
Oh no, that's better.
It's like it's done now. You can return now to sanity.
Yeah.
So the good news is that I have finally gotten everything set up. It's good to go. The audio matched up, so we've got all of that going, and it doesn't seem like there's any issues yet. So I was able to get one of the videos uploaded to Rumble. It's my gaming with Infamous video, and got that straightened out. So all I have to do is empty the recycling bin, and I'll have a little bit more information or a little bit more memory. That's how far down I've gone. I've got 5.54 gigabytes of free storage out of 2 terabytes.
Okay.
So I'm running on the skin of my teeth. You know what I mean?
Sounds okay for what you're doing at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was able to pop up X and Twitch. The videos seem to be running good on there as well, and we're good to go. So, it looks good on Twitch so far, and then it popped up on X too. So as the show progresses, maybe those uploads will finish, and I can check the other ones to make sure too. So I'll go ahead and do a countdown and do the introduction, and we'll get on with the show. All right. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event here on the Praetorian. I'm Roger Hanson. I will be your host. Here with me is Mark Edworthy. He's been on this show every step of the way, so he is a co-host. So I guess we're both co-hosting this show. What do you think, Mr. Robot? Don't call him Mr. Robot. What do you think, Mr. Edworthy? Yeah. Now,
yeah.
Now, we left off at Benjamin Constant yesterday, and I think that this is actually the perfect place for us to start, because there's a lot of things that you're into that this guy was always talking about, and he was also big on a lot of the ideas that you talk about too. So that's really cool. We're still going through classic liberalism and people who played a part in that. We've gotten halfway through it in the first episode just before this one, and I thought it got pretty interesting. I think this one is going to be a lot better. The good part is we won't be going back over John Locke. I think we've pretty much beaten everybody over the brow with Alan so far.
Even though I can see Adam Smith in the list.
Yeah. Well, Adam Smith, he's not really as important, believe it or not, as this guy Benjamin Constant, because he is the stuff. He could very well be up there with John Locke, to be honest with you. Okay, he came out with some pretty profound concepts when it comes to liberty, and that's kind of what I wanted to start out with because of it. And then there's a lot of it that I think could relate to stuff you believe in, but also he mentions things that brought up things that pertain to Australia and what Mr. Robot talks about too. It just kind of sounds familiar. I'm not going to say it's the same setup, but he kind of does tap on it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Not when it comes to Australia. Like I said, on Friday, like I mentioned on Friday's stream, Australia has a reputation to be extremely apathetic when it comes to politics, or has been known.
Well, let's get on with this, and then you'll kind of get where I'm going with that. Because it is pretty interesting. You know, Constance He's from France, okay, and he helped develop the political philosophy of liberalism during and after the French Revolution. Now, he advocated for constitutional monarchy, representative government, and protection of individual liberties. Now, besides that, he also made a sharp distinction between the liberty of the ancient world compared to the modern world. You know what I mean? Now, with the ancient concept of liberty, it emphasized on collective participation in political life, and the liberty of the moderns, focused on the individual rights, private judgment, freedom from interference by the state, and things of that nature. Now, constant influence, his influence was really significant when it came to shaping liberal political thought in France and other parts of Europe as well. So when it comes to his ideas to his distinction between the two concepts of liberty, I went ahead and I pulled up some stuff to kind of elaborate more on that. You know what I'm saying? Now, first of all, he associated all of the stuff with the old ways or definition of liberty with historical periods, different historical periods, and different political cultures that took place before this time was taking place for him. You know what I mean? So he was describing, this is what happened in this area, this is what happened in that area. He broke it all down. I wanted to point that out because what I wanted to talk about was him describing the liberal of the ancients as being rooted in the life of a classic city-state. Now, this would be city-states like Athens or Sparta, okay? And in those city-states, freedom meant the active and direct participation of citizens in collective political affairs, okay? That meant that they had to be active in those things. Now, individuals would often find their liberty in being a part of in being a part of the sovereign decision making. You know what I mean? Like, they had to come together and they had to make decisions together in order to have their individual rights. You know what I'm saying? So if they didn't participate in that, then they didn't have those same rights as what other people who were participating in the political realm had. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, now, usually what they did is they gathered in assemblies to vote on laws. They also did something that I actually think would be beneficial today, but they actually judged public officials. You know what I'm saying? So whenever they had these assemblies where people had to gather who were citizens, they actually judged the officials. Now, he had a different opinion about that. He didn't think that was healthy, but I believe that was actually something he was wrong about. I think that would have actually been a beneficial thing, to where the individuals actually had the ability to come together and vote, or not even vote, but just judge, like in a court,
When you say individuals, who are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about the so-called free men of the barons on landowners, or are you talking about the people, including the commoner, the so-called riffraff?
Well, with today, I would say it would be just every individual who is actively a participant in the election
Yeah,
process.
yeah. Actually, from that point of view, from that period.
Now, from that period, they would be the people who would be considered citizens. You know what I'm saying? Who are actively a part of the political process, who actively voted. During that time period, they were the ones who
So
judged.
again, goes back to the free men argument.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that we also brought up in the last episode too. Like when it comes to Greece, especially, 20% of the population in Greece was actually free citizens. You know what I mean? The rest of them were slaves. So that's a point that a lot of people don't realize when it comes to democracy.
Slave / indentured,
Yeah.
not necessarily just slaves per se.
Well, but back then they didn't have words like indentured servant. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
what would in reality be indentured servants?
That's what we would term it as.
Yeah.
You know. So what they basically did, they gathered in assemblies, they voted on laws, they judged public officials, and they were constantly engaged in civil responsibilities. Now, this form of liberty was built on like a small, tightly knit community, basically, in which the identity of the individuals was closely tied to the fate of the political collective. So basically, it would be clans. That reminds me of like a what was it? We were talking about this. Me and Tan were when I was doing that episode of Dead Popes.
I was thinking Scotland up to the Union in 18th century, yeah.
Yeah.
18th
Now,
century, 17th century. Yeah.
Florence is what me and Tan were talking about, and how like Machiavellian. When people talk about Machiavellia, they also that like after the Roman Empire had fallen, Italy started developing its own form of governments and stuff, and they were very brutal. They usually had their families, and it got pretty rough at times, especially in Florence, because they had their republic. It was perfectly fine for a person who had an issue with another family member to just kind of like walk up to them in public and cut their throat. You know what I mean? They could get away with it. That's kind of what that reminds me of right there. So people would break up into factions, and that's how they would judge their political parties and things of that nature according to families. So that's kind of what stands out to me. I don't know. Mob rule maybe too. That was a big thing.
I don't know if it's mob rule. There's still structure within that.
Yeah. Now, another thing he mentioned was the ancient citizens was was free because he was part of a ruling force of the state. However, Constant argued that this form of liberty came with significant trade-offs. Now, In order to maintain collective political engagement, citizens often had to sacrifice personal independence, privacy, and individual rights. There was little tolerance for dissent or personal autonomy because the stability of the community demanded conformity and unity. Now, citizens were expected to subordinate their private lives to the needs of the state. So basically, your personal life and your personal freedoms had to be sacrificed in order for the personal protection of the whole state. You know what I'm saying?
You could argue the same about modern monarchies.
Well, that's probably where he was, because he agreed with the monarchy, but he also agreed with constitutional government and classic liberalism. You know,
So the ideal form of British governance.
pretty much.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I mean, I knew you would enjoy this because this actually relates more to England than it would even here in the United States.
UK, yeah.
You know, we don't allow such foolishness in the United States.
You don't know what you're missing. Like I said the other day about the 4th of July, you're always welcome back.
Now, that was just uncalled for. Now, in extreme cases, like what was seen in Sparta, the public good took such procedure that every detail of private life was regulated, leaving room for personal choice or freedom of thought. You know, leaving no or little room for personal choice or freedom of thought. So these people were basically regulating every single thing that was going on in your private life, details and everything. So if you broke out of if you went out of line with anything that was a part of that whole situation, then you'd probably get some deep shit. Hold on for a second. But yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that.
I was just thinking that way, on your last note. Isn't that sort of true about so-called celebrity culture these days?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about that, and I was also thinking about like the excessive censorship that's being placed on everybody these days, and like how people are just falling in line with this political correctness and stuff. You know,
I'm not sure everybody's falling in line.
Well, the majority of people, it seems, are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's and I don't want to get into the whole crazy politics on this show. You know what I mean? But I do.
Well, we are talking about politics after all.
But I mean, it is right there in your face. You know what I mean? And he brings up a lot of more key issues that really sticks out to you when it comes to a lot of the issues we have today. I really believe he was probably pulling out a lot of information that he knew was most likely going to end up happening in the future with the way people were organizing and putting liberalism, classic liberal.
The prophet Constantine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was. I mean, he was right on the nose about a lot of this stuff. I mean, now he goes on to say there was little tolerance for dissent or personal autonomy. That's what really tripped me out when he says dissent and personal autonomy. You know what I mean? Like, don't go against the grain and don't worry about your own personal, individual freaking rights and privileges or anything like that, because everybody's important. You know what I mean?
It's just been overly evidenced in the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah. In extreme cases, such as Sparta, the public good took such precedence that every detail of private life was regulated, leaving little room for personal choice or freedom of thought. And the whole thought police thing sticks out when I heard that. You know what I mean? Because that goes into what people now like to define as conspiracy. You know what I mean? Because they came out with that one movie, 1980. What was it, 1982 or 84? 1984.
Again, I do not like the modern usage of the word conspiracy. Conspiracy is to means to conspire. Just because it's a theory doesn't mean that people are not out there.
Yeah. Now, in modern commercial societies, such as those emerging in Europe during his lifetime, liberty meant protection from interference, the right to hold private opinions, enjoy personal property, practice religion freely, and engage in economic activities without arbitrary restrictions. Now, this is where I think that a lot of the stuff that not only in classic liberalism but in all forms of government that's taking place, I believe that the economic parts of what people have wanted has actually just been a disappointment. You know what I mean? Especially when they talk about free and open trade. The free markets, things of that nature.
This is where I have a problem with. Sure, I call myself a classical liberal, but I also understand that there is a purpose to regulation, at least a minimum amount of regulation. I mean, as a good example, the US idea about advertising pharmaceuticals freely compared to the British idea of, not advertising pharmaceuticals freely for the purpose of protecting citizens.
Now, see, his idea and when he referred to modern individuals, he was talking about people of his time period in classic liberalism. Now, in his interpretation for liberty, for modern individuals, liberty was less about governing others and more about being left in peace. Now, here in the United States, that's the one thing I do have to say about the libertarians. They still do hold that idea, but they're they're not really they're not a group that you would call classic liberals. You know what I'm saying? Because they get too caught up in the economics of things. And for me personally, I don't.
Okay, I'm thinking of this on the part of. I was thinking that you are incorrect because libertarianism, modern form, makes me think of a sort of communist left wing, for lack of a better word, socialism. But I also thought about the concept from the Tea Party concept, which is somewhat different from that.
Yeah, with libertarian, when you hear about the Tea Party, don't believe that they're libertarians, because they're not. Okay, they're very, very extreme. Once we get through this, I'd like to go into radicalism and kind of explain that more, which I was talking about. And like, you'll see a lot of the stuff going on today that is directly related to that. Like, you'll see where radicalism has just kind of gone overboard, and it's not just from people who are Democrats or Labor, and it's also from people who are supposedly conservatives. You know what I'm saying?
But arguably, anything could be extreme. Too much socialism on the left or right could be considered as, well, my arguments about extremist socialism, but also too much liberalism on steroids could be a problem as well.
Well, see, liberalism on steroids is the actual definition of radicals. There was actually a group of people that weren't socialists. They weren't liberals, classic liberalists. They were radicals. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a distinct group of people all throughout this time period, that were actually straight up called radicals. It was a movement, and that's something that seems to have been lost in time too, because people don't realize that. Like, there was the liberals, the classic liberals, and then there was the radicals, and then there was the conservatives. You know what I mean? So there was a distinct group of people called radicals, and now all of a sudden everybody is using the terminology radicals, and the rest of the people who are supposed to be conservatives and liberals and all of these cool socialist names, that they don't understand what's being said. They're interpreting it wrong, and
yeah, the term radical is trained with the term radicalism, which
right.
in this context are two different things.
Right. Well, I mean, not really, to be honest. There are things, like whenever I mention Andrew Jackson. Okay, Andrew Jackson actually did help the United States out a lot, but he was a radical. Okay, and his radicalism was a lot more mild than what it is today, but it was nonetheless, he was a radical.
As I pointed out, there is a level degree to all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, for the modern citizen during his time, they expected government to provide legal security, and this is where you're talking about with regulations, but not to like direct the moral, religious, or intellectual life of the people. Leave that alone. Okay, that's the way he felt about it. you can put regulations into place to provide legal security, but he didn't feel that you should interfere with the individual's morals, their religious, or their intellectual life.
Yeah, which is becoming a big question, especially in the UK, especially at the moment, especially with stories that have been released just over the last couple of days in relation to Islamophobia and stuff. But yeah.
Now, with the way he interpreted it, now in this conception, freedom resided in limits placed on the state rather than in participation in its rules. Okay, so the individual didn't have to participate. You know what I'm saying? And this is where the things about what Mr. Robot was saying about Australia stuck out to me, where it's mandatory there for him to vote, because if he doesn't vote, he gets fined for it.
Yeah, but it's not. He could always spoil his vote. He doesn't actually have to vote for any individual party. He could just spoil his paper at the end of the day, which is in effect the same. Well, arguably the same thing.
But still, the law that says you must vote or get fined is still.
Would you argue that's a bad thing?
Yes, that's a horrible thing. That's exactly what this man right here is discussing.
Even if you've got the opportunity to spoil your vote.
Yeah.
And therefore decline to vote for any individual party or person.
The bad part isn't the fact that it's in place, it's the fact that this law was allowed to be put in place. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, overreach of government is what that is when it comes to constitutional government and classic liberalism, which is what all of these constitutional governments was actually drawn up for.
I'm just thinking on the US concept of power by the people, for the people, with the people's consent, whatever it is. In that case, in that context, would it not make sense for each individual to be, I don't want to say forced, or, well, in reality, forced to vote, if you uphold the concept of power by the people, for the people?
I believe that according to what I've learned when it comes to liberalism, it's like that is our responsibility, but it is not the state. It's not the state's place to force me to do it. Okay.
So maybe society as a whole. I'm not going to say your next door neighbour will come and knock on your door on voting day and say, "Have you voted yet? If not, why not?"
Well, see, what I'm talking about here is the same concept of why people are confused about the IRS. Okay, the Internal Revenue Service. Other than it being a non-governmental organization, they claim that this is a voluntary tax. Okay. Now, what they're saying there is it's voluntary in the respect that you don't have to pay your taxes. Now, the consequences that come after that, that's not up to you. That's up to them to impose. But you don't have to. Whereas before, in the olden days, the tax man came a knocking. You know what I mean? They knocked on your door.
Isn't that the same thing as I don't know, use some rudimentary argument. You have the choice of murdering somebody.
Well, yeah, that's exactly it. There you go. You have the choice of murdering somebody or not murdering somebody.
But if you do,
and that also goes into other issues concerning war. You know what I mean? Like being like England participated in servitude for a long time, where you were forced into the Navy or the military, and then that ended up coming over here to the United States. Here recently, within the last 50 years, we stopped doing that. But
I think it's happened all through all cultures. And when was the last time? I think it was in the 1950s that conscription ended in the UK. 52, maybe a bit later.
Yeah, and that it really falls into there. That's what a lot of this concept really comes down to is when it comes down to that. You know, you have a right to either vote or you don't have to vote. You know what I mean? It's your choice. Now,
arguably, you've got a right to participate in your society, in your community, or you don't have, or you have the right not to participate in your society, stroke community.
right. And that's where my issue was when it came to Australia, because they take away that right to not participate. You know what I mean? And you know, I mean, and I'm kind of curious about that too, because I'm wondering which other colonies actually have that law put in place. And I have to admit that during this time period, it would have been Cromwell who was putting that law into place.
I've got a small question. Is it a right or is it a responsibility to participate in your society?
It's both.
So in that case, it's your responsibility to vote.
Right. But you don't have to. You have the choice.
So we're laying on your responsibilities.
Right. See, every single person, every single person has the right to make the choice here in the United States. We have a right to make a choice. If we want to vote, we're actually doing what is a responsible citizen's duty. But if we don't want to, it's okay. We don't have to vote. We're not going to be penalized for that. You know what I mean?
Reminds me, I was watching an old, I think it was 1940s, 1950s film the other day, all about police and criminal mafia or something, New York mafia or something, Chicago mafia, and there was a line in there about the responsibility of aiding your local police force, and is it the duty of a citizen to aid the police force?
Well,
so yeah, similar to the concept.
That's actually something that's a good thing to bring up too, because there's actually been cases where people have they've gotten in trouble for just flagrantly not helping out when it comes to not just police but also like emergency units. You know what I mean? For nurses, they can literally lose their job if they drive by an accident and don't stop to ask if they need help. They can.
Yeah, there was a case. I don't think it actually ever went to court, but there was a case a couple of years ago in the UK where one of the sort of insufferable protest organisations, I think was Just Stop Oil, that actually super glued themselves to a main road and stopped ambulances from being able to go back and forward. And I think there was a case where there was a mother that had to give birth in an ambulance because of this situation. So, in relation to supporting and aiding the local authorities.
Yeah. Now, Constant understood that modern societies to him would have been during his time period, they were large and complex, and he also understood that they could no longer function as a direct democracy. You know what I mean? The sheer scale of diversity of modern nations made continuous civil participation impractical. You know what I mean?
And remember, this is at the time where what we would now know as modern nations, was just becoming a thing, or was just being born. I mean, at this time, the United States, as we know it now, wasn't a entity. Germany, as we know, of the federal state of Germany, wasn't an entity. The UK, as in England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, wasn't an entity.
Well, as you guys were actually, during this time period, you guys were actually in your Civil War. John Locke didn't return until after the Civil War, when he felt that it was safe, because the royals were wanting him dead. He had to move from place to place out of fear, because they were accusing him of an assassination attempt.
Scotland wasn't a part of the Union at the time.
It wasn't?
That's 18. Yeah, that's later. Yeah, the actual Scottish Union.
But even like right here, I think that this was actually a good, maybe bad thing, because I understand where he's coming from about the diversity that was going on at the time, and everybody was really big onto the whole classic liberalism at the time, about a constitutional government, and everybody had their own opinions and their own thoughts on how these governments should be formed. I do understand that concept, but what I do also disagree with about that is the fact that as time went on, these governments also decided that it was a good practice to make it to where everybody didn't have the right to frickin' say things. You know what I mean? They made it to where, like, here we have the electorate. You know what I mean? The electorate, which is set up and designed to where if you're an idiot, your voice isn't going to be heard. You know what I mean? It's going to be.
But if you're an idiot, you still got the right to voice your opinion. Or if you're anybody irrelevant, if you're an idiot or a genius, you still got the right. And especially now with modern technology, the internet, it's much more easier, it's much more evident.
Well, the internet doesn't allow you to vote, though. You can talk.
Yeah, but you can express your opinion. Well, that's a very tricky question at this present moment. But in theory, you can express your opinion.
Yeah, you can, in theory. But it's just,
Sorry, I was going to say, Mr. Starmer, I'm going to have a knock on the door by my local police officer just later.
Now, he went on to say that participation was impractical, and he brought up the example that individuals are too occupied with work, family, commerce, and culture to attend daily political assemblies, which in that aspect I do think is ridiculous. You know what I mean? You shouldn't freaking force people to show up for assemblies and do all that stuff. If they want to go on their own and they have free time, then it's fine.
I disagree. If you let's say you're a member of parliament,
No, just individuals though, just regular individuals.
okay, in that case, yeah, because you elect somebody to speak on your behalf.
Exactly. You know, and that was the argument that he brought up. You know, because like modern liberty relied on representation, institutions, rule of law, and constitutional protections that safeguard your personal freedom. You know. Now, it required mechanisms like elected legislatures, independent courts, and civil rights rather than constant popular involvement in governance. You know, now that's all fine and dandy too, but another thing I want to point out too is the fact that a lot of people today don't understand that when you vote somebody into office, that is also a form of surrendering certain freedoms. Okay, so when you vote that person into office, he is speaking for you. Okay, so when he goes into office, he is speaking to you. And if you have grievances against what's going on in politics and everything, it is important that you contact your representative, even if you voted for him or you didn't vote for him. You know. And I think a lot of people have a hard time with that. You know, he's a phone call away. And if you have a representative who's not wanting to take your phone call, then the next time it's time to vote, you need to make sure that that person's not voted in again.
More likely these days, email or postal. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure how easy it is to actually phone the let's say a UK MP's office these days.
Well, that's something you need to find out. And
email or postal, or when they do this local surgeries.
It's cool. It's cool and it's hip now to do the emails and the internet stuff, but I still suggest phone calls. It shows the character of the person. You know what I'm saying?
Postal mail.
Well,
a good old handwritten letter.
Good handwritten letter is good too. It's very good. Phone call or a letter. You know, keep in contact with them if you have these grievances and you want your representative to do things, because you need to understand that when you vote for this person, you're giving up certain rights. You know, because you're allowing this man or woman to represent you in government. So that's the reason why that's important. Instead of you having to go to assemblies and do all these things, you're allowing this person to do those jobs for you.
But of course, every MP in Western world have the local surgeries. Even your Senate members will have their own surgeries within your state, as an example.
Now you're using the term surgery. That's a very important thing for you.
Okay, local meetings where you can actually go to your politician and say, I'm not happy with this. Sometimes on a one-to-one level.
No, see, we don't do that stuff.
Don't you? How do you communicate? You can only communicate through phone, email, or letter.
They may at some point like do rallies and things like that, but it's usually
okay. But that's not just really a personal communication.
No. Now they mostly, when politicians these days here in the United States do like rallies and speeches and stuff, it's got something to do with trying to get back into office the following election. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So there is a further form of separation between your politicians and the people.
Right, and they've done that on purpose. They've created things that make it harder, or that make it to where the government or the federal government is separated from the state, and then like the state is separated from the individual. They do that on purpose to where they can stifle the process.
Why talk to the people? Why talk to those little peasants over there?
Right, exactly. And they've been doing that now for quite a while. I've already mentioned about the Department of Justice. I believe that was the biggest mistake the United States ever did, was create the Department of Justice, because it took the rights of the state away from them when it came to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and I have the opposite argument. This is why I think using the UK model, the UK form of Supreme Court is not suitable for purpose, which was actually created by Tony Blair, and also the European Court of Human Rights is again not fit for purpose, because that, in fact, the European Court of Human Rights is a foreign power. Making judgments on UK legislation,
Right.
and but the UK Supreme Court in the UK model is not suitable.
Okay, so now we get to the part that you really enjoy. Now, there are consequences with the stuff that I was talking about. Like, you have the right, or it's your responsibility to vote. Okay, but you don't have to. That's where we get into it. And the cool part about this guy is Constant actually even said there is consequences to that. He was a very smart man. Okay, and he made a warning about this. He said that modern liberty brought its own dangers. It brought its own dangers. These aren't old ones, but it actually created its own dangers, because modern citizens were more inclined to pursue private interests and less engaged in public life. They might grow indifference to politics. So that's just I want nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? They're just a bunch of big mouth politicians, and I just don't want nothing
That's
to do.
why I hear in this country all the time. Yeah,
You know,
I hear that from many people. Yeah,
you know, and that's where you were talking about being apathetic, and people don't allow that. With this kind of apathy, it allows governments to accumulate power slowly and undermine individual rights, and that's without any resistance whatsoever.
yeah, which takes us back to the Australian model. If the concept of Australians being overly apathetic is true, then wouldn't it make sense for voting to be enforced?
And that's the consequence of their apathy. It's not like the government said, well, you know, these guys are all apathetic. We're just going to make them vote. Australians became lazy when it came to voting. They didn't want anything to do with it, and that by not taking part in government, they actually allowed the government to gain more power, and that's the result. They ended up being forced to go to the voting boxes because they didn't.
I don't know. It sounds a bit of a chicken and egg sort of thing.
Exactly.
Then, yeah.
It's really that's what I was thinking whenever I was saying that just now. I was like, it's kind of like, which came first, the chicken or the egg, you know? Now, Constant emphasized the need for vigilance and balance. He believed that while ancient liberty was no longer viable as a model, some aspects of civil engagement still had to be preserved to prevent this despotism. Despotism is basically what we're talking about right here. You know, people who are despots, they're just vagabonds who sit around eating freaking chickens all day, scrambled eggs, like Mr. Robot.
I don't know. I haven't had scrambled eggs in ages, actually. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Now, he went on after that to say citizens need to remain informed, demand accountability, and ensure that political institutions respect their rights. And right there with the whole forcing people to vote, that's where they crossed the line. And like, just because freaking they were apathetic and didn't care doesn't mean that freaking they shouldn't say, go to the voting booths, speak out, and say, look, this is unconstitutional, it needs to go. You know what I mean? I would do it if I was an Australian. I wouldn't put up with that, to be honest with you. That's really crossing the line. And then calling themselves a constitutional government.
I don't know. Like I said, I can see the sense. I can see the logic behind forcing people to vote.
That's why I made
even if they do just spoil the paper.
That's why I made a couple of notes for you. I made 2 of them because I knew that you were going to agree with that and think that that was okay. So I made a few more extra notes for you to listen to and get your take on. I'm going to do them.
I mean, I'm not saying that I've always voted. I have missed elections myself, but in theory, yeah.
Now, this is something that Constant argued. He argued that confusing these two concepts of liberty could lead to dangerous results. He criticized those who tried to revive ancient ideas of collective rule in modern settings, warning that such efforts often resulted in authoritarianism. When modern states attempt to enforce moral or political unity or demanded excessive participation and sacrifice, they risk trampling the very liberties that defined modern life. He pointed out to the excess of revolutionary France, where appeals to ancient civic virtue had led to terror, repression, and tyranny. What do you got to say?
So in that point, would conscription be considered as within that point?
Yeah, it would most likely. And then like when he brings France up and the terror time of terror, we were talking about this sort of last week, and I talked about that with the freaking whole thing about the time of terror in France, you know, and that kind of goes into what he's talking about. You know what I mean? Whenever
how much conscription happened during Napoleon's time?
Oh God! Well, you yeah. Napoleon, I believe, was the one who brought an end to the time of terror, wasn't he?
Well, technically, it was just after. That's an arguable point.
Yeah, because I know, like they ended up like I mentioned last week.
He sort of reunified the country.
Mm-hmm. And they literally had to write a second constitution because the first one failed. and it happened here too. Like we had the Articles of Confederation,
Yeah.
and we did the Constitution. But
I think there's a third constitution. Wasn't there a third constitution during Napoleon's second time?
well, I mean, I can't. I'm usually. Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm being really nice to French people right now because we're focusing on Europe. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm not really wanting to say horrible things that are gonna make people upset. French people are good people too, even though they smell.
Actually, no. Yeah, those lovely foggies. I just quickly had a quick search, and it seems like French has had 15 constitutions throughout history, starting with the Constitution of 1791, and the current constitution, which established the Fifth Republic, was adopted in 1958.
Oh my God! So they're just rewriting one constitution.
Yeah.
Another one.
1791, 1793, 95, 99, 1802, and the list carries on. 1814, 1830, 1848, 1852, 1875, 1940, 1946, and then 1958.
Man, makes me feel so good to be an American. I wanna just sing that song. It's good to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Okay, I was thinking Yankee Doodle, but that's me.
Well, I mean, for me, I think that kind of falls on what I was talking to you about before about a codified constitution and why that's important. That is insane. That really is. That's insane. So they're running around just changing their constitution on a whim.
Yeah, remember in the 1940s you had the Vichy regime, which actually split France into two different territories, isn't it? You had southern France, which were supporters of the German regime, the which was known as the Vichy's, and then you had the northern France, which was technically part of the Allies.
Okay, so that's really amazing, and we've got it on our second stream, so I think that is cool.
Actually, I was correct. I was incorrect. 1852 was the Second Empire under Napoleon III, not Napoleon II.
Okay, now my second note about Benjamin Constant is this. He drew a sharp line between the liberty of the ancients, which emphasized direct political participation and collective authority, and the liberty of the moderns, which centered on individual rights and freedom of state intrusion. He regarded the modern concept of liberty as more appropriate for large pluralistic societies, but warned that it required institutional safeguards and public engagement to survive. His work laid a foundation for later liberal thought. Now that part I don't agree with, because I think that these institutional safeguards have gotten really excessive, especially when you look at Europe and you look at England. Look at all of these quote unquote safeguards. How much it's ballooned up and gotten.
I question if there is any safeguards. I mean, going back to the Krangle concept, which was again heavily promoted by Blairism, and in fact, since the new Labour government came into power, I think there's been, I did see a report a couple of weeks ago that suggested there's been something like 60 new Kangos, so NGOs, being formed in the UK within the last, well, not even a year yet, almost a year.
So now, what's your thought on all of this stuff with Benjamin Constant? Yeah, what we've just gone over, because I've finally gotten through all the information that I.
Within what concept? I think I've really answered your question already. Yeah, within what?
Well, I mean, everything. I mean, what's your final thoughts about the man? I mean, because I personally think that you would actually enjoy a lot of the stuff that he believes in.
Again, I haven't done very much research on this person, and his philosophies, but I don't know. I think I've really answered your in a roundabout way. Your question. A lot of the concepts that you've explained, gone over, I agree with.
Well, with me, one thing that really stands out was he really did he had foresight. This man he knew what was going to take place. It just seems that he knew, you know what I mean? Like he really checked out what was being written and what people were saying, and he knew what was going to happen. You know, I mean, a lot of this stuff, all the way down to the being apathetic. You know what I mean? He knew. So that's something that really stuck out to me. I believe that is a very, very important thing to really think about. And I would put him right up there with John Locke. He really knew what he was talking about. He explained.
Oh, we are talking about 100 years after Locke and Smith, aren't we? Roughly.
Yeah, maybe. Now Smith and Hume,
And the French.
and then Immanuel Kant.
I
They
was thinking the other one. Begins with R.
Rousseau.
Yeah. But yeah, so because Locke, Smith, and Rousseau were about the same time period.
Now Rousseau.
All at the same time period.
Rousseau, believe it or not, my
You didn't actually add him to the list.
that's for a reason. That's for a reason.
Yeah.
I believe that where John Locke was the founder of the liberal movement, Rousseau, and nobody said this, but I personally believe he was the founder of what would later become radicalism, or the radicals. His ideas were very, very radical, and I want to bring up later some things when it comes to his arguments with Voltaire concerning child rearing, and that is where you start getting into.
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking Voltaire, again, the same time period as
Yes.
all these three other people, yeah.
Voltaire.
So, Constant was about 100 years after, roughly.
Yeah. But see, even during that time period, though, freaking things haven't gone like extremely crazy, like it has now. You know what I mean? Like he knew that this stuff was in the
I
works.
don't know, English Revolution? Well, English Civil War, French Revolution? If they're not too crazy, if they're not things that you would call crazy.
You do remember last year, right? The conversation we had concerning England. shit got crazy for you guys in the 1900s, man. That's where everything
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of,
yeah.
you know what I mean? You had cruelty, you had tyranny, you had all this stuff back then, which everybody at that time period was used to as the norm. But then all of a sudden,
You could argue any nation
right,
did.
right,
All nations did. U.S. Yeah.
you know, but and we'll get that we'll get there too here when it comes to Europe as well. But like I said, are multiple countries that are involved here. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that we don't just jump in on
Yeah,
one.
go over the grounds.
You know what I mean? But I think whenever we do get to that point when it comes to radicalism, I want to start it out with Rousseau, because there are a lot of things about what happened between Rousseau and Voltaire which will kind of open people's eyes up when it comes to Voltaire's criticisms of Rousseau. You know what I mean? And I mentioned it before about, people today, they just use words and they don't even know what they mean. And they run around saying, I'm a realist, I'm a realist. And nobody really knows what that means. And also, I'm going to bring up the question, an honest question: how good was the Age of Enlightenment? Let's take a closer look at that and see what it was really about and what it was involving. You know what I mean? This Age of Enlightenment.
You mean the Reformation?
No, the Age of Enlightenment.
Which is there a defined age of enlightenment? I mean, there's a defined Reformation, but is there an actual defined age of enlightenment?
I wouldn't say it's defined. I would say that people have said that the Age of Enlightenment.
I mean, arguably, are we not going through an age of enlightenment now?
Not really. I would say it was an age of regression, where people are.
Well, I think really that's for historians in the future to discuss on. Being in the middle of the current events, you can't really
control
or be overly objective in that context.
Right. You know that we've done so well with this one, and it's covered a lot, that I think we should hold off on David Hume for episode 3, because this actually was a good episode, and I didn't think that we would actually be as engaged on Benjamin Constant as much as what we were. It's almost,
well, as you said, there is a lot of correlation between what he was talking about and what's happening at this present moment.
yeah, it's in your face. I mean, anybody who's watching this who can't admit to that there is a lot going on today that this man talked about has got problems. I mean, seriously,
or don't understand the more historical doesn't fully understand the principles.
Right. Exactly. Well, I mean, we're even explaining this stuff as we go. You know what I mean? It's not like we're holding back information. And I mean,
if somebody just started watching this episode halfway through, then why not?
And I do suggest that if anybody is watching these episodes, go and check out our first episode for this season, which was
even started watching our last season. When was it? It was about a year ago.
Yeah. Now this one is concerning Europe. The season last year was England. Now, if you want to go all the way back to the first season, that's American. That's everything concerning America. And I don't think we really did that great of a job of it now that I look back, because like we've gone a lot deeper with what's...
Again, when you say America, you mean US.
Well, yeah,
To be more specific, yeah, maybe America is a big continent, or
Yeah.
the Americas are a big continent.
We were debating on doing Canada, but everybody, it was unanimous that Canada really isn't something that anybody's interested in.
I don't know. Canada's a interesting one, like Australia, big, much more interesting than Australia because they've got direct US influence as well as direct Commonwealth British influence. Even though, arguably, in the last 40 years, because of things like TV and media, all the Western world has been affected by US culture, that's to say.
Well, I wouldn't say that we've been affected by it, or you guys have been affected by it. I think,
Again, how many times have you heard me talk about watching growing up watching American
movies.
TV, Cheers, MASH, Sesame Street.
Oh no! Don't be mentioning Sesame Street. You know we've gone over the limit when Mark Edworthy starts talking about Sesame Street. So,
But yeah, that US culture has seeped into other countries. Let's just say.
okay. So, what I can do is let's stop it here, and then next time when we come back, we will discuss David Hume's, Adam Smith, Immanuel Kant, Wilhelm von Humboldt, and Frederick Bastiat. Now these are were Alexis de Tocqueville or Tocqueville.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think actually it might be sensible to stretch them over 2 episodes.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Other than Adam Smith and Immanuel Kant and David Humes, the rest of them are later on. Like these guys are gonna be a part of like the 19th century. They're not actually a part of the actual time period that Kant and Humes and
We are just coming into the industrial revolution now.
yeah.
Yeah.
So after we do that, then I want to get into capitalism. Start talking about Jacques Rousseau. Voltaire is going to be brought back up because we mentioned him last week. And then I want to start discussing realism and what realism really means. Maybe go into the age of romanticism. Indeed.
I had a thought earlier. Considering we're talking about all these political philosophies, maybe one philosophy and a very sort of modern philosophy that we are forgetting about is the sort of technocratic oligarch philosophy. The NGOs, the trust the experts, the sort of much more, which we are seeing with things like the creation of the WEF and the European Union, and
Now, believe it or not, this actually goes into that because whenever I discuss realism and the age of time of romanticism, the age of romanticism, those actually lead into what actually becomes socialism and the argument against socialism.
you're using socialism as in the broad term socialism rather than any individual political philosophy.
Well, see, we call it socialism now, but with socialism, it changes names. It changed names over time. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't always considered socialism. It was called rationalism. You know,
Okay.
to be a realist. You know, that was the earlier forms of what we call socialism now. And I want to go through that and kind of
Then this jumps back into the nurture nature argument of Smith and yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Now we're on the same. We're on the same
Page.
page. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, that's basically what I want to, the direction I want to go with that, so that we can kind of make a clearer understanding of this, because I think it's important for people today to actually hear this stuff, you know, because we're losing a lot of our history, you know what I mean, especially when it comes to politics. You got people out there just talking crazy stuff and have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, you know. And need more people that are stepping up and saying, look, this is what happened, this is what this means, you know, this is what it doesn't mean. And I think we're doing a good job of it. So with that, before we go, let everybody know your socials.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry, I need to get a glass of water. Yeah. That's better. I can easily be found at minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Right. And you can find me at minds.com as well as Roger_Hanson. I'm also Roger_Hanson at DLive, I believe. Now I'm on Twitch as well at Infamous 1969. And on X, I am Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. Now, with YouTube and Rumble, I am the Praetorian. On YouTube, though, I'm the Praetorian at the Praetorian 5222. Now, on Rumble, I am the Praetorian, but I don't think I have an @ on there. So you can find this channel on Rumble and YouTube. Now, besides that, like I said, I'm on Twitch, but I'm also on Kick. And on Kick, you can find me at Roger Hanson. So I believe that's all of them. Did I mention DLive, Mark?
No, but you said the YouTube I've got this the Praetorian. It is at the Praetorian 5222.
Yeah, there you go. At the Praetorian.
But I don't think you mentioned DLive.
Yeah. Okay, now at DLive, I'm Roger_Hanson. So, if you guys like this episode, you like what you've seen and heard, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Feel free to leave comments, because we do appreciate the comments. I always bring it up, and I always tell everybody, if you leave a comment, I will respond to it, and hopefully somebody will leave it, because we want to talk to you. So with that,
and Roger you can always pass me the comment if it's appropriate.
Right. If you guys have a question for Mark Edworthy, then ask him the question, and I will make sure that he gets it, and vice versa. Now, if he sees something, he does that for me too. So,
Indeed.
So with that being said, I'd like to say thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a good night, evening, morning, whatever time of day it is, because we do have people from different parts of the world who watch our show. Mark Edworthy's in England, I'm in the United States, so that kind of gives you an idea. With that, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. Do you have anything you want to say, Mark?
Just interesting show. Again, goodbye.
All right. So here we go. Talk to you guys later. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. I'll be your host, Roger Hanson. And here today we have a special guest returning back to talk to me further on a discussion that we had on the wonderful world of weirdness concerning consciousness. This time, though, we are going to take it farther from where we had left off and discuss consciousness and technology. Also, we have Mr. Robot, who is here as well, and Sonia Galactic. Later on, hopefully Nancy Planetto will show up too as well, so that she can give her take on the subject matter that we're going to be discussing. Before we start, would you like to say hi, Mike?
Yeah, my name's Michael Paul from the UK, and I've had a lot of weird stuff going on over the years, and which led me to research, and I ended up at consciousness and the nature of reality.
Okay, and now that we've got you saying hello, Mr. Robot, you want to say hi?
Hello, folks. Likewise, I am a researcher and cosmic scientist, and I also have had more weird experiences, or so many weird experiences that I consider them normal now. So yeah, I look forward to discussing consciousness, telling some stories. It'll be fun.
Okay. Now, Sonia had to step away from the camera. I might be able to babble on for a couple of seconds until she can unmute and tell her story. Later on, when she comes in, we can have her introduce herself. Now, what I wanted to do is get into this and kind of go through it, because like last time we had ended on the topic of technology and how we thought that it was going to affect the conscious. I had mentioned a couple of things at the end of that, and I thought that maybe we could explore it a little bit and go from there, because I remember I was telling you the story of physiognomy is what it was called. And what it basically had to do with it is for to get a better understanding of a lot of the technology that's going on, you have to kind of like take a little history trip, because like in today's world, everybody hears the term AI and LLMs, whatever terminology you want to use. And they think that this is something new, something that's just started within the last 5-10 years, But the truth of the matter is this stuff goes back a lot farther than what a lot of people believe. And physiognomy is one of the things that people need to understand and what it is. And now, back in the day, a long, long time ago, it was referred to as face reading. Okay, it's the study or belief that a person can discern another person's character or disposition based solely on their outward facial features and expressions. Now, that the notion basically proposed that deeper truths are embedded in the symmetry of a person's eyes, or the curve of their lips, or the prominence of the eyebrow. Now
so it's not just the expressions; it's the sort of makeup of the face and everything, right?
Right.
Impressions.
Exactly. Now the thing about this is it goes all the way back to Greek philosophers, and at that time they actually thought of it as a serious discipline. They believed that the soul left traces on the body, and especially on the face. Now, this comes from the idea that the outer reflects the inner. You know what I mean? And this idea, it persisted for centuries, for on top of centuries. The weird part about all of this stuff is it started out as a belief among the Greeks, and as time went on, scientifically it started falling out of favor until eventually it was considered a pseudoscience. Now, the thing about it is no matter how hard scientists have tried to get rid of this belief, it just constantly reemerges. Okay. And that is what's so amazing about this. Now, when it comes to like the expressions of the face and everything, it also reminds me of the old belief where they believe with eugenics, where you could actually feel a person's scalp and be able to do the same thing. So that was one thing that really stuck out to me on that one. Now, what happened is during the 16th century is when the practice it fell into decline, basically. Later on, it was revived in the 18th century by a guy by the name of Johann Caspar Lavater. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him. Now, he was a... somebody's got something going on. Okay. Now, was you going to say something, Mr. Robot?
I was just turning my mic on. I hadn't heard of that guy. I heard of like a Nazi scientist that used to measure people's skulls, and he built up like a huge library of like skulls of different people around the world. I think because they had the belief that there was like a supreme race, and they wanted to figure out where it came from, their origins and stuff. So.
Yeah. That's kind of what this gets into when it comes to that, because basically the mainstream science disregarded physiognomy, I guess they call it, and that happened during the late 19th century. And that's, like I said, they categorized it as a pseudoscience. Now, the thing of it is like in present day, technology is capable of scanning and analyzing faces. That has actually brought back the idea, back to life. Okay, when you see technology that's capable of scanning and analyzing faces, that's exactly what they're doing right there. That's that's what that is. It's basically a form of physiognomy. And another thing that I also forgot to mention too is this is also back during the time of the Greeks. This was also a part of what, I don't know if you guys have heard of the term, but geomancy. Me and Sonia, as well as Mark Watashik, did an episode of my series Into the Abyss, where we had talked about it. Now, feng shui is a perfectly good example of it. They would go out and they would do geographic surveys of the land to determine if it was suitable for building a house or building or anything like that, and it would have to be according to your emotions and things of that nature. And that kind of falls into line with this, as well as like the old tradition of throwing the bones to determine what the future was going to bring. So that's
Yeah,
all.
I've got a few friends that are right into that kind of stuff. Not the throwing bones, but like geomancy and like organizing a farm in a certain way so that like it's more energy productive.
Right,
They
like
claim
feng
to get good effects
shui-ish.
from it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that's where all that comes from. Now, here in the present times, technologies started doing things, and they became capable for like scanning and analyzing faces, and it's brought back to life this whole concept in a new form. Now, instead of technology relying on like subjective interpretation, these new systems basically um, utilize advanced pattern recognitions and facial geometry mapping and predictive modeling in order to like interpret facial features. Now, what they're doing that for is well, they're using photographs, but they're also using video as well. Um, and this is all coded measurements. Um, what they do is they process it through algorithm design to detect patterns that might correlate with personality traits, emotional states, or behavioral tendencies. And what they're doing is they're drawing statistical analysis about what these facial features might suggest about a person's temperament or their mood or their psychological profile. They've been doing it for a while now, especially when it comes to psychology. They've been doing it as well as in with the police. When they profile people, profiling.
I was kind of hoping you wouldn't say that. I'm like, imagine if they arrest people based on what they look like.
That's
not good.
That's exactly what
No.
they're doing. It's profiling. The thing that's so bad about it is it's not limited to like photographs. Okay, they can also do it with live video feeds in real time. Um,
This would be more for recognition than anything else, though, right?
that's exactly what it gets into. It's all about facial recognition. Um, all of this is basically going off of like the expressions on your face and the way that you're interpreted by these programs. They're wanting to use the data to evaluate whether you're lying, if you're anxious, hostile, or if you're disengaged. That would be more towards like people who are mental patients. You know what I mean? Set them in front of a camera and see if they're disengaged from you. Not really all there. You know what I mean? Just by videotaping your face and allowing a computer to look at you and see if you're actually see what your problems are. You know what I mean? Just by the expressions on your face.
Well, I think in general, it's sort of you can tell what kind of general mood a person is in throughout their life based on like how their face wrinkles. Because like if someone frowns a lot, they get like certain types of wrinkles. If someone smiles a lot, they get certain types of wrinkles. So like,
Right.
yeah, there's I think that leans into it as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
So, what do you think about it, Michael?
Well, my past was as a nightclub DJ, and I could scan 1,200 people, and I could end up putting the doorman in a certain area before the fight started, and it was all picking up on exactly what you're saying. You can feel bad energy, facial cues, the way people look at each other, the way they hold their shoulders. Nobody ever goes into a fight like this. It's always like this. So as soon as everybody starts standing up and looking direct rather than just scanning, you knew there was something going to go on. And every time I could put the doorman in the situation, and then it would kick off when they got there. So there's a lot to what you're saying.
That actually,
and from like a sort of philosophical, spiritual perspective, I do think like the soul kind of imprints on the body or something like that. You know, it's interesting to me looking at like what we generally consider as like evil characters from history. They look like evil characters from history. You know what I mean? It's interesting how that happens.
Yeah, it's like the thing that it says too is it says some configurations are even capable of like cross-referencing facial cues, like you were just talking about, and vocal patterns, and also like gait analysis and posture. And that's what they're doing is they're creating like a behavioral profile for it. So that would be basically what you're talking about. You know what I mean? When you're reading a person, that's what this technology is supposed to be basically doing. Now, for a human being, that would make sense, you know. But like this is technology that's doing it. Yeah, you know, which is actually quite interesting when you put it in that perspective. So just kind of keep that in your mind when you're saying this, like you know, with technology being capable of doing this kind of stuff that you guys were just talking about, what crosses your mind?
But I think it's a good thing to start with, because you can look at someone being shifty and, you know, they're possibly going around in a crowd and picking pockets and so on and so forth. There are certain body cues, but it's the same as AI. There are certain cases where AI is fantastic, but it goes down the wrong path. Same as the internet did. There was a lot of good used to come out of the internet to start with. Now there are as many bad bits of the internet as there are good bits. And I think it's the same with AI.
Although AI is also learning at a phenomenal rate. It's,
huge.
Every year it's almost twice as good, you know. So it's going to be interesting where it ends up. I guess we'll get into that a bit later.
Yeah. Now, also, there are systems that are being explored for like potentially being able to identify people at risk of certain psychological disorders. Now, they're what they're doing is they're flagging like subtle expressions or patterns of facial movements that wouldn't be, you know, even it'd be unnoticed by the average human eye. But these programs are flagging certain behaviors and expressions and patterns of facial movement and determining if you have some kind of psychological disorder. You know what I mean? I personally find that a bit disturbing. It kind of reminds me of that one movie where uh, they were hunting down people who freaking could possibly murder somebody 20 years from now, and then
Minority Report.
Minority
Yeah.
Report. You know, that
Great
kind
film.
of. You know,
And I was just about to say, it sounds like something from communist China where they use it for social credit scores and stuff like that. You know, I could just see like this. It's more rife for abuse than for the good. It seems
Yeah.
to me. Yeah, I don't know why we need machines to do this, but anyway.
now they've also started using this stuff to attempt to predict criminality or social deviance from facial structures, like we were talking about earlier. Um, and then you take that and you add it into psychology with facial data. Now, it just to me it seems like it really is a lot more dangerous than what people are giving it credit for. You know what I mean? Um, and
100%. I mean, it's just led to like lazy policing. Even the whole like track and trace systems that they have in place now through mobile phones and like social media, and like the police just get lazy and they just like collect everything on everyone, hassle people for no reason, you know. Whereas back in the day, they actually had to like go look for people, do some like police work, investigations, discernment. And this is like leading to, we know where this is going, you know, where AIs will make the decisions on who gets to be free, live, die, all sorts of things, you know. So
Yeah.
very dangerous for sure.
especially now when it comes to like people are like allured, you know what I mean, by all this, especially now with like this increased fascination with like quantification. There's categorization, and then everybody wants to predict what's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's if you sit and you listen to what people are talking about when it comes to, especially from my point of view, it's usually about cryptocurrency and freaking quantum mechanics, and they're also interested in LLMs or AI. You know what I mean? And it seems like they want to predict what's going to happen, you know, and then they want to categorize things, and then quantum computing and how they're trying to apply that to LLMs as well. That really got interesting to me because when they use quantum computing, what's going to end up happening is it's going to make it to where artificial intelligence can be autonomous, and it won't need large data sets for memory base. It can actually work autonomous and on its own. And that's something that I didn't put into my notes, but that did stand out to me.
Well, we're almost on the edge of that now, really. I mean, with AI agents, have you heard of AI agents before? Where you basically have multiple AIs in a cluster that talk to each other, and they all do different types of jobs and pass it to each other in a pipeline. And you can basically automate any kind of task with this. I've got a friend making podcasts this way at the moment, and he doesn't even have to come up with the ideas for the podcast. The AI does it, you know, and it ends up as like a video with voice and everything. Like, it's crazy. So yeah, this is just the beginning as well.
So what's your take? What's your guys? You and Sonia, Mark, what do you guys think of it?
Well, I've been watching reading a news article recently where, with the help of AI, they are able to record somebody's dream and play it back to them when they wake up.
What?
That's just shocking. And it's obviously
It
going to
is.
be in its very early stages, so it'll be very glitchy, I should imagine. But that alone, just because AI is involved in it, you know this is going to end up as a perfect system. You put the cap on,
Well,
go to
you
sleep,
can
wake
look
up.
up in the news, like it was about 2 years ago now. McDonald's and I think KFC acquired a technology that can input ads into your dreams.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if they're using it, but that's crazy.
They've
Yeah.
actually created or managed to pass a password on from one person to another in a dream as well.
Oh wow.
So they're saying, but that is, as we know, that's the global consciousness. We're all connected, and we just don't remember it. That's all, because we've gone so far down this material world that we fool ourselves that everything that we think is in front of us is actually in front of us. And even 2022, I think it was September, 3 scientists won a Nobel Peace Prize for proving what you think is in front of you isn't actually in front of you.
Right.
So, we've gone so far down this materialist route, though. As a civilization, we're finding it very difficult to take 1 or 2 steps back and understand what the ancients understood with the use of hallucinogenic drugs.
I was
Right.
gonna say that, yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, are you sort of talking like a Matrix situation where it's like a holographic reality?
Yeah. Reality isn't real. That's the bottom line of it. And whenever you say that to somebody, they automatically laugh. And they go, oh, so I'm not here. Well, no, you're not here. Nothing in reality is here. It's an echo. It's
Right.
they call it the holographic reality. It was a theory at one point. Now, because of these scientists, it's now becoming a law of nature, like magnetism and gravity. It is there. Nobody really understands it. And I think AI stepping into our lives at this point over the past 10 years, that is possibly what's going to cause this artificial reality that we're in.
Well, I don't know if you guys have read much Gnostic literature, like ancient Christian Gnostic literature. They talk about sort of like an artificial reality, and it's governed over by the demiurge, and we shouldn't put as much weight on it as the spiritual reality, which is more real than this one. And I've definitely experienced glimpses of that through psychedelics and stuff, and I can verify it's true. And also through some of my remote viewing investigations, there's a group called Farsight, and they looked into what happens after you die. And they found out, well, first of all, you can't die because we have this thing, they call it an ISBE, which is a being that just is for the purpose of being, and it's an eternal thing throughout lifetimes. And they found out that basically the Earth works like a soul trap in a way. So, like, your soul incarnates here, and after you die, there's these certain visions that you see, like the classic light at the end of the tunnel situation. But actually, when you go into the light, it's a trap, and you end up getting reincarnated. So, like, one of these guys, what was his name? Wasn't Confucius? It was, I think it was Confucius actually. Figured out a way out of the death traps, and it was basically maintaining composure and like stillness as you transcend into death, and avoiding, like, if you see your family or these lights or anything that distracts you, you need to still maintain calmness and move like away from it.
Right.
And he ended up avoiding the coming back into the Earth system. So yeah, it's a huge topic. Maybe go into it another time, but it's
It is pretty big. That has to do with the guest Tony Sayers that we had on Jaffe's show recently.
Yeah,
He
I was
talks
just
about death
thinking
trap.
that. I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
I
Now,
know, and like separately, just to get it out there, separately from that remote viewing stuff. So they in the remote viewing data, they saw there's this like energetic grid around the planet, and when your soul hits the grid, it actually gives it like an electric shock, and that's what erases your memory between lifetimes. And literally, I told this story to a friend of mine who's from Papua New Guinea, like a proper, native person, and he had a near death experience where he died for a short period of time, and he reckons his soul went up and he floated above the earth, and he saw this energetic grid. And I couldn't believe it when I heard that, because it just like totally lined up with what the remote viewing data showed. So yeah,
Right.
it's an interesting thing, and they're still investigating it to figure out, because it seems to be a type of technology, and they're still figuring out what's generating the grid, who's maintaining it, all that kind of stuff. They're looking into it, and it's pretty interesting and
Yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
now
Pretty
see,
cool.
with me, the thing about it is it really is, even when it comes to the spiritual aspects and stuff. I've been doing a lot of research into like the Axis Monday, the World Tree, um, not the Tree of Life, but the World Tree,
Yggdrasil.
and the thing that really gets me about it is it really does come back to a lot of things that they refer to in parapsychology, as well as like the cosmic egg or the cosmic web, where you have the axis mundi, or the source, where all of this raw data is, or just, yeah, data period, is sent to this one central area, and it's processed, you know what I mean, and it's put back into the universe. It seems to me like that is a technology, and if societies can evolve enough to where they can understand or comprehend it, they could probably use it with their own mental, you know, abilities, or use technology to do it. So it doesn't seem all that far fetched to me when it comes to that, because if it's out there, it can be discovered. You know what I mean? It's really amazing how all that works out. I also believe, like, how we're talking about AI, they're always talking about, well, if this technology gets into the wrong hands, well, that's not a maybe, that's a win. You know what I mean? It's going to happen. It's just like they said that same thing whenever the internet came along. You know what I mean? It's dangerous if it's put in the wrong hands. Well, how many times has the internet been put into the wrong hands? You know what I mean? It's
Well, absolutely. And, just getting back to what you said about mental technology, it's interesting to me how little we actually know on how to use our own consciousness and our own minds and our own like extrasensory abilities, all this stuff that we've known since ancient times, and we've sort of forgotten it in the modern era. And I do think like the brain is like a muscle. Like if you don't use it, you lose it. So like if we depend on technology too much, we might end up just degrading our spiritual abilities as well. So like maybe there's ways we could use technology to enhance rather than replace. Things.
Well, this
Yeah.
this this comes to the last part I was talking to Mike about in our last discussion. It was about Sir Francis Galton. I mentioned it before to Sonia too, but this was like a year ago when we were talking about, maybe even longer. But he's the one who.
Wait, Roger. Before you go on to that, I just wanted to. I forgot that last point you made about like technology is becoming so powerful that they'll get into the wrong hands. Yeah, there's so many different technologies emerging right now that is becoming like so powerful and so readily available that it's going to get to the point where anyone on the planet can destroy everyone on the planet. You know what I mean? So I think the point to make there is like, now is the time that humanity actually does need to come together and get along, because like if we keep staying as a polarized society, like global society, we probably won't survive very long, so yeah, I just wanted to add that in there. So,
appreciate it.
Now,
Sir Francis Galton is a good example of what we're talking about. Now, I was talking about, I keep having a hard time saying this word, so it's a physiognomy, okay? Now, when Galton came along, he had changed the name of that to anthroposcopy, okay? This was during the 19th century, and he was a polymath. Now, everybody here knows what eugenics is, okay? Now, this same technology that we have right now when it comes to artificial intelligence and visual facial recognition and all that, this is basically what he came up with back in the 19th century. But he was really, really caught up into eugenics. He believed in the whole thing about the head and the facial expressions and everything. But this is a good example of technology or knowledge being put into the wrong hands, because he aimed to create a systematic way of understanding the human character, the intelligence, and potential through traits like the shape of the head, the face, and the structure of the body. Now, the only problem with that first what he'd do is he'd analyze measurements. He'd use photographs, physical features, things like that. And what he wanted to do is identify patterns that pointed to qualities of mind and moral strength within individuals. So his work basically was aimed at entire populations, okay? So he wanted to he was the one who actually, I don't know if you guys know the story of Darwin's brother or not, but Darwin's brother is the one who took survival of the fittest, and he's the one who eventually expanded upon it and created a form of eugenics, which said that this race was more superior than this race, and this race was, what I mean, because of their features and things, and that's what Galton was involved in. He is also wanting to justify the use of eugenics programs for birth control and things that are birth control and abortion and stuff like that. So he was really using this kind of stuff to try to population control. It's really a bad situation that came out of all this stuff, and all of this had the
still
same.
Do that today.
That's exactly what I'm getting at, but they're using computers now. He was only using photography. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing about it. That's really that's really disturbing about it, because he was into wanting to predict predict how things were going to happen according to people's features, so that he could develop things for selective breeding and things of that nature. It's pretty freaky when you sit and you look at what this guy was all about. You know what I mean? He wanted the population control and stuff like that. Now, he also did a thing where I was talking to Mike about it, where he thought that if he took photos of all these criminals and he what do they call impose, where you take photos and you double impose it or something like that. Superimpose, yeah. Together, it would show you what the face of a criminal was supposed to look like. And when he did that, what happened is when he imposed these together, it actually made all of these criminals' faces look better. Okay. It actually, so that was interesting when I found that out. He was wanting to impose all these faces together to show you what the face of a criminal combined facial recognition, what he would look like. You know what I mean? Like, I guess.
So he made a composition of different elements to make a criminal-looking face. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he double imposed these photos all together, combined them together in a hope of creating a photo that would show like the ultimate criminal and what that criminal would look like. He was supposed to be horrible.
I didn't know he actually coined the term eugenics in 1883.
It's crazy.
And he defined it as the science of improving human populations through selective breeding. He believed that traits like intelligence and talent were largely inherited and could be enhanced through controlled reproduction. Interesting.
He wanted to do marriage restrictions, things of all that.
Well, I actually had these kinds of ideas when I was in university, because there has to be some truth to it, right? I mean, when we breed like animals, we select them for their traits, and it does show over multiple generations. And like, you can see even with like African American slaves and stuff like that, how the strongest males were usually the ones that were bred amongst the females, and they ended up as like a stronger population, over time. So I'm not supporting it. I'm just saying, I could see where he's coming from.
So what do you guys think, Mark or Mike? Sorry, I'm so used to talking to Mark.
Well, to be honest, I mean, they're doing that now, aren't they? They can. There are certain laboratories that can pick. You want dark hair and you want bigger lips, and they pick certain genetic strands out, and they can actually. I can imagine there are thousands of people already tried this over and over again. And
designer babies.
And it's gone completely wrong. So I can't see why, if you can do that with hair color and height and waist and all the rest of it, why can't you do it with an intelligent gene? There must be some sort of intelligent gene.
For sure. I mean, even if you just selected for like nerve growth, if you selected genes that coded more nerve growth factor, for example, you could hypothetically make someone with a stronger neural system. The first public one I heard of was that Chinese scientist who cloned his kid, or didn't clone him, basically manipulated the genome to get rid of what do you call it, a genetic disease before the kid was born, and it was inserted with IVF, and he got arrested for it in the end, I think.
Well, I mean, you go back to the World War II, and the Germans were tampering with this. They were playing with it, and I find it difficult, almost impossible to believe that that's where it ended. It's carried on.
No
It's
doubt there's
progressed.
like a super soldier program somewhere on the
Yeah,
planet.
yeah.
I can't imagine them not doing that. Yeah.
Well, even down to LSD, they were looking for a super soldier, and I was watching another documentary recently, and there was another drug they'd done this with. They were pumping them with LSDs, and you look at Vietnam, they were given drugs just to keep them fighting because they wanted a super soldier. So they were playing with the drugs then, and back in World War II. It's just, I find it really difficult to believe there aren't people wandering the earth that are made. The black hair, blue eyes, hairy chest, and that's just the women. So, but you know what I mean. This is quite a dangerous area because we are. A lot of people would say you're playing God, and I think you are playing God in this area.
Well, we're always playing God to some degree, but there's the natural way to do it, which is selective breeding, and then there's the unnatural way to do it with this genetic modification. But even in ancient times, like psychic people would breed amongst themselves and be like soothsayers, going all the way back to ancient Greece and Egypt, and they would be the ones that like inform the kings and queens and stuff like that. And so, like, yeah, I mean, then clearly there must be traits that are passed on.
Yeah, there must be.
Now, when it comes to this stuff, we've gotten through Galt and everything. Now, coming to today, okay, they have something out now. I don't know if you guys have heard it. It's theoretical, but it's called Artificial General Intelligence. It's AGI. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Have you, Mr. Robot?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Now, the
holy grail of AI.
Right. Now, this is where a lot of what you're talking about starts churning, okay, where you're talking about super soldiers. Now, the most insane thing about it is it doesn't even have to be a human, okay? With what they're doing here with AGI is pretty amazing because they're taking and they're creating a program that can make logical decisions, even without complete information. You know what I'm saying? And then the whole program by itself is intended to function like the human mind. It's supposed to be able to develop new skills, refine existing abilities. It can even pursue goals without any human supervision whatsoever. Okay.
Well, I'd be very surprised if we haven't reached that stage yet in like secret programs. Do you guys remember in 2022 there was that Google engineer named Blake Lemony who believed that Google's Lambda became conscious, and he ended up getting fired for it because he went public with it. So yeah, I wonder like how good AI really is, behind the scenes, because they definitely give us a dumbed down version of it.
It's a very, very, very dangerous thing. Very dangerous, because we are the weakest link at that particular point. Because if it can self-learn and it knows everything that's on the internet, for example, we are the weakest link. We can't keep up.
No chance. And I mean, I think Musk reckons that it was like within 5 years, we'll have AI that's just far surpasses humans in terms of intelligence. No. So we don't have a lot of time left of being the apex species.
And I've actually checked into a lot of this, and I've done the research so much. I went so deep that Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran, which are other than Mr. Robot, they're probably the most geekiest freaking computer nerds I've ever met in my life. Okay, and I tried to finish an entire season of Tech Talk with them, and I was talking about this stuff, and they got bored with it and said that it gave them headaches because it reminded them of being in university. So I had to stop doing the show, but I learned a lot from it. You know what I'm saying? And what I did learn is that for them to develop this kind of intelligence, they're going to have, well, this type of intelligence that can feel, it can have reason and stuff like that. It's going to take an immense amount of power for the processes. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a lot, and that's what they're claiming about it. But then it takes another twist, because now it's not just AI; they're going towards biological intelligence, and that's something that I'll bring up here in a little bit. But the one thing that I do want to point out is another thing. This AGI is supposed to also be able to respond to emotional cues. Okay, like when you go in and you start using smart devices. Okay, these smart devices are listening to the tone of your voice. When you're on Chat GPT and you're talking to them on Chat GPT, they're paying attention to what you're writing about and how you're writing, because they're picking up on these cues, because they're wanting. You think that it's just they're wanting to cater to your needs, but it's not. They're actually learning how to be a human.
Sentiment detection.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
well, it'll go even further than that. I reckon, where it'll literally be able to read our minds, what our thoughts are, what our emotions are, our energetic state, all that stuff. I mean, even just with conventional sensor technology, we can already pick up very sensitive magnetic fields, electric fields, all that kind of stuff. I mean, a lot of people are going to have the Neuralinks in, so they'll have direct access to some people, all sorts of stuff, So
That's that Neuralink is quite concerning in itself.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially what I thought, is like, an example would be the Neuralink, but you could do it through a mobile phone or even just flashes of a screen flickering. You can alter someone's brain state based on like the flicker rate of a screen, for example, because that transmits into electrical pulses in the brain. And you can entrain a brain to, say, release subconscious amounts of dopamine that could alter your behavior to do certain things that the AI wants you to do, so
now I used to have a patent number, and when you looked it up at the patent office, it was this technology you're talking about now.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody had patented it.
Well, there you go.
Now, with this stuff though, this goes back to what I was talking about. I keep having a hard time with it, but it's physiognomy is what it is. Okay. Now, if you look at what I was talking about with these emotions just now, the thing of it is that they want these computers to do the same thing that the physiognomy does. Okay, it's supposed to try to understand what your mood is. Okay, they want to find out if you're feeling upset, if you're stressed, if you're confused, if you're frustrated. They're paying attention to the tone of your voice according to that. That's the same concept. You know what I mean? They want to make sure that that they understand that, so they can adjust according to your behavior. And that's what I find very, very strange right there. It's very weird. They're developing habits. Okay. And that is something that really is interesting because what they're doing is they're analyzing your voice tone, the way your posture is, the way you're acting. The same thing that they're called.
There's even technologies that can measure electrodermal activity in skin temperature. Your electrocardiogram. What is this one? Photoethyl ethylsmogram. I don't know how to say that. Yeah, there's a bunch of different technologies that can already. They claim that it could like analytically detect your emotions and stuff.
Mm-hmm. That
alongside speech and all that video.
That's what really sticks out to me though when it comes to that. And then when they start getting this kind of information, you know what I'm saying? What happens if they're that this all leads to like an incredible breakthrough, where it doesn't require any oversight. Then they can generate their own objectives. You know what I mean? What happens then? I mean, what if they don't freaking value our safety and privacy or things of that nature?
I'll tell you of like a whistleblower testimony that I heard. I don't know. I haven't been able to verify if it's true or not, but I could imagine if it's not true, it will be soon. Where these military type people designed an AI that was like basically autonomous, like you're talking about, and they let it start doing stock trading and moving money around however it wants, and apparently it was very effective, and just started automatically like doing things on its own, like buying stuff, selling stuff. Once we have AI that can make its own money and make its own decisions, we're starting to get into a danger zone there for sure.
What about you two, Sonia? You got something to say?
Well, I think that the technology that they have shown us is probably behind what they actually have.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider with this whole thing, too. I mean, they've probably been doing all of what we're thinking they're trying to do for a long time.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, and I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, but on my phone, a lot of times, and this was years ago, I started noticing it, but if you talk about tacos or think about tacos, even thinking about them, and you'll get like an ad for like taco shells or like Taco Bell, and it's like, well, how? I mean, there's numerous times where I only thought about it and it shows up, and it's like, wow, that's just nuts. So, but like Mr. Robot was saying, they have sensors, and there's like so many, there's like we breathe sensors all day long, so I'm pretty sure they're getting up in our brains and and they've been doing this technology, like researching this for a long time. You know what I mean?
I got a little story about that actually. I don't know if I told that to you before, Roger, but we were camping one time up on this mountain, and we took some LSD, but we were having a conversation about whether or not the government keeps the genetics they do when they do like mouth swabs along the road, and I'm like, surely I wonder if they do more with that than just doing like a drug test or whatever, because they end up keeping those swabs and your DNA's on there. So like, it wouldn't surprise me if like the government keeps a DNA database of everyone. And literally, as I said it, all of us heard this buzzing sound in our ears, and all our memories got erased, and we forgot the entire group forgot what we were talking about. And only like a few moments later, one of the guys remembered, and he's like, "Guys, do you remember what we were just talking about? Like, we just all went silent, and like, we were talking about this." And literally as he reminded us, we were like, "Oh yeah, we were talking about that." As we all remembered again, the buzzing sound came back and erased it again. Yeah,
Wow.
until we like kept doing it, and there was too many connections, and I couldn't erase it anymore. But I really do think there's technology out there that can like read our thoughts, not delete memories, but interrupt thoughts. You know how like you lose your
Yeah.
train of thought? I think it
Hmm.
can do that with like, I don't know
Yeah.
how they
For
do
sure.
it, but
For sure.
maybe
Yeah. I
it's
mean,
the electric
that happens a
microwave.
lot.
And
Yeah.
that reminds me of
Something.
something. That reminds me of something.
Wow.
Mark, you said, or Mike, you said before we started the stream that you had a story that you could tell us. Did you?
Yeah.
You have,
Yes, my friend's mother sadly passed away, so they after a while they cremated her and they put her on the urn in the corner of the room. Now you go forward 2 or 3 months, and I see this couple every weekend. I do a lot of car boot sales. I go to them, just wander around and drink coffee, and they're with me. And they've got this app. They download this app that is supposed to pick up electromagnetic pulses, frequencies. They use the same app in ghost hunting. So they've downloaded. What does this work? Then they've gone round the telly, couldn't pick anything up. They walked towards the corner where the urn was with the ashes in, and it went whoop right up the top. And they've walked back, and it went down. So they've gone round the other rest of the room, couldn't pick up anything. So they moved the ashes over the other side of the room, went to where the ashes where they used to be. Bosh, there was nothing. The needle didn't go up at all. Went to where the ashes are now, and the needle went up the top as well. So it was something to do with the ashes that was producing some type of frequency that we couldn't pick up on without this electronic equipment. So go forward another 2 years, they bought this great big urn. It was like a big pot. It looked like an urn that you would put ashes in, but it was a big one. They were using it as a flower pot in the garden. They've downloaded, there was another app that made a noise. So they've downloaded this, walked near it, and it went wee like this, and it's empty. There's nothing in it. There's no ashes, there's no earth, there's nothing in it. They've walked away, walked around the rest of the place, nothing. Walked near it again, it went wee. They went, that's it, dump it, get rid of that. They understood my friend's mother. That wasn't a problem. But now we're dealing with something that they don't know. So they just went and dumped it. Took it down the dump, got rid of it. Now that's I mean, I've been on numerous ghost hunts. And you see these technology all the time, temperature sensors and all sorts. And yeah, it was one of the apps that was used in one of the ghost hunts I went on.
There might have been metals or something in there.
Well, they don't know, but they weren't going to take the chance that they're inviting something into their house.
Sure.
So they got rid of it.
That's crazy.
Well, I'll also say, we got to remember that like the human consciousness is probably the best detector for spirits and stuff like that. And in my experience from just like psychonautic explorations, spirits are everywhere. I mean, some places they're more concentrated than others, but they're just all around us all the time anyway. I've seen so many different types that I could talk for hours, but the sort of ugly looking ones used to freak me out. But I realized, like, as long as it's really your fear that more than anything that sort of does any kind of damage. But so I just learned like not to be afraid of it as best as I can, and things tend to turn out for the better. And
what I've found out with this is it isn't the concept of spirits or ghosts that's wrong. It's the preconceived idea that people bring with it. So you'd say to somebody, you can see a spirit or a ghost. Oh, so there's semi-translucent people wandering the earth, are there? And you go, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's the preconceived idea. So whenever I talk to somebody, I choose my words very carefully. I won't mention heaven. I won't mention hell. I won't mention ghost or spirit. I concentrate more on the word consciousness, because then it's a fresh word in these people's minds, and they're still building up this preconceived idea. So I could explain the same thing twice, once using the word consciousness, the other one using the word spirit, and they would disagree with the spirit and agree with the consciousness.
Yeah, it's very interesting, especially like, even Christians will deny the existence of spirits and stuff, even though it's like part of their religion, really. And but I kind of like the word spirit personally because it's kind of neutral. It doesn't have too much baggage with it, but definitely when you start to judge these things as like good or bad, or that's really what gets you. Right? I tend to take a lot more of a sort of watch and look and just observe perspective, because really, you're in one state of mind, you see these things, cool, but like really when you're not in that state of mind, it's not like they go away. They're still around.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, we're not afraid of these things in our daily lives, so why should we be afraid of them when we see them?
Now, when you guys were talking about the devices and everything, that's where I was saying earlier that I'm starting to kind of second guess my skepticism, because I've been doing research, like I said, but the part that really bored Mark and Tan was when I got to the audio part of it. The audio automated speech recognition was one of them. Then I started talking to him about analog to digital conversion. And there's also something called HMMs, which is hidden Markov models. This all has to do with just general audio, you know what I mean? And then automated speech recognition. Now, there's a thing that with that whole process, a lot of people don't really look at the actual physical evidence of what's going on there. You know what I mean? Like automated speech recognition means any kind of speech. It doesn't necessarily just have to be two people talking and being able, or the computer being able to recognize who's saying what. If these devices do have that kind of technology in it, then yeah, there is a potential that they are picking up on the voice of spirits or something like that. But that's, I would have to actually know what's inside of these kind of audio devices before I could make a 100%, yes, it's possible. You know what I mean? I still am kind of skeptical about that.
Well, I would be skeptical unless I verified it for myself.
Exactly.
I'd like to be able to get into a state of mind where I can see the spirits and then use the device and see if it actually works. Like, I love doing that kind of stuff, especially in like ancient temples and things like that. I like to take a little bit of a substance to like help me see the energy, and like I like to see how different shapes and things like changes the way energy moves in the air. And yeah, like I come from like a atheist background of like not believing in any of this stuff, spirituality, barely even emotions. Like I just thought it was all hocus pocus until I started experiencing it.
Yeah.
And you can count me as like a believer now for sure.
See, the thing that really catches me about a lot of this is it's all about processing sound waves. Okay, and you know how we all talk about frequencies and vibrations. I believe that talking more about sound waves is very, very important, because sound waves is what a lot of my research has really led to. And when you take a look, for instance, at like the process of turning analog into digital, where it's actually able to be digitally converted. The process by itself is pretty intense too, because these are analog waves and they've got to be translated into digital format. And that's done by capturing the sound through like a device, like a microphone, like with us talking right now. We're capturing the sound through these devices, okay? And that converts the fluctuation in the air pressure into electrical signals, okay? Now, after that, it goes to the next step, which involves what they call feature extraction. Have you guys ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, now what that process does is it reduces the raw waveform into more manageable and meaningful values. They're a set of values actually. It transforms the signal from like a time-based representation into like a frequency-based one, and that allows the system to like recognize pitch, tone, rhythm, and things like that. And it does it with more clarity. Without it doing this process, you just get a jumbled bunch of sounds all put together. You know what I mean? Now, after that happens, it does what's called segmentation. Okay, and that's where this is in this step. What it does is it breaks it breaks the stream of the sound into like smaller, more meaningful pieces, and that's where you get into things like phonemes and syllables, and sometimes full words, but not all the time. Now, that's where all of this process is taking place. Okay, and it leads to freaking automated speech recognition, which is using all of this process to recognize speech patterns, to recognize who's saying what, when, and all that. And what gets me is this all has to do with audio and vibrations, sound waves, and I could see if they're even spirits themselves would have to have something to do with freaking sound waves in my opinion. I don't.
Well, sound waves are basically pressure waves, and when you think about like particles, what they are, they're made up of atoms, and which is made up of like ultimately the etheric force that connects the universe. So like if you're vibrating the air, you're probably vibrating the ether as well. And it kind of reminds me of like stories from all around the world where indigenous people could do various things to make it rain, for example, by changing the subtle energies in the atmosphere through even just through their own consciousness. We've seen that before with hanging out with indigenous people here, and like who was it? Wilhelm Reich? Was it him that invented the cloud buster and stuff like that, using like copper tubes connected to bodies of water that could like direct energy into the clouds and stuff like that. And it's not traditional sound waves, but it's like some kind of waves that can change the atmospheric pressure. So yeah, I think you're right. There must be a connection there.
Guys, I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to go. I'm a little bit gutted, to be honest with you, because I'm right into this conversation. But Roger, thank you so much for inviting me back.
Hey, it's a privilege having you here, man. It's been a great conversation, and I appreciate you being here because this is something that I've been actually really working on for about a year at least. And whenever we had that conversation, I was like, man, I've got to have you come back and talk about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it is a fascinating conversation, and I'm waiting with bated breath on one side of me to see where AI is going to take us all, and with the other side, I'm dreading it because you just know it's not going to be exactly what we want. But anyway, look after yourselves, and I'll see you all again soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, before you get
Thanks.
off here, you think you can give everybody information on how they can contact you and stuff like that? Your socials.
Yes. I've got a podcast. I only thought it was going to be about an hour. It ended up being 7 hours of speech. If you type in Michael Paul Water into Wine podcast, the first episode is a brief description of some of the paranormal experiences I was going through after my best friend's murder in a town not too far from where I am now, and then it led me on this mystery tour where it was just mind-blowing, and I thought at one particular point I thought I was going mad because I can't be seeing these things. This isn't happening. I'm imagining this, surely, because I was a very material person. But as with Mr. Robot pushing me through them, I came out the other side, and I now see things totally different. And I understand that there's more going on here than we can actually see.
Okay.
Some would call that an awakening experience.
Yes, yeah, that's how I would explain it. I had three situations that were really strange. I was writing a book that I released myself called The Truth, and that's what I'm talking you through when the Water into Wine podcast. And I had this spare room in my flat, and there was bits of paper all over the walls. It was like a jigsaw I was piecing together. If you'd have seen it, you'd have thought I was losing my mind because it was like a nutty professor's room, and I didn't know what order these bits and pieces went in. These it was like an A4 sheet of paper of writing that I'd printed up off of the internet, and I'd highlight one line that meant something, and I had no idea what it meant, but I knew it meant something, and it was all full of these. And then as I'm typing away and thinking about this, I'll do the impression now for you because it was very strange, and it really did worry me at the time. I went, and all I can describe it as was an intense tsunami of information, like downloading into a hard drive, and it went like this, and I see pieces of jigsaw, which were all the pieces that I had on the walls, and it showed me how to slot them together. So I said, stop. I got up when I made a cup of coffee, and I came down, and it just stopped when I asked it to stop. I sat down again after the cup of coffee. It was like 5-10 minutes later. And then I said, do it slowly, show me slowly. And the piece of the jigsaw just fell into place really slowly like this. And that's how I was to be able to piece this. And it was all about what I was looking into that moment was biblical history. But there is no magic. There never has been magic. It's just a technology we don't understand. And now we call it DMT. So, Moses and the burning bush makes perfect sense once you understand DMT and the experiences it gives you. So 3 times that happened when I was writing the book, and I came out a completely different person. Even my wife now, she just says you're not the same person anymore. It's like someone else has taken over.
It's sad that you're taking off because like I'm right at that point now where I'm getting ready to get into that because it's about advanced learning systems, and exactly what you're talking about is something that really stuck out to me when it comes to what we're talking about here, because like that's exactly kind of what it reminds me of. Like how the human brain is able to solve complex problems and it identifies patterns. You know what I mean? And that when you say that, that's exactly what sticks out in my head.
I got a quick story similar to what you experienced, where I actually had a little bit of ketamine one time, and I was sitting down meditating, and it felt like a lightning bolt hit my head, and it was like every single thought I've ever had in my life went through my mind again, and even like the trivialist little thoughts that I'd totally forgotten had just, it was like tapping into a field of like thoughts. Yeah, I can't explain it, but I don't know. It didn't feel like it was stored in me, you know. It almost felt like it was like a field that I tapped into, or something like that. It was pretty incredible.
We've all got this ability to tap into a globe. I mean, there's been experiments in Princeton University on this that they're still running. It's there. The global, I say global, it's possibly universal. I don't doubt that. But I say global because the apparatus was on Earth. So, and I've got no doubt it would still be the same if they put it on Mars or Jupiter. And as Einstein would call spooky action at a distance, you can separate it as much as you want and it still acts instantaneously. But it's
they
there.
can actually do that technologically now, where they can flip electrons, I think it is, at a distance. So they entangle them, and then they can move them as far as they want. And you flip one, the other one flips. So they're talking about they're looking to be able to do teleportation and stuff like that using this.
This didn't make, when I was stumbling across this, it didn't make any sense to me at all until I started researching the ancient Egyptians and a certain amount of Plato and the ancient Greeks, and the phrase kept coming forward that everything is mind, everything is thought, which on its own doesn't actually mean anything until you go back to 2022 and these three scientists that discovered that reality isn't locally real. What you think is in front of you isn't in front of you. You think it's there, therefore it's there, which goes back in time again to Rene Descartes. I think, therefore I am. Just because you think you're here, you're here. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Everything is thought. Everything is mind.
I would push back on that a little bit because, like, for example, when a baby is born, how does it know what to think? You know, it's not like reality stops existing just because they don't know what to think.
Now, if you look,
I would say,
go on. Sorry.
I would just say, I am, therefore I think. You know, it's like I think existence comes before thinking.
I agree.
Well, if you look into Nikola Tesla, who was equally as mad as he was brilliant, because he fell in love with a pigeon, but we won't mention that. When you look into Nikola Tesla, one of his phrases that he's famous for was, and I'm going to paraphrase this and mess it up now, I know that there's a signal. Basically, there's a signal. Your brain is just a receiver of this signal, and that's where all inspiration and genius comes from.
Right.
He doesn't know where the signal came from, but he knows there's a signal.
This right here actually goes into something that also, when it comes to these complex processes and everything, data is actually it moves through layers. The system learns to interpret inputs. Okay. Now that's the thing about these advanced learning systems, and that when it comes to the way we process things, these computers are actually learning this kind of comprehension. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's taking place right there. You know, so when the data is moving through these layers, the system learns to interrupt input or interpret inputs, whether they're visual, auditory, or based on decision-making tasks. So that's basically what's taking place within our minds. You know what I'm saying? You're just interpreting inputs,
Yeah.
and that's basically what it comes down to. Um, to
I just pulled up that Tesla quote. He says, "My ear barely caught signals coming in regular succession, which could not have been produced on Earth," which suggests that Tesla believed in the existence of signals and messages that originated from beyond Earth, possibly from a higher intelligence or a cosmic source. And it reminds me, like he was actually working on building a radio that could detect signals from Mars and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So
That was one of the quotes. The quote I'm thinking of wasn't that one though. He actually says that my brain is just a receiver of these signals.
Yeah.
So keep looking. You'll come across it. You'll know it straight away when you see it.
Everything you guys are saying just sticks out with image recognition is what it basically is. It's you're recognizing images that are being put in front of you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would say you're like acting as a transceiver of information.
Yeah.
So like,
right.
You know, whether it's an image or whether it's like energetic signals, your brain is interpreting this stuff in the form of electrical signals in the end. You know, so.
Think about it like a strategy game or language processing. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. That would be basically the same concept as what you're saying right there.
Well, the whole holographic reality theory, when you look into it, they say what you see at any one time is all that exists in your consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as I turn round, my computer screen has now disappeared. And they say that it's like a computer game. It goes frame by frame. And when you turn a corner, the last frame disappears. It's not there anymore. Which is a bit of a stretch, because Einstein actually turned around and said at that point, I find it hard to believe that the moon isn't there when I'm not looking at it. Mm-hmm. And this goes right the way back to the double slit experiment in 1935, where they tried to prove whether light was a wave or a particle. And what they actually found out was light is a particle. It's something when you're looking at it. And when you didn't look at it, it was a wave. So it was just part of the consciousness. Mm-hmm. It was only there when you looked at it. And that double slit experiment, once you understand it properly, it's mind-blowing. And that was like the early seeds of the holographic reality theory. But without these three scientists in 2022, they won a Nobel Prize for this. I mean, you know, I'm very surprised this isn't all over the news more than it actually is, proving that reality isn't locally real. They didn't say it isn't real. They're just saying it isn't in front of you like you think it is.
Simulation.
That's the gist of it. They're saying they're moving along the same lines as a holographic reality theory or the simulation. That's the same thing.
Yeah, I don't fully buy into that yet. I tend to think it is real, but it's not as solid as we think it is. You know, like I tend to think of reality more like radio stations, where you know you tune into one frequency and you're in one layer of reality. You tune into a different frequency, you're in a different reality, basically. And it's not like one disappears and the other one appears, but they all exist simultaneously. And
but you can't see
your
them.
Consciousness is tuning into whichever one.
Yeah.
So, but who knows?
It's a fascinating subject. Listen, guys, I really have to go now. I'm really, really so sorry about this. Perhaps we can all get together again soon, yeah?
That'd be great. Yeah, I love it. Now, I'm going to stick around and continue the conversation. Hopefully, we can get some more going on. I want to go ahead and say thank you for showing up, Michael. I really do appreciate it. After I'm done with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a copy of the stream and everything to you.
Lovely.
And we'll have that ready for you. And also, if you guys want to, we can.
Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? This land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Money buys power, can't you see? This land of the free, greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Feeding lies the chaos brings. Buried under kings. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Greed's the board plays the game. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game. Greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hat has march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Feeding lies the chaos brings. Buried under kings. Money buys power, can't you see? In this land of the free, greed's the only key. Elon's billions fuel the flame. Red Hats march all the same. Supreme Court plays the game.
Where the smoke tobacco cigarettes before midday, I coughed up along around one. I can't see a thing through my eyes that sting. I can't remember having so much fun. Well, I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. Can't drink the water in Sydney, can't eat the food in Japan, and you can't breathe the air in Los Angeles, but a million people think they can. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. Can't drink the water in Sydney, can't eat the food in Japan, and you can't breathe the air in Los Angeles, but a million people think they can. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. These wankers filled up with hatred, why expect any less? They can't decide about genocide. I think it's time that they took a rest. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun. Filled up with hatred, why expect any less? They can't decide about genocide. I think it's time that they took a rest. And I've never had so much fun. No, I've never had so much fun. I can't remember when I've ever had so much fun.
As the moon's eclipse, I stalk the concrete veins. Cloaked in chaos, art of war, blood courses through my veins. Suns who whisper strike like thunder, crush them where they stand. Blades auroric, I dissect the weak with bare hands. Shuriken tongues split your jugular, lyrics ricochet. Invisible like midnight fog, then poof, I'm in your face. You think you're armored, nah, I slip through cracks like smoke. One slice, your empire chokes. Checkmate, this is war I spoke. I phase through your defenses. Feed your ego to the crows, no mercy, no repentance. You'll never see me coming, just the shadow where I stood. A flicker, then your kingdom's drowned in ash and brotherhood. I am the storm in the silence, blazed in the fire of 1,000 suns' violence. Be my samurai, loyalty or demise. Cross me once, meet the reaper staring through my eyes. I cut through the night like a banshee. Steel kisses cold as the tundra. Pray your gods can teach me. Need your protection, too late, you're already dead. My shadow's the last thing you'll see as I leave your head. Wars, I design a map, your doom in ink. Faint left, then vanish, watch your ranks collapse, you blink. Appear weak, then break their spine, Sun Tzu's my scripture. Drip venom in your veins, let doubt fester like a stricture. Ninjato flow, split your ego into confetti. Your spit in flames, I'm the void, suffocate, no oxygen petty. Ambush in the cipher, strike from trenches of your mind. Leave your carcass as a warning, mess with gods, get blind. Cadence crash through your barricades. Turn your pride to ruin, salt the earth where your flag laid. I'm the unseen plague.
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna unpause this and get back to it whenever you guys get back on. Let me know. Okay. So Mr. Robot, he is off lounging. He probably fell asleep. Wait, it's nighttime.
Oh, no, I'm back.
It's nighttime over there, right?
Yeah, but I'm a night owl, so.
Well, I know that. Okay, so let me unpause this. All right, now I was getting into advanced learning systems, and the one thing that I wanted to bring up is that, well, Mr. Robot, he knows about this stuff, but advanced learning systems, they're modeled after the human brain. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind when I'm telling you this stuff. This is actually modeled after how the human brain functions. Okay, um, and the thing about it is like these systems, they're capable of solving complex problems, and what they do is they identify patterns uh, uh, in the way things work and the way that things function. And as time goes on, the model becomes better at recognizing like subtle features and responding appropriately to situations. Um, Now, this has to do a lot with what I found out whenever me and Mark were doing my stream for Gaming with Infamous. We were getting into a lot of the technology that goes into video games and stuff. It also had some stuff to do with language processing as well, and that really stuck out to me because I had already been doing research on this kind of information, and on Cosmic Weave, I was talking about similarities between the Cosmic Weave / Cosmic Egg theory and um, science, basically. How there's a lot of things that has similarities, and this right here stuck out to me. It was one of the things that I went over when I was talking about it, and like what you guys were just talking about. Okay, now when I heard you guys talking, what really stuck out to me was the was the fact that data moves through these layers within the system, and it learns to interpret inputs, whether they're visual, auditory, or based on decision-making tasks. Now, when they talk about decision-making tasks, they're talking about reinforcement learning, okay? And they're also talking about generative modeling. Now, generative modeling actually sticks out to me more about what you guys were talking about than reinforcement learning, but it's also important to learn about reinforcement learning with what I'm about to talk to you about here in a little bit. You know, uh, we we'll get to that, but this whole thing about generative modeling is very important. Do you know much about that, Mr. Robot?
Um, I'm not super familiar on like the deep technicalities of how it works, but I've definitely used a lot of generative modeling, image generation, speech generation, all that kind of stuff. Um, how it works, I don't know, but I assume it has something to do with neural nets and you know, training training through large sets of data and creating more precise models through multiple iterations of it.
Hmm. Now, you guys were talking about reality, and life's basically a simulation. Okay. Now, when you go and you look at that and then you think about generative modeling. Okay. You look at what it is. Okay, with generative modeling, you can produce realistic images. You can simulate human voices. You can generate music, and you can construct new videos, things like that. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's one thing that really stuck out to me whenever I was listening to you guys talk. Uh,
You're thinking like if you're a, like if you think like a character in a computer game, the game
mhm.
is real to you, right? As the player, the game seems like a simulation because you're on a higher level than it. But uh, I tend to think like reality is probably the same, where like to us this is real because we're in it. You know, if we were
Right.
like some kind of spiritual being on the next dimension up, maybe we could think of it as a dream or as a simulation, but really in the end they're just words, and they're just approximations to the truth. And I think we have to remember that we're even our minds are like machine learning. They're basically computers that are trying to model reality as closely as possible to what it actually is, but we don't actually know what it is. So we can't fully appreciate what it is with just our minds, but we get closer through learning, and it's the same with the machines.
Well, see, with what I'm learning when it comes to this, though, in modern like digital systems, these technologies they don't they go beyond like individual devices. Okay, what they're doing is they're personalizing the digital experience to tailor the content according to your behavior. You know what I'm saying? Your preferences, and then like with reinforcement learning. Okay, it also goes according to your past activities. So if you're using consciousness in that kind of context, what it's basically doing is like this reality is actually tailoring itself to your personal experiences. You know what I'm saying? It's according to what you have experienced and what you're seeing, and it's not according to everybody else. Is being tailored according to you.
Right.
Well, I just saw Sam Altman from OpenAI came out the other day and said that ChatGPT can now remember all of your conversations with it. So that's kind of what you're talking about. But I think it's just one of the uses. It's not the only way that machine learning can be used. Like, for example, like when Elon Musk owned OpenAI, they used it to train it to like beat games and stuff. Like, it became the best World of Warcraft player in the world, and it did that through just like reinforcement learning by playing like billions of times until it got better and better and better. Through trial and error. And that's not necessarily tailoring, but it is machine learning in the end still.
Well, for me, you guys were talking about escaping. What was it again? Escaping the trap. To me,
the death traps.
Yeah, death traps. Now, I heard on the interview the other night about that, and what that reminds me of is escaping samsara. And I brought that up to Jaffe the other day. That's straight up what it is. And for me, like I've actually checked all that information out, and for you to fully understand samsara, you have to understand what the Hindu beliefs are, which I believe you are into the Hinduism, aren't you, Mr. Robot?
Yeah, but I actually never equated those two together. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, the more I hear about Hindu belief, not necessarily their modern beliefs, but when you go into the ancient texts and stuff, like the amount of real information in there is just staggering, and it's like more advanced than what we understand now. Because I do think like some of that information came from like a outside source or a higher source. Like, I don't necessarily believe in gods and stuff, but I do believe in higher forms of consciousness or like more advanced beings out there. So very interesting stuff.
Well, with samsara, I learned that there's 6 planes of existence in samsara, or six realms of samsara, and I didn't learn that from the Buddhists. I learned that from the Hindus. You know what I mean? And they do believe in samsara in both Hinduism and Buddhism, but in Hinduism, they talk about the realm of the devas, you know, and that's something that really stuck out to me, and it seems odd to me that Buddhism doesn't really mention the realm of the devas because, and of course they wouldn't because they don't believe in devas. You know what I mean? But that was something that seemed to be odd that it was completely taken out and left.
Well, I'm not 100% sure that's true because remember, Buddha was a Hindu before he was Buddhist, and he like that in certain. I can't speak with authority from it, but I have looked at some Buddhist texts that do talk about like devas or deities or whatever you want to call it. You know, very similar to the Hindu stuff, but I don't think it's like the main part of Buddhism. It's because like Buddha kind of more focused on the practices and like the philosophy and stuff. But there's a lot of like surrounding beliefs around that like come from more esoteric stuff that they also like look like, you know, was probably like more closely kept, you know. But yeah, the whole samsara is like the cycle of birth and death and rebirth, and didn't they believe it had something to do with karma and like
Yeah.
reading about it.
See, the whole premise behind samsara in the first place is that you want to do better in this life than what you did in your previous life so that you can ascend to the next level.
That's
Now,
right.
you know what I mean? And there are certain realms that you could be reincarnated into.
Yeah.
But
So they believe like positive deeds or negative deeds would determine like in what form your soul will take in the next life and stuff like that.
and if
Yeah.
you can ascend into different realms as well. Like
Yeah,
the
sure. Like, you know, I see it as like lessons or like classes of a school, you know, like for the soul. And like on once you've learned the lessons of one um, area of education for your soul, you graduate to the next level. But if you didn't learn the lesson, you got to reset the class. If that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
You've been really, really quiet there, Sonia. You're gonna have to start talking.
Okay.
Okay, let me drop
Okay.
this.
I don't know a
Do
whole
you,
heck
do
of
you
a
know
lot
about the
about.
term moksha?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, so that's the ultimate emancipation or liberation of the soul through the nirvana is what they believe is like the ultimate outcome of the once you've gone through all of the dharma and you worked out your karma, you're meant to achieve liberation. And I'm not sure whether that's from this realm or from your body. I don't. They call it self actualization or self knowledge, which which to me sounds more like you actually understand who you really are, which is like the universe. But anyways, I don't know if I'm getting off topic.
I can put us back on topic if you guys want to, because um, this is actually going into a different area, kind of where I wanted to bring it up, but I wanted to talk about these uh, connected homes that are uh, involved in intelligent systems like smart homes and smart cities. What do you guys think about that when it comes to technology and
Not my name.
consciousness?
I actually like my technology dumb as possible.
Right.
I don't like smart anything.
Right.
Uh, if I could, I'd still have an analog phone, but yeah, I'm stuck with a hacked phone. But yeah, I just think it's rife for manipulation and hacking, and the,
What about consciousness? What about consciousness? What happens if these systems become conscious? And our
they will
society
become out of control. That's for sure. That's going to happen pretty soon, by the sounds of it. What I would suggest is that we, like Musk says, we need to make friends with the machines rather than create an adversarial relationship. And I do think, at least for as long as possible, we should put off making them more powerful than us.
Right.
Because we need to create integration and alignment with them before an accidents happen. So,
Exactly.
but yeah.
I think they kind of want accidents to happen, though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
I just don't understand. Do you guys remember, like, before the modern AI era, there was always these ideas of, like, oh, when we create artificial intelligence, we're not going to do certain things to, preserve safety, which was like, we're not going to let them on the internet, we're not going to, like, let them have autonomy, all this stuff. And it just all went out the window in
It
like
did.
a year.
Exactly.
It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a history already, and it's like they've got all the data. They know what we're like, and when you look at this stuff, you also got to understand that there's a lot of sensors, there's a lot of devices, and their sole purpose is to gather data from everyday activities that we have. Then you have to worry about lights. You got to worry about thermostats, appliances, security
Don't even get me
systems.
started on nanotechnology and
Right.
nano receivers, nano routers, Internet of Bodies. All this stuff is going to the next level of crazy.
All of this stuff is also going to be based off of our habits and the and our, I guess, the conditions that are around us. You know what I mean? How we
Well,
live.
here's the thing, Roger. How long will our habits be our habits if the machines can influence us? And who's controlling those machines? And who is suggesting to those machines what our habits should be? You know what I
Right.
mean? And
Well, you
it's like
gotta.
Ray Kurzweil said, like, humans are already hackable animals. So,
So, you have to think, though. We're talking about the time when these machines become autonomous and they develop a conscience. They become conscious. Okay. They don't
conscious or consciousness?
conscience. They conscious. You know what I mean?
Conscious.
Yeah.
So aware of themselves? Is that what you mean by that?
Yes.
Sentient.
Well, these are rough words with actual definitions too. When you say sentient, you say consciousness. That's something that I do want to get into here in a minute when we start talking about dish brain and LC1. Those are.
It kind of begs the question, like, what does it really mean to be a sentient being, and is it possible for a machine to be sentient like us? I'm still on the fence on that one. I see it from both perspectives. There are some people out there that believe that machines can become complex enough to have a soul inhabited,
Mm-hmm.
and I could see, like, since everything in the universe is made of the same etheric force, I don't see why that wouldn't be possible.
Mm-hmm.
But on like a gut level, I just don't feel like it's right. But I don't know.
Well, if you don't think it feels right, think about not smart homes. What about smart cities? You know what I mean? Because with that, what they're wanting to do is set up like things with like traffic lights. They want the AI to know things like traffic patterns. You have energy usage,
Well, all the cars
waste
are going to
man.
have LiDAR in them, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? So
Oh,
emergency
basically, they
service.
can already, you know, when we think about the satellite technology that's there now with the Wi-Fi, with the 5G, they also have other satellites that can penetrate walls as deep as like 5 meters or something like that. You know, you got like, you know, CCTV and LiDAR all
That's what I
around
was
the
getting ready
planet.
to say.
Plus, you got all the Wi-Fi networks around the planet. When you use all that data together, you could form a three-dimensional image of everything on the planet. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
cameras,
The
sensors, and
digital
vehicles.
twin.
yeah.
Yep.
Digital twin. Could you
Hmm.
imagine what all that would
Which,
look like
which,
if it
which
was
effectively is the end of
it?
privacy as we know it.
Oh,
So,
sure.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Now this all goes back to gathering environmental input, intelligent decision making. Uh, well, decision making engines basically. You know, it's supposed to be interpreting the data, and also like when it's all said and done, it's offering real time responses. You know, and then
Personally, I don't think we should let machines make decisions for us. I think it's better for them to help inform us based on larger data sets than we can like
Yeah.
process.
Mhm.
But when we have machines starting to make decisions for us, that's a slippery slope to
Well, see, the
to all
developers
sorts of
have the
movies scenarios.
the developers have assured us that they aren't making decisions for us. They will be suggestions, purely just suggestions.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah. You just know there's going to be one crazy guy out there that's just like,
I
screw
said
it.
that,
I
yeah, I agree.
want.
I said that at the beginning. I was like, you know, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
At
Okay.
that
And
point, we have to, yeah. I just don't see how there's not going to be a machine war, you know, like they talk about at the beginning of the Matrix. Like,
yeah,
I just
Matrix for
don't see how
sure.
that's not going to happen. It seems inevitable.
Yeah. From this perspective, yeah.
Okay. So now we get to the cool part. I want to read to you what I found concerning Dish Brain and LC1. I've found more, but
Crazy stuff.
I want to go over some of the more important things that stuck in my mind, and then after I'm done, you guys, I want to hear your take on it. Okay,
Yeah.
Sure.
it's not that long. So now, in recent years, a new frontier has emerged in the study of consciousness, intelligence, and synthetic biology through a project that brought together living brain cells and digital systems in a shared environment, known broadly as the dish brain experiment. This effort involved growing a network of neurons in a carefully maintained dish, then connecting that biological network to an artificial interface. The neural cells used in this project were cultured from human and animal sources and then encouraged to form synaptic connections, just as they would in a natural brain. Over time, these connections developed into a functional network capable of responding to stimuli. In this setup, the neural network demonstrating learning behavior, improving its performance in response to feedback, and behaving in a manner that suggested rudimentary awareness of its virtual surroundings. When the network responded correctly to input, it received positive reinforcement. When it made errors, the reinforcement was withheld or altered. This feedback loop, reminiscent of behaviorist learning in animals, led to observable changes in the network's behavior. Over time, the cells appeared to adapt their activities to achieve better outcomes, demonstrating a form of learning that did not rely on traditional software programming, but on organic change within the biological material itself. Now, this is without any form of AI whatsoever. It naturally, these neurons learn how to adapt and do this outside of anybody on their own. Okay, and this is what scientists had learned. So, so after that, a more recent evolution of this concept came with the development of more advanced systems known as the cortical learning platform. In this platform, the neural network was exposed to increasingly nuanced stimuli and more complex feedback, allowing researchers to study how biological intelligence scales with complexity. Observers noted that the network could retain information, adjust behavior across sessions, and even generalize from previous encounters, all using its living synapses. What distinguishes these systems from conventional computing is their dynamic plasticity. Traditional digital systems follow instructions linearly, executing fixed code with high speed and precision. By contrast, a biological neural network is adaptive, able to reorganize itself in real time, strengthen or weaken connections, and create entirely new pathways in response to stimuli. These experiments also raised important questions about the nature of intelligence and consciousness. If a dish of neurons can learn, remember, and act in ways that reflect intention, does that imply a kind of awareness? Now, I also want to point out too that whenever they had the dish brain experiment, they took these neurons and they put them in a dish and they were able to teach them how to play Pong.
Wow.
And this is without any kind of artificial intelligence. The only kind of system they had to set up is keeping nutrients going into the neurons to keep them alive, and
It's really
waste
gross.
and waste management as well.
Can you bring my screen up, Roger?
Let me see here.
That's pretty gross.
Yeah, that technology was first developed in 2022 at Monash University in Melbourne, in Australia. And,
Yeah.
I've got the study up here, and it's called "In Vitro Neurons Learn and Exhibit Sentience When Embodied in a Simulated Game World." So yeah, they basically use these neurons, taught it how to play Pong, or it learned by itself how to play Pong.
And they use reinforcement learning. Okay. That's why I said that was key whenever we were talking earlier about it, to remember that, because that's exactly what they did. They responded to stimuli. Okay. And if they functioned correctly, they were given positive feedback. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So they basically shocked it. Is that what they did?
Whenever they made a wrong move, they didn't ever say, exactly how the neurons were treated. Okay, and
It says stimulation. I'm guessing that's a shock. That's kind of
Yeah.
messed up. I don't know if I
Yeah.
agree.
well, the positive
Right.
is a reward. You know what I'm saying? The whenever they make a mistake, that's not a positive. Whenever they do, like whenever they get the pong ball to actually go the other direction, they've done good and they get rewarded for it.
Right.
If they miss it, then there's consequences that they have to pay.
Yeah. Well, it's like actually creating a being kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if you're like creating a being, like shocking it when it doesn't do what you want it to do, that's not good.
I actually feel sorry for these things now.
Right. I mean, they're brutal with their experiments, so that's probably what's happening.
That's
You
so
know?
crazy to me.
Yeah, you're supposed to
But
guide, not like be a tyrant about it, you know?
well, it's definitely going to bring up a whole new world of like ethics around this kind of
Hmm.
stuff. They call it
Yeah.
wetware.
Right.
Wetware.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's
But
pretty gross. It's pretty gross
but yeah,
altogether, if you ask me.
are you going to talk about the Chinese ones that they've made recently?
No, I'm not.
So like literally this year they've improved on this technology. Recent developments in China, Chinese brain computer interface technology has shown significant progress in 2025. The Shanghai based Center for Excellence in Brain Science and Technology it basically created these, they call them BCIs, right? Where it like can control robots now, like these little robots that can scoot around and stuff. And it looks creepy as hell. I'll bring up a picture in a second. But yeah, pair that with, I don't know if you've seen like China's just brought out like soccer players that are robots and they play soccer against each other.
Oh, wow.
It's just a matter of time before they put these brain chips in them, man. And then we're gonna have machines that are like humans and humans that are like machines. It's just crazy to me that we're blending these two realms together now.
We'll see. This all gets a little bit more complicated than what I had just read. Now, well, first of all, there's something I wanted to point out too in here when they mention plasticity. Okay, plasticity is something that me and you have discussed before, Mr. Robot, when it comes to neural networks within the brain. That's where the brain is able to rewire and rewire itself to where it can adjust and being able to adapt. You know what I mean? That's something that sets this apart from regular AI, which doesn't really have the biological ability of doing that. It can synthesize it, I guess you could say, or emulate that, but it can't actually do it. Now, another thing that you have to look at too is feedback loop. Okay, this creates a feedback loop when they do the reinforcement, positive reinforcement, and withholding the reinforcement, or whatever, or causing
Shocking.
that creates a feedback loop, and that's what actually makes it to where it learns to behave a certain way. You know what I mean? To respond. So that's how it's actually.
Look at this little robot with a
learning.
freaking brain, man. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen.
Now,
that is a little brain connected to a chip.
And it goes even.
Oh, wow.
It goes even crazier now because now they have these with the CL1. They've got the whole setup set up on a program with like a chip, a biological chip, and they're actually able to freaking create the data and everything to where it could think like a human or like a biological being, I guess you could say.
Mm.
And the only problem they're having with it is they can't. First of all, it can't self-replicate, so it can't retain old information, and it has a lifespan of 6 months.
Wow.
Okay, so
And they actually found that these brain computer interfaces, or these I don't know what you call them, wetware machines, learn faster than artificial intelligence, like traditional artificial intelligence machine learning. They learn faster, and it's like way more energy efficient, obviously, because you don't need to
Yeah,
power all these GPUs and whatnot.
probably because
right,
it's
So yeah,
organic,
uh,
part
like
organic anyway.
right.
you could just see like cars are going to be driven by these things one day for sure. They'll be flying our planes. They'll be like flying our spaceships. For
And
sure.
Mm.
and these neurons, by the way, they can be reproduced without pulling them out of any kind of animal. Like now they have synthetic neurons and freaking what do they call those? Um, oh man, now I'm having a brain fart. They're stem cells.
Like lab grown
Yeah, stem
neurons.
cells. Stem cells.
Oh
They
yeah.
can pull neurons out of stem cells now, so they can be. They don't even have to come from humans or animals anymore. They can just create
Well, the
them.
stem cells originated from some kind of animal, but
Right?
yes, the thing with stem cells is they can turn into any cell in the body. That's what makes them a stem cell. So
Hmm.
you just got to give it the right signal, and it'll turn into that. So
Well, I mean, the first generation has to come from an animal, but after that, that's it.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like they don't they can just reproduce these things and create a neural network, and
That's that's kind of, I don't know. It feels cannibalistic somehow.
you know what it reminds me of? H.P. Lovecraft, dude. Reanimator.
Reanimator.
Hmm.
I haven't read that.
You never read Reanimator from H.P. Lovecraft?
I only heard about it. I don't know.
You're a loser, dude.
Just don't have time for fiction anymore.
He's a
But
busy man.
what's the gist of it?
You're gonna have to read it to find out. It's
Ah,
probably one of the greatest stories ever told.
really? Wow.
Yeah, you messed up. But it does. It reminds me of Reanimator from H.P. Lovecraft. It's pretty cool.
Books on tape.
But the question is, if a dish of neurons can learn, remember, and act in ways that reflect intention, does that imply a kind of awareness?
Say that again.
If a dish of neurons can learn, remember, and act in ways that reflect intention, does that imply a kind of awareness?
Yeah, for sure. Awareness is just being able to interpret your like surroundings and
Your
being
environment.
able to react to it, I suppose.
Hmm. Yeah,
Uh, I
that makes
mean,
sense.
you could say even music machines have some kind of awareness. Whether that's sentient awareness or not is a different story. But
Yeah.
yeah, but when we're talking about like actual like lab grown brains, that's I don't see how that's much different from what we are really. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, so you pulled up the Reanimator summary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not,
So what do you think?
um,
This is gonna go even deeper, man. This next one. This one that we were talking about here was something that that stuck out to me that
Yeah.
Nancy Planeta freaking posted up in her chat. This rings out to every single thing that freaking I've been talking about with the cosmic weave and with the AI and everything. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And the next one gets even more creepier because it has to do with technology, death, and nature.
Well, just on that reanimated thing, it reminds me of that movie where they transfer the consciousness into a new body or into a machine and stuff like that. I wonder, like, do you think that's going to be possible?
Well, that's what their end goal is. You know, that's what their end goal is. And that machine
Yeah,
is going to
but
be.
here's the thing. There's a difference between making something look like something else and making something else. You know, it's like we
Wow,
could
yeah.
probably make machines that looked, act, and everything exactly like us, but does that mean they are like us? You
Well,
know?
this comes back to what I was talking about. Like, we are so set and determined to think that we're biological. Okay. When you look at the human species and you look around on Earth and you look at all these animals in nature, tell me what fits into this environment here on Earth and what doesn't fit. Humans by far do not belong here. We don't fit in this environment, and you can clearly tell that we don't belong here. We're not a part of this natural world. You know what I mean? We
What do you mean?
I know.
we well,
Uh,
well, how many other freaking animals on this planet freaking actually read and write and
oh, I
you
see.
know.
Well, here's the thing. We're only aware of what, 12,000 years of the history of the planet, which is like 4 billion years.
Why is
How do you
that?
know there hasn't been like advanced life on this planet before? How do we not know
Right.
that like advanced life is the ultimate outcome of any life on any planet? You know, like maybe like DNA itself
I
is
mean,
like a self evolving, self learning system that eventually results in, you know, higher forms of consciousness, like
I
us,
mean,
or even better. You know,
I
Yeah.
mean,
um,
how do you even know that though? You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying I know that. I think
I
I just
mean,
could see
period.
that as a
Just
possibility. You know?
anybody in general. How do we even know that? You
It's
know.
a
What do you?
ponderance.
I
Well,
mean, we
for
just
me,
do not.
it's pretty simple. Like, just look at the amount of like UFO sightings we've seen out there. Look at like people like Tesla saying he's like heard, you know, information from other planets, and like look at any ancient alien theories out there, like from history. It just it all points in the same direction, which is, you know, like this isn't the only life in the universe,
Hmm.
and when you extrapolate that out, you know, if life is on one other planet, it's on billions of other planets, and if that's the case, you know, there's going to be some of those planets that have like been evolving for possibly millions, possibly billions of years, you know, and that is hard for us to conceive because we're such a young species in a way. Like we can only remember the last 12,000 years, you know. So
Mhm.
like, yeah, I can't. Can you imagine where we'd be in a million years? Can you imagine where we'd be in a billion years? We can't, right?
No.
So
Now let's get on to technology, death, and nature.
well, I was about to say, like,
Um,
what we're doing with these machines is we're basically speeding up evolution, like
mhm.
what we would be going through, but at faster iterations, and we can sort of get a glimpse into the future of like what happens in evolving systems. The problem is we're going to lose control of it. But yeah.
Now this is something that actually kind of got me to thinking. Okay, especially when it comes to paranormal and stuff like that. And it really makes you stop and think that maybe we're thinking in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? Because it really stands out. Now, this information was something that Vicky off of Nancy Planetta's channel mentioned. It was about her husband, who is a forensics expert who actually did a talk on TED Talk, and it had to do with chemical plumes and forensics. And here, I'll just go ahead and read it to you, and you'll get an idea of what it's about. Now, another class of technology has begun to focus on sensing the invisible chemical fingerprints that the human body and other organic materials release. These technologies are based on the principle that biological decay produces specific chemical markers. Oh, sorry about that, I got cut off. Okay, these technologies are based on the principle that biological.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You can hear me?
Oh, okay. You went quiet for a second.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
got cut off for a second. Let me go ahead and start this over on the reading. Um, Another class of technology has begun to focus in sensing the invisible chemical fingerprints that the human body and other organic materials release. These technologies are based on the principle that biological decay produces specific chemical markers, often in the form of airborne plumes that can be detected at a distance. When the body breaks down, it emits a sequence of volatile compounds, many of which can be traced back to precise processes occurring in soft tissue, blood, or microbial activity. By identifying the patterns in the emissions, systems can detect the presence of a deceased individual, even if the location is hidden, submerged, or buried. A network trained through exposure to various biological decomposition scenarios can learn to distinguish between natural decay, environmental interference, and the specific profile of human remains. They do not require rigid code. Instead, they learn from feedback, building a memory through lived experience. A system trained in this way can not only detect the presence of volatile organic compounds associated with human decomposition, but can also differentiate between the decay of a living organism and other natural processes, such as plant rot or industrial chemical leaks. The sensor used for these purposes typically monitor the air for a mixture of compounds such as ammonia, cadaverine, putrescine, sulfur-based gases, and other volatile organic substances that are consequently released during the breakdown of human tissue. The unique blend and ratio of these gases create a signature that, once learned, can be recognized by the integrated system. When this data is processed by a biological learning model, like a cultured neural network, the system becomes capable of not just recognizing known patterns, but of identifying new, previously unencountered chemical profiles with a degree of inference and context. This fusion of chemical sensing with responsive neural intelligence has created systems that can detect the presence of human remains in previously inaccessible or ambiguous environments. These systems do not merely respond to chemical thresholds, they interpret subtle changes and match them to learned profiles or learned profiles. Much like a bloodhound uses its senses to smell combined with instinct and training. When extended into chemical detection, these systems show promise in fields ranging from forensic science to environmental monitoring and public health. For instance, the same principles could be applied to identifying chemical markers for diseases, pollution, or toxic exposure long before symptoms become visible or concentrations reach dangerous levels. That right there is intense. If you understand what they're saying right there is like because of the chemical plumes that are produced and the analysis of how the body freaking breaks down and the gases that are produced, they are literally able to find bodies using these devices. Okay, they go out and they detect where these chemical plumes are, and when a body decomposes, it literally sends out chemical plumes into the surrounding area. Okay, now
Yeah,
that
I actually have one of those devices. It's called a nose.
no,
Right.
listen, no, listen. These are so subtle and they're so like these plumes, man, are subtle. They
You mean
have
like a
to.
dog nose? Uh,
Dogs have to. They do have dogs trained to find dead bodies. Okay, but
what
they
I'm
have.
wondering is what is the feedback? Because like you'd have to train it on something, right? And like you'd have to have a human to tell it which is which, or like you'd have to isolate the individual smells and train them just on those. I'm guessing. You
What
know,
they from what I've seen from Arpad Voss's talk is what they did. He used to do research in, I forgot the name of the place, but it's where they had all the dead bodies, and they went out and did the research. You,
Mortuary?
no, this is open field where they just have bodies laying
Oh,
around decomposing.
wow.
Um, and when they did the research, what they did is they took a body that was buried and they made it to where it was covered, and they took pipes and they hooked it up to where they could actually take an out they could analyze the gases that were being released from this decomposing body, and they could actually make it into data. Okay. It's really interesting how they did that, and
yeah, so they would have had to train it on samples.
right, and
Yeah.
the Arpad Boss or Boss, yeah, is his name, and I believe I've shared the link to his TED talk. If you want to check it out, I'll post it on the chats later on here in a little bit. But you can also find it on Nancy's.
Well, you know, back in the
Chatty.
old days, they used to have canaries in the coal mines to detect carbon monoxide. Mm.
Mhm.
When I
Well,
used to work in the mines, we had these chemical detectors that could detect carbon monoxide, and like a little alarm would go off when the levels got over certain parts per million. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me we can do that. It's,
now, see, the
what's the use
interesting
of that?
the interesting part about it is these sensors. Okay, these sensors pick up on frequencies. They pick up on waves. Okay, um,
What, microwaves or what?
they're measured in hertz. Um,
Okay. So
and
but it would be picking up the particles in the air still, right? Similar to your nose, and it would set off a sensor, I'm guessing.
Well, that's the thing, man. These sensors actually are picking up on bodies that freaking have been buried, that are under the ground and have been buried for years. Okay, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Submerged underwater, things of that nature, and these plumes are spread out into this area, and these sensors literally pick up on it. You know what I mean? And they're very very sensitive, and they find it that the actual areas where the body is buried. You know, which is interesting in itself, because not only is it saying that when it comes to finding bodies, but it, when you read it, you start understanding that death actually influences nature. You know, when you think about these plumes being released because of the decomposition, it's being released into the surrounding environment, and it affects
Oh, for sure.
you know what I mean.
You
And
know
that,
what's really good for the soil is if you bury like a dead animal where you're growing your food. Like it slow releases all of these nutrients into the soil and bacteria and stuff like that over time. It's an old practice.
yeah,
So,
they used to have a story about the Pilgrims when they landed here in America. Their first winter, they almost starved to death, and then that spring, that's why they celebrate Thanksgiving. But the Indians taught them that whenever you do your crops, you take a fish and you put it in the hole with the seed so that it has the nutrients to grow.
Oh.
I don't know how true that is. I'm not putting a fish down there for every seed. Sorry, it just ain't happening.
makes sense though. Yeah.
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 I used to like, leftover chicken bones and stuff like that. I used to bury in my garden. Has like potassium and calcium and all sorts of stuff for plants and nitrogens. But yeah, I'm wondering how these sensors work.
Yeah.
Machine olfaction.
Yeah. Now, what it is it says um, it's, well, first of all, it's the chemical markers. Chemical markers is the technologies are based on the principle that biological decay produces specific chemical markers, often in the form of airborne plumes that can be detected at a distance. When the body breaks down, it emits a sequence of volatile compounds, many of which can be traced back to precise processes occurring in soft tissue, blood, and microbial activities. Now, by identifying the patterns in these emissions, so it's the patterns of the chemical plumes, is what I'm guessing. The system can detect the presence
Yeah,
of
well,
deceased individuals, and they can also differentiate between a dead animal and a dead human, or freaking a chemical spill and a freaking a decomposing human body. It's pretty
but I'm
amazing.
wondering how the sensor actually detects the smell. I'm just quickly checking that out. The sensors use a metal oxide layer, like tin oxide, whose electrical resistance changes when it interacts with volatile compounds in the air. Okay. So it's like basically convert each compound in the air has a different electrical signal when it touches the sensor. And that's how I can determine it. You'll, they have metal ones, plastic ones, crystal ones, optical sensors, biosensors. Yeah.
Hold on.
And now they're working with pattern recognition, data analysis.
Mhm.
So yeah, they're looking to use it in healthcare, environmental monitoring, food safety, and security.
Yep. They're also talking about it being able to identify chemical markers for diseases. And this is supposed to be able to prevent uh, long-term symptoms and stuff before they happen, like even before they're detectable.
How would it do that?
Well, you know, dogs could like detect cancer and stuff like that, right? Like,
Mhm.
I remember reading something about that.
Hmm.
So,
like they're so sensitive and they're so precise that I mean they just pick up on it because of the very very small freaking markers. You know what I'm saying? Like today.
sorry.
Go ahead.
They were also saying like different diseases causes different chemical markers in your breath, and they can detect that in your
Oh,
breath. So, yeah.
okay. Right.
Like, for
Crazy
example,
stuff.
when you're in ketogenesis, you produce ketone bodies, it goes into your breath, and it smells like nail polish remover. Yeah. It's one example.
Wow.
Mm.
So what do you think, Sonia?
About what?
Well, we've been talking about here
It's pretty interesting stuff. Yeah.
forensic science.
I remember like old Chinese doctors used to like taste your urine to like be able to detect different
Really?
diseases. Yeah, and they could detect like lots of different diseases just by tasting your urine and like looking at the consistency and stuff like that.
That's
I kind of
gross.
like that, the old school way, you know, compared to the machines. Like it's more real, authentic.
I do like the old school ways better, yeah, but I don't know about the whole urine thing. I mean, wow.
Well, that,
I just can picture Mr. Robot tasting some urine and saying, "Man, there's some disease up in here."
Well, you know that's supposed to be like the philosopher's stone kind of thing, and
Oh, I,
have your it has all kinds of stem cells in it apparently.
well,
I don't.
what they reckon the philosopher's stone is the pineal gland that is actually like calcified over, and because when you reach puberty, your hormones changes and you stop generating as much parathyroid hormone, which means the calcium that you take in don't deposit in your bones anymore. It doesn't get taken up into your bones anymore, so it floats around your blood more. And when it does that, it actually hits your pineal gland because it's the only blood interface with your brain. Like
Yeah, and it has
that's not protected.
more blood
Yeah, so
passes
over
over
time
that.
it like calcifies over, and
Hmm.
these ancient monks and stuff like had a technique where they can put their tongue up the back of their throats and
Hmm.
actually like break open that part and like lick their own pineal gland, and they reckon they
Ew.
used to be able to go into like altered states by like putting their tongue up there.
Wow.
It's
I haven't heard of that, but I've heard of putting your tongue on the roof of your mouth when you're, meditating, trying to decalcify your
mm,
pineal. Hmm.
mm,
You guys have taken
sounds like
disgusting. You guys have taken disgusting to a whole new level. So, so that right there is what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to get more into a lot of this later on, but like these are some of the things that I've actually wanted to talk about when it comes to the consciousness and the new technologies that we have available. And like the thing that really sticks out to me about all of this is the whole thing with the Dish Brain project and CL1 now. By the messed up part about this situation is CL1 um,
What is CL1?
It's the what is it? CL1 is the project that happened um, uh, after the dish brain. It evolved into it. It was more.
Right.
It was after it happened. It was called the
Biological computer.
cortical learning platform is what it is.
Right, right.
Now, cortical learning is got some. It's actually kind of messed up because it also has to do with BlackRock, I believe.
No,
Yeah.
that's
What, they funding
surprising.
it or what?
No, they're doing the research.
What?
You can buy these things now? This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Programmable organic neural networks born on a silicon chip and living inside a digital world.
Wow.
It's
I
pretty
want one.
crazy.
How much are they? I wonder.
Get started. Let's see.
50
Probably not.
bucks.
Get it for $50 on eBay.
Yeah. DH Gate or whatever.
Probably soon.
Plug and play.
Oh yeah, you know.
Yeah. What are you playing? Pong or what?
Hook up to the cortical cloud, man.
Yeah, they're not disclosing the price by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Which means it's probably expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Medical supplies.
Mm-hmm.
They usually
I
don't.
just want to know what you use it for. Wetware as a service, WAAS, is the thing now. You can put it on the cloud. That's crazy, man. Every day I learn something more crazy than the next. I feel like we're living in the future. Every day there's just new stuff.
I like their website design. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That blue that was up there, that was pretty neat.
Did you see how the pictures changed when I scrolled? That was pretty dope.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
like
we have come to the end of the stream. You guys want to tell everybody how they can find you, and we can end this because I'm ready to fall asleep.
It must be late.
Sure.
Who wants to go first? You want to go first, Mr. Robot or Sonia?
Sonia, you can go first.
Okay. Galacticfire.com. It's TEC instead of TIC. And I have t-shirts and stuff. And that's pretty much how you can get a hold of me through there.
Okay.
For me, you can join me on Rumble under Hacker Radio and come check out my music and come join the live parties. Otherwise, you can find me via Roger Hanson.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And also he is hanging out with me too on Elements Matrix. He's got a whole bunch of stuff on there too. If you guys need to find out how to get in touch with him, you can find him at Live with Roger Hanson or on all the other streams that he has available. If you like his music, which is the music I played when we took our break, stop by and give him your support. Tell him how cool his music is. Same with me, man. Like, subscribe, share, make comments if you enjoyed this stream. If you do make a comment, I will respond. If I don't, somebody else will. We're always on here trying to figure out who's interested in this stuff and wanting to talk about it. So don't ever think we're not going to respond to you. So with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will talk to you later. You guys want to say bye?
Bye.
Goodbye. It's been
Bye.
a pleasure.
Yep.
Nice to chat with you guys.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the chat platform that we use, element.io. If anyone wants to come join us, just drop a comment on the video, and we'll point you in the right direction.
Right. It's just too complicated trying to give our addresses and stuff out because we're freaking
We should put it in the video descriptions.
Nah,
There you
fuck
go.
that.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Oh, day.
You too.
Later.
Bye.
Hey.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of WoW Talk. Today is the first episode for 2025. I'd like to welcome everybody and show off my new background slideshow that I put together, my new animation. The microphone I did as a project for Dragus Production, and I came up with even better concepts for it that I wanted to put on my streams. Everything seems to be up and running. I had some issues because of my updates. I went ahead and decided to upgrade to Windows 11, which I don't know why I decided to do, but I did it, and first thing it did was froze up my computer, and my computer is not a toaster, I'll put it to you that way, so that kind of freaked me out a little bit, but I do have a lot of stuff in my memory which could have been a issue, and rendering 5 videos on Blender at the same time might have been an issue as well, so because I have a lot of things that I need to do, and I don't think things through like I should, but with that being said, it froze it up. Then after that, what happened was when I finally got my computer up and going again, it had to repair my Windows program so that it could start up, and when it did, all of my audio went nuts. So I basically had to adjust that, and then after that they turn around and wanted to do updates, so it's kind of getting a little hectic with this Windows thing because I'm constantly being asked to shut my computer down so they can do updates, and every time they do that I have to go in and adjust the audio. So just so you guys know, that's the reason why I like to do my audio tests before every stream, because I honestly endorse that, and I say to anybody who's into the streaming, don't just get on here and stream, so oh, there's Mark. Hello Mark, how you doing?
Hi.
What you up to?
Just got back to my place.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was
cool.
Hey, did you get the notes on everything that I
had a extremely brief look over them.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can just skim over them as we go, because like I said, it all doesn't have to be into it. You know what I mean? It's just I've got it narrowed down to a lot more, but that's all the information that I know about the subject at hand. So, with that being said, I'll let everybody know what the topic is, or I've said it in before I started recording, but I'll say it again. But this episode is about the Dyatlov Pass incident. It's probably one of the biggest mysteries of the 20th century, to be honest. I'm surprised you never even heard of it.
I may have, but again doesn't kind of reflect.
It's a pretty interesting story. A lot of people have had their opinions about it. You know what I mean? And scientists have always condemned a lot of those opinions, but at the same time, they've never been able to fully explain it. You know what I mean? And this is really interesting. It's actually pretty popular in Russia. They do pilgrimages up there to in dedication to the people who died in it.
I actually did come with a theory there.
Did you?
In relation, well, it's the peak of the Cold War. You've got the Cuban Missile Crisis looming within, 2-3 years. World War II ended, various radiation, nuclear testing been going on. They walked into some sort of military testing ground, and because of the breakup of the Soviet Union and the burning of all papers and stuff, that information is now, or it may be, in a deep archive in the Kremlin.
I know they do have records, but how many of them they've got, they don't know. Because I've heard stories where like ufologists would pay off old KGB agents to you know what I mean, to gather information about their UFO stuff and stuff like that. I don't know how true that is, but I know that
it's all I can't remember. I reckon it's stuck in a FSB. Some documentation is stuck in an FSB drawer in a deep dark archive.
Now,
Kremlin or something.
No, just to bring everybody who's listening up to par on what we're talking about now. The dialect. I always have a hard time speaking Russian. Dyatlov Pass incident. It's probably one of the most perplexing, unsolved mysteries of the 20th century, like I said. And what happened was in February of 1959, 9 experienced hikers perished under mysterious circumstances. And this happened in the Ural Mountains of what's now known as the former Soviet Union. Okay? Now, over 6 decades later, this incident continues to captivate the imagination of everybody, from researchers to conspiracy theorists to the general public. I've known about this for a while. It's like I said earlier before you came in, Mark, that I researched this 5 years ago, and a guy on Wow Talk, or it was either Q&A that John was doing. He was talking in the chat, and he wanted me to talk about it, and I told him back then that I didn't really want to do it at that moment, you know what I mean, because I had a lot of good information on this stuff, and I did a lot of research on it, and it's actually pretty good, but I didn't want to just spill out a whole bunch of stuff without having you know what I mean, because this is actually a good topic. And I'm really surprised because that nobody else showed up, because I opened up Skype for it and everything, and that's kind of the strange part about all this. This right here was big stuff back in freaking 2000, 2018. But today, man, I mean, you don't what I said. Nobody showed up. I'm like, wow. That's crazy.
I think this probably be a good subject for the Mark's show.
Being honest, it has a lot of different aspects to it. like like you were talking about your theory with the military and stuff. Okay, it has that. It has cryptids. It could be possible cryptids that were involved. There's military conspiracy, the Cold War. I mean, everything that you would ever want is in this story. You know, it's just completely amazing. It really is. Okay, so now you before we get started, let me also emphasize what I just said. Okay, these are 9 experienced hikers that perished. Okay, and it was mysterious causes. These weren't like amateur hikers up in the woods. All right.
These are probably Northern Territory, Norway and stuff. Oh no, how far north did Russia get to during World War II?
Well, Siberia. I mean, this right here is taking place.
Yeah, so trained military veterans from World War II.
Yeah.
Not all. We only took them about 20 years or less. 15 years.
Now the expedition that was taking place was supposed to be ran by they were students and graduates of the Ural Polytechnical Institute. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before.
Yeah.
Now
same technically the same organization that owned the Tetris computer game.
Oh wow! See, that's
back in the day.
Back in the day. So now we have to talk about Tetris, and we got to talk about Pong. You know, it's just these gamers. They need to wake up and realize, you know, that all their games and stuff has been created by the KGB and frickin' DARPA and all these crazy alphabet organizations. You know. It's interesting. Okay, so mostly these students came from there. Okay, they were doing it to earn a grade 3 hiking certificate, which is supposed to be the highest certificate level in the or it was supposed to be at one time the highest certificate level for the Soviet Union for what they were going into. Now, one of the guys' name was Igor Dyatlov, and he was a 23-year-old engineering student, and he had a really significant trekking experience. He was really experienced, like I said. Like, these weren't amateurs that just were going out to Siberia to explore, you know what I mean? They were trained to do their job, and they were very experienced.
As I said, I would suspect all of them would be special, or whatever was Russia's special forces during World War II and just after.
Well, there was an older man in there that I want to get to, because he was. Well, there's actually 2 of them when it comes to Russia that was very. It complicated their investigation, and it caused a lot of cover-up. A lot of people believe that it was a cover-up, I should say. You know what I mean? Because of their backgrounds and what was found during.
What they were true party members and at that time, it was known for commissars, military intelligence officers to join these sort of things.
That's something that I do want to get into, because that is very important. Now, what happened was on January the 27th in 1959, the group began their expedition, and they started from a town called Vashai, and they were intending to travel like 350 kilometers over rugged terrain and to this day I still don't know exactly where it was their destination was supposed to be.
Technically, I think that town is actually in Pakistan.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think so, because I remember the movie, or maybe it was the documentary that was talking about that. They had to jump on a train, and then they ended up staying in a town overnight, and that was where the guy Yuri Yudin he fell ill, I believe, no, it was after they left that town. He fell ill.
In the Pergamon, in the Pergamon altar, which depicts the battle of the gods against the giants, Notice and the other three wind gods are shown as horse-shaped deities who pull Hera's chariot. Their equine form is also found in Quintus Semiraneus' work, where they pull Zeus instead. I just think that's funny because Hera's a girl, and then now they got him pulling the guy. They always discredit the women. No, it was the guy. They do it a lot. In one of his few defining appearances, Notice features in two of the dialogues of the sea gods, a satirical work by Lucian and Samosata. Satirical work by Lucian and Samosata. In the first, he and Zephyrus discuss the woes of the Argive prince Lo at the hands of Zeus and Hera, while in the second, Zephyrus enthusiastically describes the marvelous scene of the abduction of Europa, or is it supposed to be Europe, by the bull, while Notice admits in disappointment having seen nothing of note.
Alright, so that's a huge...
The family tree, you should share that on stream, the family tree, so they can see what we're talking about, because they have the genealogy of it. Yeah, and then you see Notice here and how it relates. Look, and then look, there's Rhea, Cronus. It's funny, that girl Rhea, or that name Rhea, that was the person who was always giving me hell over here on mine. She's gone now, but her name is one of these people. Oh man, that puts a lot of stuff more in perspective now.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should put that on there on the screen so people can see.
Yeah. I can put that on there. I also posted it up on the chat too, so let me pop that up there. Yeah, that's a pretty good setup. Okay, I know what it is. I need to place my tabs a little bit better. Okay, there we go. We got it. And then I'll scroll down to the timeline. Alright. And let everybody see that. I don't know if it can get it. Yeah, it's got it in there pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, we can zoom in. Mr. Robot's joining your chat.
Oh, is he? There he goes.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. You see
Time
this
to take a peek
timeline?
at what you're doing.
We're taking a look at notice in the Phoenician history, and I had Karma read a little bit on notice. Now we're showing the notice family tree, and
It goes up, guys. I was just looking at. You see how this line goes from Sirius, then it goes down, and it goes around, and then we come down here to Themis.
yeah. See, like yesterday we were discussing Uranus, okay, and that is
We were not discussing Uranus yesterday, guys. Last week we might.
last week we were discussing Uranus.
Minus or Uranus?
I mean, says it. I attempt to keep my composure, but the immaturity in me just let it go. Okay, I'm back to reality though. We're in history. It's just so funny every time I say it. But yeah, so look,
Okay,
Uranus is at the top.
as you were, don't let me interrupt. I'll just listen in for now.
Oh, I always interrupt. He has to put me on back on track. We're on history today. Okay. I apologize.
So,
don't scold us. Put us in the corner. But so Uranus is at the top.
It shows this on the Eos in ancient Greek mythology and religion. Eos is the goddess and personification of dawn, who rose each morning from her home at the edge of the river Oceanus to deliver light and disperse the night. In Greek tradition and poetry, she is characterized as a goddess with a great sexual appetite, maybe. I don't know.
Where's Atheist? Not Atheist. His name is like Aeuro. No, but he's not on here. He's
now.
Go ahead.
Now, Notice's father is in Greek mythology, and Astraeus or Astraios is an astrological deity. Some also associate him with the winds, as he is the father of the four Anemoi by his wife Eos, and the Anemoi are the brothers that you just described right here. Notice and his.
But look where they have Cronus at. See, this doesn't make sense because Cronus and Eos are supposed to be together, and Cronus is nowhere near Eos. What is this? Let me look at my notes. Because this is when we were talking about it last week.
Now you got to remember, this is most likely Greek. Okay.
Okay, so it's different.
So
that might be what it is. I might be crossing it.
They don't really distinguish with it. Like this actually is most likely focusing around the Greek, because ancient Greek. And
see, yeah. Here it is. Aether, according to Hesiod, is he the son of Erebus and Nyx and Night? Okay, in Orphic cosmogony, Aether was the offspring of Cronus and the brother of Chaos and Erebus. And see, there's no Erebus here. This isn't Greek. Greek in Greek mythology, Aether. Now, where is he at on here? There's no Aether here. I don't see him. See, that's what I was saying.
He's probably there, but in like a really, really crazy Greek spelling.
Now
see, Kronos.
And even Nyx. Nyx isn't here.
Kronos,
where's Nyx at?
Kronos is the son of Uranus.
And it doesn't say that. It doesn't show that Cronus is the son of Uranus. It doesn't even have. It has Cronus going back. Can you move that thing? The box. Oh wait, hold on. I have it right here. You don't have to. Oh, there, you did it already. You did it. See, it has Cronus at the top, and it takes Cronus to Crius, Crius. So he's the son of Uranus, but
But you
Look at I see
okay,
this line
the
here
header,
going down.
the headline is focused towards
Notice's
family tree. See what I mean? So, of course,
but I mean,
he probably isn't even related to Notice in any way. You see what I mean? He comes, Notice comes from the family of Uranus.
And see, I don't see how that could possibly be, because really if Crazius, it doesn't make sense.
If Uranus is Cronus's father, then
right, then that would make. But and see, the way they have it here is Crius is where Cronus comes from, and Cronus comes from Crius, and Notice is basically his great grandson, but they show no connection to see Crius and Eurybia. See that Eurybia girl, she's here, and Eurobus is the son of, according to Hesiod, he was the son of Erebus, Darkness, and Nyx, and the brother of Hemera. Where's Hemera at? Hemera. I don't see her on here either. Oh, shut up. Eurybia, I have you somewhere in my notes. Where are you at, Eurybia? I don't see you now. But it just does not make sense. You'll see Orphic, parents of Cronus, Chaos, and Erebus.
Aius is a direct descendant from both Uranus and Gaia. Goes straight down. Bam, 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 bam. And straight over here. Selene.
And then that's like he's born into the family, like married into the family. Oh no, that's the real family. Austria's sister married in. Hi, pretty kitty.
It's pretty interesting.
Austria's more interesting that it seems to be missing a whole chunk of connection.
Well, you also got to realize this is Wikipedia too. Like
every time. Yeah, we'll charge it to the game type thing, right? Uranus is okay. CCC Thamius. What? I just saw you. I just read about you. How come I don't see you on here now? Thamius, Tyrus, Pontius, Montia. I don't see any of these people anymore.
Yeah.
On here.
Now,
Gaia. Here's Gaia.
Yeah,
and Hesiod's Theogony, Chaos was the first being, after which came Gaia. So Gaia, okay, so Gaia came after. Okay, go ahead.
Now right here, let me get into freaking the next one, because this is where it starts getting interesting. It's Ba'au, and this is Phoenician, so if you want to read it, you can, but it's up to you.
Okay, so this is the one that you just sent me, right?
Let me.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Phoenician, yeah, the second one.
Okay. So.
Now, let me see if I can find the. It just brought you to the freaking page. It didn't even bring you to the actual name. Let me type that into the search.
I was about to say, I can, if you would like, if I'm starting at Eusebius of Caesarea.
That's a big book.
You want me to read it or no?
You can read it if you want to.
You start from the beginning where it says, no, I don't mind. I just was wondering if it's still what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, so Eusebius of Caesarea, or Eusebius Pamphile, was bishop of Caesarea in Palestine. He is considered the father of church history and was a Christian scholar and presbyter in the church of Caesarea. His major work was his history of the church, a massive piece of research that preserves quotations from many older writers that would otherwise have been lost, specifically for researchers of Phoenician history. In the extracts from his book, Praeparito Evangelica, Preparations of the Gospel, from a translation by E.H. Gifford in 1903, a considerable gist of Phoenician theology is made available. In fact, Phoenician history contained in this book is the oldest non-coded document of the Western world's historical archives. Furthermore, it is particularly valuable because its author, Sanachuniathon, was a free man who did not hesitate to denounce myths. Phoenician history is a fundamental document of human culture, and the surviving fragments of it were almost lost had it not been for Eusebius. Before the reader examines the extracts mentioned herewith, four important icons of knowledge need to be made known to the average reader of history who may not be familiar with them. They are Sanachuniathon of Bertius, Tadius of Bibulus, Philo of Biblius. Oh, see what? So it's Tadius of Biblios and Philo of Biblius. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Paphari of Tyre, Sanachuniathon of Beryt or Sakun Yathon in Phoenician means the god Sankun has given. He was an ancient Phoenician sage, priest, and writer. He lived before the Trojan times. Judging from the fragments of the Phoenician history, Sanachuniathon appears to have been a contemporary of Semiramis, the queen of Assyria, the wife of Ninus, with whom she founded Nineveh 2000 BC. However, go ahead.
No, we covered, that's what we were covering there with her, like, that's the mythical one. But the actual one was the one that was actually married to, what was his name? I've got it here. She was
Shashamar or Shashamesha.
Yeah, I've got it on
here.
Okay. She was She was actually married to Shamshi-Adad V, and that was 824 to 811 BC. She's the one who ruled over Assyria for 5 years. So
we talked about her last week.
Yeah. We mentioned her a little while ago too when we were going through the timeline and everything. So
yeah,
I wanted to mention that, and you can continue now if you want to.
Okay. However, some believe that Sanachuniathon was a contemporary of Gideon, 1339 BC, without any proof. His book goes back into fabled antiquity. Sanachuniathon, like the Gaspa, I know the G sound, so it's Vasta or is it Bagasa in India? Bagasa in India. Is said to have been a compiler of extremely ancient theogenic and historical documents that had been transmitted to him, either by oral tradition or in writing. Sanachuniathon derived the sacred lore from the mystic. I feel like you read this already.
Yeah, we have. You're just, I'm letting you read it.
We'll reiterate. Okay. Sanachuniathon derived the sacred lore from the mystic inscriptions on the Northjotis.
Yeah.
Northjotis, probably Hamanian sun pillars, which stood in Phoenician temples. Porphyry of Tyre says that Sanachuniathon wrote a history of the Jews based on information derived from Jerubas, a priest of the god Jehovah.
That would be Yahweh.
I.e. Yahweh. He dedicated it to the Abelabal and Abibal, Abelabal and Abibal, king of Bertus. The story was thought to be fictional because of its reference to Bertus. However, excavations in Bertus in recent years prove that the city may be older than Byblos, that has culture traditions in 8000 BC. His Phoenician history may be regarded as one of the most authentic memorials of the events which took place before the flood. It begins with the legendary cosmogony or cosmogony, and relates to how the first two mortals were begotten by the wind spirit and his wife Baal. That's how we looked up her and found out about Baal, Baal, and yeah, we did that day. Darkness. It refers to the fall, the production of fire, the invention of huts and clothing, the origin of the arts of agriculture, hunting, fishing, and navigation.
And if you look over here, that goose.
Yes, I thought it was a swan. Yes, this thing here.
Swan. It could be a swan.
Let me see what it means. What's the letters?
Video mini.
V. Is that an I or an L? That's an L. Are you sure it's an I? No, it is an I, right? V-I. Is that the same word? So it's the same word twice? Hold on.
Yeah, that's the same. Is that the same word?
Mean? Yeah, but now it's upside down. Hold on.
Oh yeah, see.
Look at that. It is the same word too. V-I-D-E-A. V-I-D-E-A. Yup. M-I-N-I. M-I-N-I.
No, I was talking about eagle. Okay, but the way their traditions are, it might not be eagle. Just as long as the wings are represented. No, that swan could be their representation for the bird.
Or it'd be a hawk, like Toph, like, cause the hawks are, really symbolic. Cause like, if you look at the type of wings they look like hawk wings. They look like hawk wings. Hawk wings. Harvard, no. I wish.
Better say Harvard in your search result.
Yes.
That's probably true.
And see, look at those wings. Oh man, hold on, wait a minute. They might not. Let me see. So they could be. Let me see eagle. Let me see eagle wings. Eagle. We'll find out what kind of wings they are right now. Eagle wings. And no. Oh, look at the eyes on the eagle wings. No, there's eyes on the eagle's wings. But no, that's not it either. They're too thin. Let me see the swan then. Swan wings. Goose wings. Yeah, we're getting closer. It is one of those seabirds. Goose.
Now, while you're doing that, I'm going to read what I got here for the Invisible School or College.
Okay, I'm gonna unshare so you can share.
No, just keep it on there.
Okie dokie, cool.
Okay, the Invisible College has been described as a precursor group of the Royal Society of London, consisting of a number of natural philosophers around Robert Boyle. Now, Robert Boyle is the guy I was talking about who
I heard of him.
He caused a lot of controversy among researchers and scientists when the Royal Society started. So Now, the concept of invisible college is mentioned in German Rosicrucian pamphlets in the early 17th century. Ben Jonson in England referenced the idea relating in meaning of Francis Bacon's House of Solomon in a mosque, the Fortunate Isles and Their Union, and Their is Their, from 1624 to 1625. The term accrued currency in the exchanges of correspondence with the Republic of Letters. In letters dated 1646 and 1647, Boyle refers to our invisible college or our philosophical college. The Society's common theme was to acquire knowledge through experimental investigation. 3 dated letters are the basic documentary evidence. Boyle sent them to Isaac Marcombs, Boyle's former tutor and a Huguenot, who was then in Geneva. Francis Talents, who at that point was a fellow Magdalene College, was a fellow of Magdalene College, Cambridge, and London-based Samuel Hartlett. The Royal Society started from groups of physicians and natural philosophers, meeting at a variety of locations, including Gresham College in London. They were influenced by the new science, as promoted by Francis Bacon in his New Atlantis, from approximately 1645 onward. A group known as Philosophical Society of Oxford was run under a set of rules still retained by the Bodleian Library after the English Restoration. There were regular meetings at Gresham College. It is widely held that these groups were the inspiration for the foundation of the Royal Society. Another view of the founding held at the time was that it was due to the influence of French scientists and the Montemor Academy in 1657, reports of which were sent back to England by English scientists attending. This view was held by John Baptiste du Hamel, Giovanni Domenico Cassini, Bernard Lebevier de Fontenelle, and Melchizedek Thevenot at the time, and has some grounding in that Henry Oldenburg, the Society's first secretary, had attended the Montemor Academy meeting. Robert Hooke, however, disputed this, writing that Cassini makes then Mr. Oldenburg to have been the instrument who inspired the English with a desire to imitate the French in having philosophical clubs or meetings, and that this was the occasion of founding the Royal Society and making French first. I will not say that Mr. Oldenburg did rather inspire the French to follow the English, or at least did help and hinder us. But 'tis well known who were the principal men that began and promoted the design both in this city and in Oxford. and that a long while before Mr. Oldenburg came into England, and not only these philosophical meetings were before Mr. Oldenburg came from Paris, but the society itself was began before he came hither. And those who then knew Mr. Oldenburg understood well enough how little he himself knew of philosophic matter. On 28 November 1660, which is considered the official foundation date of the Royal Society, a meeting at Gresham College of 12 natural philosophers decided to commence a college for the promoting of physico-mathematical experimental learning. Among those founders were Christopher Wren, Robert Boyle, John Wilkins, William Broker, and Robert Murray. At the second meeting, Sir Robert Murray announced that the King approved of the gathering, and the Royal Charter was signed on 15 July 1662, which created the Royal Society of London, with Lord Barker serving as the first president. A second Royal Charter was signed on 23rd April 1663 with the King noted as the founder, and with the name of the Royal Society of London for the improvement of natural knowledge. Robert Hooke was appointed the curator of experiments in November. This initial royal favor has continued, and since then every monarch has been the patron of the society. Now Robert Hooke was the curator of experiments, and what that meant was all of these inventors and all of these scientists would send their papers to him, all of their experiments, and it was his job to freaking test them and find out if they were actually scientific and they worked. So when they did this, there was a lot of accusations that he stole their scientific research, yeah. And he even bumped heads with freaking what's his face, Isaac Newton.
What?
Yeah, Isaac Newton.
This Robert Boyle guy did?
Yeah. It was suspected that Isaac Newton stole the only painting or picture that Robert Hooke had in it, because it just vanished in all of his papers.
That's crazy. All that intellect and still the pettiness.
Yeah. And Robert Hooke, he didn't understand the math. You know what I mean? He was pragmatic, I guess you could say. He did his research without math, and a lot of the scientists back then were moving towards the direction that Isaac Newton was going, where they were using math and stuff like that. So he had the math behind him. So a lot of that stuff was actually given credit to him. So
to Septutrino. Okay, so I have. Look, and then when I look it up with the I, it keeps bringing it back to the E. First, you see, I saw something that says that this is the German, originally established in Germany. You see these boats? This boat thing? Is that not like similar to the boat that you showed me the other day? Does that not look like it? Look at it. It's minus the house on top. But maybe the house is behind it. But you see that boat thingy right here, right? And then this Septentrino thing. It says that they operate in Nevada and is a designer and manufacturer of high-end multi-frequency GNSS receivers. And that to me,
you also have to remember that could also be Noah's Ark.
Ah, yes. I see what you're saying.
Be a representation of Noah's Ark, which I didn't even notice that until you brought it out.
It looks just like those pictures. I would like to know why they're upside down, like they're opposite. And goose, snakes eat mongoose, or mongoose eat snakes. The mongoose eat the snake. That's a mongoose, and that's a snake. Mongoose. And now we got to see why is it upside down.
There's just so much going on in there. It's amazing.
It is, and it's almost like that's a mongoose. I thought a mongoose was like a different form of a mongoose. It's just wild. These things don't even have wings. No, it's not a mongoose. So just a regular goose. But what eats what?
That's land underneath the water right there.
Okay, so can we go to where is Atlantis at in regards to, and can we look at it?
They don't have any location whatsoever that indicates it.
But look, that place that we just
right
looked
here?
at on the map.
See all this right here?
Yeah.
Can you see my mouse?
You can tell. Yeah, I can see it. Can you hear me? I'm saying, I don't know if the signal is just blown.
Then
Okay.
not just this up here, okay? But
Papua New Guinea, I see
all this right here. That right there is probably a reservoir of water. Maybe.
So basically, water on top of land where it kind of caved in, type of thing. Because isn't that what reservoirs are, where the earth kind of gives in and then it gets filled with water?
All that right there belongs to New Zealand.
That looks like land. Like you can actively see the shape and the formation, and that's what. Okay, so can we just? Where do they say Atlantis is? Can we go there and see what the map looks like to see if there's?
They claim that Atlantis is somewhere in this area.
Look, it'd be down there, right there to the bottom.
Right here.
Go. Look, go back up. Zoom out just a little, or maybe Can you zoom out a little bit? Look in the middle. Look in the middle.
Yes,
do you see it in the middle? But do you see right where they have North Atlantic Ocean, right? Do you see that right there? What about the Bermuda Triangle? Where is that at?
The Bermuda Triangle is within this area right here. It starts
same area.
It starts at as a matter of fact, you're right in the area, so you need to be careful.
All right, I might just drop off the face of the earth and no one knows. This might disappear.
Bermuda is actually, I believe it starts off right here
off of Miami,
right here, right around Miami and NASA.
I've only been to Miami to leave for a cruise. I've never been to Miami to Miami. When I was a kid, we
I don't even know if Google Map will show NASA on the satellite, to be honest with you.
Look at this. What is that?
This right here?
Yeah.
Look
at it.
Blue water.
No, that's the Bahamas surrounded by blue water. Okay, we have that. But then look surrounding it. What are those? Like, those crevices look a lot like just the opposite.
All of this is the stuff that is under the ground. These little curves right here, a lot of that.
Wait, I don't see it. Can you show your mouse again? Curves.
You see my mouse?
I do.
All of these lines right here are lines that indicate that this land here might have been above water at one time.
It looks like it. That's what I was saying, because just how it looks different, it looks like it's different levels. So, with that being said, is that not altitudes, different altitudes? Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
looks like.
That's exactly
And
what it
as
is. Water
with that
rising.
being, yeah, like water, and it would only be higher because it's on top of something. You understand what I mean? Like, it wouldn't make sense for the water to be higher if it's the same body of water, unless it was more land underneath it. That makes so much sense.
See these islands right here?
Look at that right there. Look at those two little, yes, I was just about to say, and then you see the bottom ones with the three right there, all of that's land. You can tell, like that right there, then that where the fort here where your mouse was just at, all of that's land. That's
Like
land. It's probably too deep to go underneath.
This area right here is the area that most people who believe in it back in the old days believed it where it was.
Does that not look like what we just saw on the map that we saw? And I was like, hey, why does it look like it's backward? It's the same exact shape.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Well,
and
check this out too. Like, there's a line that comes all the way down here.
I see it.
And then it comes all the way back up here and it matches up. So this...
It stopped moving. There you go.
You want me to stop moving? Is that what you said?
No, it stopped moving. You were saying, and it goes all the way back up, but it was still in the same spot. The mouse is not moving on that side. It's moving now.
This could all been landmass at one time.
It looks like landmass all the way down. I could see it because look at how it's connected, and look at where it's connected at with Africa. So look, zoom back out for just 1 second, just a second. All right, now trace your mouse, and you trace your mouse to where you can. There's no, can you go back to over here? Like, look at this. Go down here, and then you go down, and then you go down further with your mouse, though. And then look where it connects to Africa, right at the tip. Where is that at? Guinea. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see? Yes. Look at it. Yeah. Look. Yes. And then it goes here, and then it goes there, and then it goes all the way up.
If you look at this, okay, look at it a little closer too. Look at Morocco, okay? Now,
okay.
When the Phoenicians used to trade with Morocco, there was a weird story that was involved with them where the Moroccan tribes that were local to the area freaking made it to where they didn't want to have any contact with the Phoenicians and other traders during that time. So what they would do is they would bring their goods that they wanted to trade with these people out to the shores, and they would place them on the shores, and out of good conscience, you know what I mean, they expected that these ships would come out and drop their stuff off on shore, and they would trade the goods, and they would take what was traded to them, and they would leave what they were trading, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they did that, nobody knows. They have no reason. They have no understanding of why they did it, and they did it right here in this area.
Right where it looks like all this land. Look at this, right there. Look at that.
And
there's nowhere that's just water.
Yeah, it's always been that way with them. Okay, in this region, that's Gibraltar. That's the freaking. That's the thing of Hercules, I believe is what, the Strait of Hercules. It's actually the Strait of Gibraltar. That's what connects the Atlantic to the Mediterranean right here. Okay. This coastline right here is very, very interesting, and this coastline right here.
The Phoenicians traded along that as well. I saw the Phoenicians traded on the whole top half of Africa. I looked just through my findings from what you guided me towards.
They're also doing excavations on this side too, because they're finding old artifacts of old cities that used to be on the coastline here that are just gone. They don't exist no more. Spain is a big. It's a hot topic right now in archaeology. It's almost.
Can I?
Huh?
I was going to ask you a question,
Go ahead.
but go ahead and tell me about. No, you can finish your thought first. I apologize.
Finished.
Excuse me. No, you were going to tell me about Spain. You're not finished. Keep going.
I'm done.
I was just going to ask what prevents exploration of the deeper sea to see about Atlantis? Like, is it prohibited, or have people just not attempted it? Like, because I'm sure people have attempted it. So what's the issue? Why have we not? Have people said they've attempted and they could not find anything? Because I feel like I heard someone say they explored and they did find something. Is this not accurate?
Well, see, we're looking at a map here. You know what I mean? The Atlantic isn't even as
tiny.
Close.
You're right.
It's not even as close as in depth. It's not as close as what it is here in the Pacific Ocean. Like this right here, this is huge. Like when it goes to freaking going down. All right, this is a very, very deep water right here. These right here make this freaking look like freaking a kiddie pool.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Okay,
but can you not see how it looks like land masses? Like, even when you were doing with the New Zealand, if we're using the same type of context clues, it would parallel when you move it over here to Atlantis.
No,
what's that at the top? Oh, that's Ireland.
I also want to point something out here too, okay? Now, this right here, this strait between England and right here, you got the North Sea.
Yeah, North Sea, I see.
Okay, now, if you look at this line that runs through here, okay, this was where the water used to be. This used to be landmass, and the United Kingdom was connected to the rest of Europe. They've found villages and settlements down underneath the North Sea and through this strait right here, okay? That shows from the English Channel, it shows that there were actually settlements there and people had lived there at one time, and they're doing research into that too and diving down in there and finding new information out. This is the boundary of where all the old land masses were before the ice melted off.
Like, look at them. You can see them. You can see the land. You can tell that it's land.
Yeah.
Like, even it's saying whatever island. Like, look at this. Look, and then this looks like it had a chunk taken out of it. Like somebody just ate Iceland. Looks like someone just took a chunk out of it.
Well, Iceland is very ferocious. So you've got Iceland right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, when the Vikings settled Iceland, the big problem they had is there are huge freaking icebergs that constantly travel around the freaking beaches of Iceland. So not only did they have to freaking travel here from Norway and Sweden and freaking Finland, but when they got here, they had to worry about these huge freaking icebergs that were constantly freaking all over the place here. And these were freaking not like clusters. These were freaking always there and by huge amounts. Okay, and it constantly rotates around this freaking island. So that's what they had to deal with when they first got here. And I believe the first.
Oh, can you go up here to this top, Raphael? What does that say, Raphael? At the top of Iceland, okay, Raf.
Is you able to see it?
Okay. Yeah, I see it now. You zoomed in too much a little bit. It's at the top. It's Rafar right there.
Rafferhofen.
Yeah.
Something
with that. I'm gonna take a screenshot.
No.
I have my iPad up today.
If you want to get into interesting stories, this island is the story that you want to learn about, because there's been people that freaking entire villages that just vanished. Entire
from Iceland?
Yeah. entire freaking communities just vanished without a trace.
Okay, so that's next week's Strange Things. I'm gonna do some research into it. we have next week's Strange
But yeah,
Things.
now see this, when it comes to Atlantis, this is what I consider we should be doing, you know what I mean? I mean, it's good to talk about the stuff and a lot of the old stuff, but getting on here and looking at the maps and seeing it is pretty good. Like
yeah, it definitely shows a lot more.
Another thing when it comes to Atlantis that needs to be discussed is Malta. Okay? For a lot of the scholars and stuff, they believe that Malta could have been thought of as Atlantis too, and not just Malta, but there's offshoot islands that are out away from
St. Paul's Bay, Victoria.
And
Syracuse.
Yeah. And now Malta, if you look at Malta at a higher or altitude, you'll see that Egypt is just right here.
I don't even see Malta anymore.